In the beginning of the AWC circuit, 8 teams per region were competing against each other, and now only the top 4 remain. Hello, everyone. My name is Zaya. Welcome to the BFA European Finals. I am joined by Venruki, Supatees, and Zico. Today, teams are competing for $100,000 in prizing, and we will find out who our European champions are going to be by the end of the day. Zico, how are you feeling about today's games?
I'm feeling great, I've had a chance. The coffee is starting to kick in. I'm excited for the games. I even coordinated my outfit kind of with Venruki, even though we didn't discuss it this time. It's just one of those days where we're in sync, and hopefully these players are as well.
Yeah, very, very synced up. I feel like we're all matching here today. The color coordination is on point. Ven, we've seen some super intense games coming from this side here from these European teams. How do we feel like the last 4 weeks have gone here in the circuit? How do we feel like these teams are going to perform today?
Well, these teams, I would say the round robin circuit kind of brought out like a new level for a lot of these teams. Just the fact that they've been able to kind of prepare for their upcoming matchups. I think we've seen a level of gameplay we haven't seen in quite some time. I mean, all these teams are fully prepared going into it. There's a lot of prize money on the line, like you kind of already alluded to. So I'm expecting all these teams to put their best foot forward and put on quite the show today.
For sure. We can take a look at the games that we will be seeing today. We're going to start off with XSET versus Diabolus, and then Wildcard versus Coffin dance up next. These are our top 4 teams here for the EU region. Supatees, looking at these 2 matches that we're going to start off with, which one are you excited for?
Well, we've got rematches basically between these 2 series, which is most interesting about Europe, as in the past, it's usually always just been about XSET and Wildcard. That's usually the 2 titans of Europe. They're constantly back and forth, but in the round robin format, they actually had troubles with other teams, and that's why this tournament is basically blown wide open. I can't really call who is going to take it exactly. I mean, even in the round robin, Wildcard got just completely swept out by XSET, which normally doesn't happen. We've had a meta change. Different healers are now the meta. We've got a whole bunch of different diverse compositions from the teams. Coffin Dance being the melee specialists, Wildcard kind of that Windwalker mage likely. Their warrior mage is not, I don't think it's going to be to the level that it needs to be in the current meta to stand for them. They're really going to need Blizzo, I think, on Windwalker. And then Diabolus versus XSET, the way that we're starting it, it's going to be XSET's chance at revenge. And I'm really excited to see what compositions they start round 1 with.
Absolutely. This region just continues to surprise us, starting off with XSET versus Diabolus. Diabolus, last time they played in this circuit format, they actually reversed sweep XSET. XSETs are currently our number 1 seeded team going into this. They're at 6-1 right now. Zico, what do we expect with these 2 teams for this next match?
Well, let me tell you, there was a little bit of drama, going on after that series. There was a little bit of, there's a bug, and is it a bug though? I think it was someone on XSET, I don't remember if it was Waz, they said that the mecha gnome that the mage was playing was getting, you refresh the racial essentially with Blessing of Protection, and you remove the debuff from the racial, so you can have essentially 2 safeguards every time you get that. I don't know if that was the reason why they lost, but there's definitely a little bit of, I would say, friendly competition, friendly rivalry there. So definitely XSET looking
a little
to
tension.
Kind of a little tension. They want to say what's up.
Okay,
I think XSET doesn't like to lose is the most important thing. XSET does not like to lose, and I think they're going to be looking to kind of get revenge, so to speak, in a matchup like this. But it's kind of an interesting blind pick we have here. Raikou, Waz, and Chaz are actually locking in the Windwalker, Fire Mage, Mistweaver, and we've seen a lot of teams sort of implement that Windwalker monk in favor of the Rogue against the Mage Lock.
This is really interesting. We saw even Mystery Org in North America try this matchup into Cloud9. So let's see how it plays out here in Europe between XSET and Diabolus. Wasn't anticipating a Mistweaver pick in the current meta, but Diabolus, they're definitely phenomenal at this Mage Lock Paladin. I would put them as an aggressive standing Mage Lock Paladin. Gelu already starting the fight right in enemy territory, but gets shut down for a moment and not able to find crowd control on Chaz. They still try and burst Raikou, but Temporal Shield soaks all of the hits. Clyde now gets stunned up. They're pushing on to Gelu. Gelu gets ready. Temporal time perfectly, healing himself back to full. Raikou's still the target. Chaz in position though, stabilizing. Gelu falls behind as Clyde is crowd controlled. Gelu takes control of Waz for a moment. Dragon's Breath into Polymorph. Team's looking evenly matched. Chaz repositioning in the back line. It's all about Chaz. He needs to stay away from Clyde and that Hammer of Justice. Otherwise, he's going to be locked down in crowd control for some time.
Yeah, and so far, both setups were kind of shut down. Both of these mages doing a great job, but Blessing of Protection coming out here onto Gelu. Riku's going for the Ring of Frost. He gets Blink Counterspell there. Another shutdown there by the team of Diabolus. Very nice, but Gelu's still on the back foot here. Gets finally a full sheep here onto Clyde, but nice Vitality Conduit by Clyde before he got that sheep. So Gelu should be kind of okay here. Waz is trying to push through the Temporal Shield, but he is not going to find enough damage to proc that. And now Gelu should be completely fine here, throwing out a few Greater Pyroblasts onto Waz, trying to push him out of the open. And once again, Diabolus, they respond nicely to the setup. They hang on, and now they're looking to push in here and get aggressive.
Yeah, and I like the build Gelu's playing. Definitely a little dangerous. He's playing full Expedience, so playing max haste, and that's why his Greater Pyroblast, his Polymorphs, the Ring of Frost are just so quick, but that also makes him a really easy target for Waz and Raikou to go after. So I think in this matchup, Gelu's going to have to play positionally, really defensive, and make sure he's kind of staying out of the fight, because if he stays in too long, then he get caught into leg sweeps. Waz going to be able to burst him down. We already saw how close they got to procking Cauterize off that last Dress to Gath Trinket, and that will be the scariest moment in the game for Gelu. Combustion gets ripped off. Who are they going after? A little bit of pressure here on the Waz right now. He gets caught with a Dragon's Breath, but a Fortifying Brew seems to be okay, and with a Transcendence behind the pillar. And that really is the difficult thing about going after a Windwalker Monk. They're just so mobile with Transcendence, with Touch of Karma, Diffuse Magic, lots of defensive options to rotate through, and I think as long as Waz plays careful, he should be relatively safe in this match.
And the main win condition here is likely killing Waz, overextending him. That's why we see Gelu repositioned so far in the back starting area, trying to bait Waz out in the open, and now blinking back towards center field, finding a Greater Pyroblast with the Chaos Bolts. Gelu going to use the Demonic Gateway to escape to safety as Clyde and Mercy look to just pull back and wait for their moments. They're just going to be attacking Waz for now. Raiku's just loading up Fireball after Fireball, likely trying to reset that combustion, but gets feared away. Waz stunned up on his Touch of Death. Waz would like to get a big hit here onto Gelu, but Gelu Temporal Shields right before the hit. Now Raikou suddenly getting blasted. His Temporal perfectly timed. The defensive plays from both of these mages is definitely top tier, as you would expect from the top 4 of Europe.
Excellent stuff here coming out of these mages. Raikou using his combustion here, trying to get some damage, but I do believe it was clepted and cancelled right away by Gelu. Full fear onto Chaz. Don't think they have any follow-up crowd control. Gelu doesn't get the Dragon's Breath there. He gets shut down now with the interrupts, but nice sacrifice coming out of Clyde. He's going to keep Gelu nice and topped here, and Clyde is of course running some of those Ineffable Truths, so we're going to take a look at that sack cooldown a little bit later. I'm sure we'll see it just power down at some point when that Corruption procs. Gelu still just trying to lob out some big Greater Pyros here, but so far no team really having a big advantage. Raiku's playing full versatility on that mage, so he's not going to have any haste, but he's going to be an extremely durable target, and he's going to just be trying to kill people with that combustion. But now Hammer of Justice onto Waz, forcing out the Life Cocoon from Chaz right there, and now once again XSET looking to get aggressive here. Paralyzed onto Clyde. Do they have any follow-up? Chaz doesn't have the leg sweep for a couple of more seconds. Unfortunately, they couldn't get any more follow-up there. Waz is getting feared, and it looks like Diabolus is in control once again.
Yeah, definitely. Good control of the match. Full Polymorph right now onto Chaz. Raikou in a fear as well, and Waz has to be a little bit careful, but he's not really respecting the damage too much. Actually making a swap over here onto Raikou, the main focus of the match. But like you said, Zico, I mean, this guy, he's going to be using a lot of versatility. And actually turning around the pressure onto Gelu with a Polymorph onto Clyde. Let's see if Gelu can hold on, using Gateway once again, getting 1 Greater Pyroblast on Raikou, getting 2 Greater Pyroblast on Raikou. Raikou has to be a little bit careful. I mean, the one nice thing about XSET's composition is they have a lot of healing, a lot of passive healing as well, with the Renewing Mists of the Mistweaver Monk, the Serpent Jade statue, but I think it becomes really scary as Dampening gets higher. All of a sudden, Chaz is going to have to open up his tree a lot more and spam out those Soothing Mists. And once that happens, I think that's when Gelu and Mercy are really going to be able to generate kind of a lot of pressure and momentum in the match, as long as they can hold on.
Oh, 2 Polymorphs out at the same time here. Nice Nether Ward by Mercy, locking the entirety of XSET down, but not finding a kill onto Waz, and only a Ford Brew kind of a devastating result for such a power play. But now 5.5 minutes in and 3% dampening, things are going to get heated here between these two teams in round one of Europe's championship. Jazz stunned up, was the target once again. He's pushing forward though. He's got Touch of Death rolling. He paralyzes Clyde. He's pushing for the Cauterize. Fist of Fury flying, and Gelu respects the burst damage of Waz, trading out Ice Block. And normally you want to trade the Paladin cooldowns and allow Ineffable Truth to reset them. So an Ice Block is a very important cooldown for XSET to get at this point in the game. Gelu is running full expedient. He's a very fast casted mage, but he can definitely get eradicated if he's not careful.
Oh, Gelu getting a sheep on the chest, but he gets counterspell on the Greater Pyro. He gets Dragon's Breath on the resheep. He still gets it though due to that haste, but Raikou sneaks in a polymorph out of his own, and now Gelu's in big trouble here. Combustion is rolling. Chaz is there for the leg sweep as well. Clyde, bubble, sacrifice. Gelu procs the nice Cauterize there as well. So big win here for XSET. They are already kind of in a checkmate position here against Diabolus. They just need one more Crack Control onto Clyde, into one more setup onto Gelu. If they can do it cleanly enough, if they can get a Greater Pyroblast or a Drestigath, they have enough damage, maybe with a Combustion, they could easily take down this mage in the next couple of minutes here, man.
Well, I think it's very possible. That was a Drestigath, full polymorph now on a Chaz. They're going after Raikou, but he's just going to be using line of sight, avoiding damage, and getting the healing from the statue. So I think Raikou should be okay. He's in the middle of the map right now. Gets caught into a Mortal Coil. Polymorph spam coming in. Chaz, can he connect? Looking for some Soothing Mist. If he gets the enveloping, it looks like he did. Raikou will be stable. And now once again, it's going to be Gelu who's in trouble. Actually, Raikou getting interrupted still in midfield. His positioning is not working out for Raikou right now. He's getting bullied by Mercy, taking huge hits from Gelu. 14% dampening in the game if we look at mana. Chaz is actually falling a little bit behind. Unlikely he's going to be able to drink, but it might not matter. Gelu's getting down low, 20% health. Clyde able to connect to heal, and with the Demonic Gateway, Gelu is able to reposition, but the pressure from XSET is quite immense in this game.
I mean, I think this is the matchup XSET wanted to get. They're in a huge lead, only at 16% dampening in game number one. If they win the blind pick, they will have the match advantage for the rest of the series, which is very important for a team like XSET that has such a wide range of compositions. This entire series could just pivot off the first game. Gelu sets up for big damage over onto Waz, but once again, Fort Brews all of it, totally negating it. Waz is pushing forward. He's got Touch of Death. Clyde is Blessing of Protection as the answer. Will he be able to make the trade in time? Mercy getting controlled up here by Raikou. Now Raikou getting controlled up by Gelu. Wasn't a fear on his Touch of Death, and Blessing of Protection is going to stabilize, but was the Blessing of Protection really needed? Waz was feared, not able to connect any damage. Clyde's going to be praying to N'Zoth right now to reset that in the immediate future. Thankfully for himself, he does have Sacrifice coming up in about 2 more seconds, but if he's crowd controlled, he may not be able to access it. Double leg sweep, beautiful punish by Waz. They're pushing for the kill onto Gelu. Do they have the damage to do so? Mercy intercepts with a double Infernal. Clyde finally gets out of crowd controls, stabilizing Gelu with the Sacrifice. They could switch to Clyde. No Divine Shield for 12. They're not going to look for that opportunity, just playing it slow and steady. Gelu's Ice Block comes up in about a minute from now. If he can stall to that point, he could take it into the deep dampening stages where his composition does start to edge out its advantage, but a minute with Waz chasing you down is going to be tough.
Let's see if he can do it. Right now, they're going for another push here. Mercy and a Dragon's Breath into the Polymorph. He gets Counterspell there onto Raikou. Full fear. Mercy is just trying to get some counter pressure. He's trying to stop this setup in its tracks. Gelu looking for some counter aggression here with the Polymorph, but he can't find it right now. Chaz doing a great job with his positioning, just line of sighting, avoiding CC. But still, we got about 30 more seconds here where they potentially could take Gelu down, despite the fact that Clyde has bubble. If he doesn't have a big heal to go with that bubble, they could take him down. But that window is ever so close to just being gone. 15 more seconds, and it looks like Raikou is going to go back to the pillar. Gelu is going to reposition again across the map, and it looks like they've bought themselves enough time here to get Gelu's Ice Block back up. Let's see, they're going for the push here. Now Chaz
2 seconds!
Here we go,
Ooh.
1 second left. He gets the bubble into the Divine Sacrifice. How did he have Sacrifice again? N'Zoth must have blessed Clyde's hands right there and giving him another sack.
Do you really need to ask how? Now Raikou's actually in some trouble. Polymorph on Chaz. Raikou, he's actually pushing forward to slow down the damage, slow down the crowd control, but he gets caught into a Dragon's Breath. This is the Cauterize and the Life Cocoon. Great job there by Diabolus. And now things are getting a little bit more unstable here for Chaz. The Mistweaver healing, and it's becoming a little bit more difficult. And Diabolus is looking like they're doing quite well in this position. Gelu with his Ice Block, but keep in mind, we do have the Drestigath available. Definitely a scary moment here for Gelu. Could get taken down quite quickly if he's not careful. Good crowd control coming in. Gelu looking for a greater power blast again. Polymorph onto Waz. And let's see if Waz is going to be able to actually reconnect. There's good control coming in from Raikou. Clyde actually gets caught into a polymorph, and now it's going to be Gelu who has to use his Ice Block more than likely. We'll see. He's getting low and will respect the trade. And that is a great spot for XSET to be in. Now there's no bubble, there's no sacrifice, there's no trinket. Gelu, no cauterize for another 30 seconds, no Ice Block. XSET has everything they need to close out this game.
So basically, all XSET need to do right now is not die to Mercy's Dark Soul and Infernal, which are available. And they have Ice Block to trade. They have Diffuse Magic. So XSET are in a lead in this position. They would have to throw, I think, at this specific moment. They just need to get ready for it. And Mercy is playing this with a lot of tactics, holding on to the Dark Soul, waiting until XSET overcommits, and then tries to make them trip on the finish line. So let's see if that patience will pay off for Mercy. He's definitely going to have to carry the team in these final moments with those cooldowns. And Chaz is moving in, but he gets intercepted by Gelu. Beautiful interception. Gelu's in a bop. He's channeling out Greater Pyros. They're pushing for the block on the counter push. Huge hit over onto Raikou. Life Cocoon trades here from Chaz. He's out of crowd control. He's pushing still on top of Clyde, but now Chaz gets intercepted by a Fear. Clyde's positioning is great here towards what could be the final moments of game number one. Gelu in a paralyzed. Was desperately trying to connect. His Touch of Death not getting too much value. Clyde still has Sacrifice available. Potentially need to trade it. He trades it preemptively on the leg sweep. Beautiful timing by Clyde here. Mana basically exactly even at 42% dampening, and it's still anyone's match.
Yeah, and Raikou now is getting blasted. He's going to have to Ice Block there. Nice crowd control there on the chest. They got the Sheep. They got the Chaos Bolt. Raikou just had to respect that. And they still have that Dark Soul that Sid mentioned. Mercy now looking to break up the CC chain here. Trying to get some defensive fears onto Waz. Trying to get some counter pressure. Here we go. Big damage with the Dark Soul. 2 Chaos Bolts onto Waz. There's the Touch of Karma. No Blessing of Protection to remove it though. And Waz is getting sheeped up on it. Mercy still has that Dark Soul rolling. If he can get 1 Chaos Bolt onto Raikou, it could be lights out for him, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it right now. They're just shutting down the CC chain here. Gelu just with defensive polymorphs onto the DPS. Clyde and Gelu, every single time, they're just trying to run back. Anytime Chaz is pushing in to get crowd control, well, Clyde is just swapping his side of the map, and they're doing a great job so far, buying time for the ineffable truth to proc, but Mercy seems like the target of choice now.
Yeah, Waz has a secret, and that secret is Tiger Eye Brew. He's just been holding on to it the entire game, not going after Mercy. But now, that 50% dampening, I think this Warlock is going to be the new target, like you said. Gelu, he's got his Cauterize, Ice Block's rotating back up. He's got a lot of kiting, a lot of mobility, but Mercy, a not so mobile target. And I think for Raikou and Waz, if they can just pummel Mercy for the rest of the game, it's going to be really difficult. The scary thing is, though, Gelu with so much haste is going to be able to punish. Hammer of Justice on Waz. He's got the Diffuse Magic. Is he going to greet it? He manages to get out of line of sight behind the pillar. Mercy's going to be pushing in. Can he get any crowd control? Chaz, with this Thunder Focus T, getting big heals on Waz, but at 52% dampening, really struggling to top off. And I mean, you can go after Mercy, but at this point, Gelu is really punishing with his damage.
Chaz trying to go in for a roll, clips the side of the pillar here, and XSET are pinned. Mercy's pushing forward, lobbing out Chaos Bolts, trying to get on top of Chaz, but he's being punished by Raikou. Waz pushing forward, gets feared off into the distance. Mana's not good for Clyde. He's actually almost completely tapped at this point. He's going to have to rely on his cooldowns, but he's got so many. Pre-life Cocoon by Chaz. Gelu's Dragon's Breath secured, but the Cocoon is protecting Raikou for now. Nice read on his part. They're going to have to wait. Touch of Death is rolling. What's going to be the answer? Do they just trade the sacrifice here? Mercy's about to take a huge hit. Clyde's crowd control. Divine Shield sacrifice immediately. Realizing that Touch of Death momentum, Clyde would not be able to recover from it at 56% dampening, but that was the massive cooldown trade. Will Mercy survive? He still has Dark Soul in his back pocket, still has an Infernal in his back pocket. That's a big threat. XSET, they're hesitant. Chaz and Raikou are pretty far in the backline. Waz is overextended. Chaz gets crowd controlled. Big push by Gelu here. Raikou retreats. Waz tanks the hits, but can he tank an Infernal at 60% dampening? Karma trades out. Now Clyde and a poly. Raikou can't help out Waz. He's too low on health. Chaz is on a fear. Look at how far apart they're split up right now. 15 seconds away from a Cauterize. Raikou blinks back. Dragon's Breath Gelu. Mercy's moving into line to finish off Raikou, but he may just get taken down by Gelu. He's polymorphing to 1%, but it's not enough to hold on. Waz is trying to push for the counter kill, dispelled instantly. Looking to reconnect, but a Blessing of Protection will deny his connection. Diabolus drag it out into dampening and take game one.
And they didn't even need Mecha Gnome.
All right, well, game one victory for Diabolus here against XSET for the first match of the day. Last time we saw these two teams play against each other in the round robin, it was Diabolus that took home the victory. How do we feel about XSET's comp choice there? They decided to go with the Mistweaver with the Windwalker, with Waz on the Windwalker. Do we feel like that just wasn't the right option here, Ben?
It doesn't feel like a bad option, honestly. They had a lot of pressure throughout the match. I mean, at this point, it was just a positional error. Yeah, at 60% dampening, these kind of mistakes, it's really difficult to recover. Raikou wanted to zig, and Waz wanted to zag, and they just got split up, and unfortunately, they just fell completely apart. And that's what happens against a team that's well coordinated, like Diabolus, that's playing Mage Lock. If you do mess up your position, you will get punished, you will get crowd control, they'll be able to hit multiple targets, and at that point, that's when the game really got unstable. But I feel like there is things XSET can do. I do like the composition that they're bringing, but one thing we've seen some of the North American teams, particularly Jamili, experiment with a little bit is the greater power blast. So basically, as a fire mage, when you're playing into Mage Lock, if you're playing heavy versatility, a lot of the time what happens is you end up getting bullied. You don't have as much haste, so your polymorphs go off after your, after fears and polymorphs, and you get interrupted really easily, and it becomes really, really difficult to get off the damage you need. But we've seen some mages actually go with full haste GPI build, and I think that's something Raikou might be able to do in a matchup like this, and it might give their team a bit more of an edge.
So Zico and Supati, then do you want to see them continue this comp here on the side of XSET from game one?
Yeah. I mean, well, it depends a little bit on the map pick as well, but I think so. I think you play it until you are forced off of it. The big question is, if we go to a small map, are we going to see a Frost Mage or are we going to see a Fire Mage? I'm not sure.
All right, well, it is going to be XSET's map choice here pretty soon. They did just lose that last game, and if we know the draft process, it's loser picks a map, and then Diabolus will respond with their composition choice. And at this point, Suptis, I don't really see them switching off their comp. What do you think?
I think the Mage Lock is a solid pick, even on the smaller maps. I think it would be XSET that's more likely to change. Maybe a Rogue Mage on a small map, and they can play more aggressive. And it looks like Blackrock holds locked in, so it's still somewhat neutral. I like this map as like a counter wizard because there's always a place to line of sight. You can use the ramp next to the crow statue or the crow statue in the center, 3 rooms off to the side on the walls, so you always have an immediate place to retreat. So this would be a great map for the double monk if they want to use that with Transcendence. It looked good, and they were just so close to closing the game out multiple times, but Ineffable Truth on the Holy Paladin is just going to be proccing, and it almost always had an answer. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the same matchup here on Blackrock.
Yeah, I mean, people, when they talk about Waz, they always talk about what a strong rogue he is, but I just feel like also you look at him on the Windwalker. I mean, they're playing at this level here in the finals, so that must say that he's feeling super confident on that class, and I just feel like that just shows exactly how powerful and how valuable of a player he is on XSET, Ben.
I mean, there really is no question. Waz, a bit of a wonder boy when it comes to playing melee classes, so definitely can play that Windwalker at an extremely high level, and I think the reason why we're seeing him play Windwalker is I just think as the season has gone on, as versatility has gotten higher and corruption has gotten higher, rogues kind of, I won't say they fell off because they're still extremely good, but I would say Windwalkers kind of overthrew them as the best melee, just because they can take advantage of full versatility. It empowers their damage quite a bit, whereas for rogues, they kind of go more in favor of gushing, which makes them a lot more of a squishy target. And I think in this particular matchup, a rogue gets bullied a little bit more by the Mage Lock. So that's why we're seeing him lock in the Windwalker Monk. And I do think it's a good option. I would like to see XSET experiment with hasted Greater Power Blast on Raikou, and I think they can play it in a manner where Raikou literally just sits back. You have Waz go in as kind of a bruiser. He soaks up the damage and does as much damage as he can to Mercy and Gelu, where Raikou just sits back and just Greater Power Blast over and over and over and over. And then eventually you can go in for a blink, really fast polymorph, then kind of turn the game on its head. But I think that would be one adjustment I'd like to see, but we'll see if they end up doing it. Or if the smaller map is going to be enough for them to get the crowd control they need. Because Gelu, I will say, his positioning was really good in that last game. He was always dragging XSET across the map and then gating away. So just forcing Chaz, Waz, Raikou to cross the map, which allows Mercy to just do as much damage, much crowd control as he basically wants in the match. And I think that was a crucial element of their victory.
Is that positioning on Diabolus that you just described, Ven, is that easily repeatable here in Blackrock, or are we going to see a little bit different tactics here?
Well, it's a smaller map, so definitely going to be a lot more difficult. But I feel like Diabolus, they're going to be up for the task, up for the challenge. Maybe Gelu will end up using even more versatility in this match, so mixing up his gear a little bit, putting on a little bit more durability, as it is going to be a lot more challenging for him to actually create that kind of space he needs to survive. Because I think if Waz and Raikou have enough uptime on him, he will eventually fall. So for Gelu, it's all about just running and avoiding and creating as much space as possible, which is going to be a lot more difficult on this match.
All right, we'll see if they can pull it off, win a game number 2, put themselves on match point, or is XSET gonna tie it up for game number 2?
I mean, I think if there was a map for XSET's composition to win, it would be Blackrock Hold. So this is the best case scenario for them. If they go down 2 points and have to reverse sweep, that is going to be really tough. They're going to have to do it on Tolveron. They're going to have to do it on Ashamane. So they really can't afford a loss at this point. They're just waiting up in the room, posted up in the starting area. And I think XSET, maybe they do want to try and drag it to dampening with that Tiger Eye Brew killing the Warlock. They're moving out now towards center pillar. Waz takes the ramp, repositions his port. Chaz still hangs in the far back line, not wanting to overextend for polymorphs. Now they reposition forward as a unit. I love that they're moving as a triangle together. Clyde in the back line of his team as well, getting ready for the engagement. The dangerous part here for Waz is in melee DPS, so he has to go out in the open, and look what happens. He gets speared into the distance. He's trying to charge in, but now he's polymorphed. Raikou's just lobbing up fireballs, waiting for Waz to get out of crowd control. They punish the Dispel with a Hammer of Justice, double Shadow Fury. But no follow-up. That Ring of Frost just a second too late by Gelu. Chaz avoids it. Waz now getting on target. Gelu trades Temporal Shield, but it was no cooldown, so getting Temporal out of the way, baiting it, now going for a stun lock. Pre-Vitality Conduit, but is it enough? It's a huge swing of damage, and it looks like it is, with the peels from Mercy, with Fear and Mortal Coil stalling out that advance. You can tell that both teams are just so prepared to deny each other every time they make an advance.
Yeah, and much like the last game, Mercy's just chilling, holding his cooldowns for as long as possible here. Ooh, actually a lot of damage here onto Gelu. Did he have anything?
Ooh, he blinked the
dress. No, he got the caught. He almost blinked the dress. If he blinked the dress there, he would have still had Cauterize. Gelu just a tiny split second too late there, but Waz as well with excellent pressure right there, netting them a 5-minute cooldown already. They get a full sheep here onto Clyde. No preemptive sacrifice, no imp dispel here. Let's see what they can get. Infernos are being called in. They get the Ring of Frost. Raikou has great control right now, but Chaz is in cross crack control. Triple DR incaps done. Do they have anything more? They actually get the ice block here as well. So excellent start here for XSET, getting 2 big cooldowns. Get actually exiting the ice block a little bit early there, but this doesn't matter. Clyde with a big heal with that Divine Favor is going to be able to stabilize him for now.
Well, he actually sacrificed as well, so Clyde traded out the sacrifice, overlapped with the Ice Lock, Cauterize already used, and you can see, I mean, this is what I was talking about. Gelu, when he's in trouble, his instinct is to run into the room to try to hide, but guess what happens when you go into the room? Mercy can't help you out, and Gelu might just get blasted on Blackrock Hold. He gets taken down to 10% health and topped off. Clyde panics. Well, not really a panic, he kind of had to in that situation. Divine Shield, Blessing of Protection, almost everything traded out, and he's going to need to get those Ineffable Truth procs in order to get those cooldowns rotated back up. Otherwise, I really worry for Gelu, because like I was saying, Gelu, when he pulls into the room, Mercy, it's really difficult for him to actually get out the crowd control he needs and the damage he needs as well. And you can tell this smaller map is not working out for them.
Oh, they almost get crowd control on Clyde. All they have to do is land a polymorph on Clyde. It's going to be game over. There's the polymorph. Oh, Imp Dispel. So unfortunate here for XSET. 1 crowd control away from finding victory. Now they're getting intercepted on their push. Waz retreats out of the room, paralyzes Gelu, stalls out the crowd control, and totally shuts down Diabolus on their counter assault. Now pushing forward over on top of Raikou, or on top of Gelu, is Drestigath available, but Chaz is in a polymorph. They're going to get punished on their push. Waz trades Fort Brew to push on in through the pain. They're going to polymorph him. They know they can't kill through the Fort Brew. Try and buy time for Clyde to recover, but that's combustion pop by Raikou, really tearing into Gelu. Double Mortal Coil intercepts, and N'Zoth once again saving Clyde's life here, resetting that sacrifice cooldown for him to trade during that combustion. However, now Touch of Death is coming up for Waz. and Blessing of Protection is still some time away, and there's no Gladiator's Medallion. XSET are still in a commanding position. There's the touch of death. How is Clyde going to respond? He's 3 seconds away from an Avenging Wrath. Clyde activates Temporal Shield. Clyde's in the Dragon's Breath. Temporal's over. Big hit connects onto Gelu. Any crowd control onto Clyde. They just can't find it. There's a Polymorph. Where's the Imp Singe? Do they have a Singe? He's locked down in a full Polymorph. Double stun punish here by Wasp. Fist of Fury flying in game number 2. 1 second away. Not enough damage to take down Gelu. Clyde goes in for a big heal. Stabilizing, but Waz is cleaving down both of them. Clyde needs to reposition away from the fight. If he doesn't get crowd controlled, though, Avenging Wrath should be enough to stabilize his team. Clyde's now pushing in. He's got Hammer of Justice. Chaz line of sights him. Raikou blinks to punish. He gets a Frost Nova cover on the Polymorph. I think the Singe hit the Frost Nova. Beautiful timing here by Raikou. Just a little bit more damage. Chaz moves in for the killing blow. XSET with beautiful execution take game 2.
All right, tied up here in game number 2. This is a best-of-5 series. It is double elimination, but XSET tying it up now here on Black Rook Hold. What was the main factor there behind their victory, Zico?
Well, the map obviously did a lot, but I don't know. I feel like they weren't actually pushing in for crowd control as much. They were just kind of sitting back and doing damage, and then when the target was already low, they try to get like a paralyze, and I don't know. It felt like they had, pressure start to finish. They got that early dressed, forced out the cauterize, and in the next setup, they got the ice block, which unfortunately was overlapped with some of Clyde's cooldowns. And I think a few defensive overlaps from Diabolus and, the map, and also just doing damage and trying to go for CC when you already have damage was big for XSET in this match. And of course, that Sheep Nova combo right there. To give Raikou some protection for that Imp Dispel is what sealed the deal in the end.
Yeah, we saw Gelu's Cauterize proc pretty early in that game. Was there even really a point that they recovered during that game on the side of Diabolus, Sid?
One point I was thinking maybe when the sacrifice reset, but then Touch of Death came off cooldown, and Raikou's crowd control at the end of the game with Frost Nova covering the Polymorph. If he didn't do that, Clyde would have been dispelled out of that Polymorph. Gelu would have probably gone back to full HP, and even Chaz rolled up and tossed in a Rising Sun kick as well to just make sure there was enough damage. It was really all 3 members of XSET guaranteeing victory off of Raikou's nice play.
Okay, well, just as a reminder, last time these two teams played against each other was Diabolus. That was the victor here, but now it kind of looks like maybe XSET has an answer to this team here. What do we expect then Diabolus to respond with? Do we think that they're going to continue playing this same composition, or is there something else they have to switch up?
So in my opinion, Diabolus won't switch ever. They're going to play Mage Lock Paladin the entire series. I think the big thing we're going to see is just different maps. So I think likely Ashmane's Fall or Tolvaron Arena will get locked in next. And the good thing for Diabolus in this matchup and this series is that they actually did win on the ground. So if we do go to a game 5, it will be to their map advantage. So they just need to make sure that they're not fumbling on the big maps. That said, for XSET, if they want to win this series, they need to win on one of these big maps. If they can win here on Tolvaron, that would be great. It's going to be definitely a really difficult thing. Another thing that I noticed about that last game is Raikou actually, he switched his race over to a dwarf. So I think a lot of Diabolus is pressure that comes from when they coordinate their claw. Their Obsidian Claw, that 2-minute trinket, puts out a lot of burst damage. And when you have 3 of those, it does an insane amount of damage. So what ends up happening is if Chaz is playing Relentless, he gets caught in any crowd control. Gelu, Clyde, Mercy, they all just throw their claws, and Raikou can't really do anything about it. As a human, now as a dwarf, he can just use his dwarf racial, the Stone Form, the Dark Iron Dwarf, Fireblood racial, and that just removes all of those. So I think Raikou, really, really intelligent decision by him, because I think for Diabolus, that's a huge part of their win condition. If he can just completely negate that, I think things are going to be looking better and better for XSET.
All right, here about 10 seconds left. XSET choosing their composition, going with that same one from game 1 and 2. Now Diabolus here to choose their comp. What do we want to see in terms of their strategy, their positioning, Zico?
Well, more what we saw on the Nagrand game, where they were kind of just staying back, trying to do counter plays. XSET pushes in. Mercy tries to get some fears, tries to maybe get a big Chaos Bolt on someone, and then as soon as they've stopped the setup, they swap side again and force XSET to run all across the map again to do it again. And that way, they're buying themselves a lot of time for Clyde to get his Ineffable procs, to get his sacrifice back, and to rotate those cooldowns the way they did in game number 1, and potentially they can get a win that way, like late into the game.
Yeah, and the first game went pretty long too, and the game number 2 was only not even 5 minutes long, I think. So do we think that since we're here on a pretty big map, we're going to see more dampening for this game?
Definitely. I feel like Mage Lock holds the record on Tolvaron for the highest dampening scene. I mean, there's a reason they want it, is because they want to go into deep dampening. So I'm wondering what XSET strategy is going to be, because oftentimes when you're facing a Destruction Warlock on a map like this, you just wait at the pillar and then make sure you've got mana and cooldowns deeper into dampening. Maybe do a Warlock push with the Tiger Eye Brew. That's what they tried to do on the Grand. If they were in a more stable position, maybe they could have pulled that off. One thing I'm interested to see is if Gelu knows that XSET want to do that, he could run like a Flame Strike build and kind of just cleave the pillar a bit, and that would punish XSET's opportunities to try and sit back and sort of wait for a moment deeper into dampening. It's so hard to find that window, though, where when you're trying to push through a Paladin's cooldowns, because Ineffable Truth could reset them at almost any moment. So you work through, you get a sacrifice, you're like, okay, sacrifice out of the way. Push in, you get crowd control, okay, we got Blessing and Protection. Then you're like, you're ready to go, you're like, okay, we're gonna win. Oh, sacrifice got reset, we gotta do it again. So on Tolvaron, you've got so much distance to close while that's happening. It makes it very easy for the Mage Lock to just dismantle you. So in my mind, this is going to be the hardest game for XSET in the series.
All right, well, we got game number 3 live on Tolvaron Arena, XSET versus Diabolus, and Gelu's playing Mecha Gnome now, so that's why they lost. He realized that, yep.
He's not.
Actually,
No, he's
no,
not. He's human.
No. He looked like a Mecha Gnome there for a second. It's the backpack. But yeah, so they're going to push in here. And this is kind of a stalemate situation. Like XSET, they don't want to leave the pillar. Abos, they don't really want to push in. But at this point, as the Mage Lock, you're basically forced to push in. So they're going to do that. Let's see what they can get done here. Raikou gets a Polymorph onto Gelu, immediately stopping the Mage Lock setup. And Mercy is looking for some crowd control into Chaz. He gets a Fear. He gets another Fear, but no polish by Gelu just yet. There it is. Full poly secured into a Ring of Frost. It looks like they're going to set up onto Chaz here potentially. Whereas realizing that trying to break up the crowd control allows Chaz to get out of there. And now once again, XSET, they want to play the long game here. They just don't want to take many risks. They want to play the pillar game, go hit whatever is closest to the pillar. And then if nothing is too close, then they're just going to pull back here. But it looks like they actually are going for a setup here. Ooh, Dress comes out. Big damage. Clyde just trinket sacrifices right away here. They don't want to have that disastrous opener with the Cauterize proccing again. So a nice trade there by Clyde, and looks like XSET are going to net themselves a cooldown at least.
Yeah, and we'll just pay attention to Gelu's positioning. The entire game, he should just be running away from Raikou, running away from Chaz, and running them through the gauntlet that is Mercy. Let's see if he does it. Greater Power Blast being channeled out right now. Let's see, and I just think as long as that Drastic Gap trinket isn't up for Waz, Gelu's going to be feeling relatively safe that he's not just going to get absolutely blown out of the water. Chaz moving in to initiate crowd control. Gelu actually getting preemptively bopped. Clyde just throwing out his cooldowns. He realizes he's going to be able to rotate through a lot in the match, and I think if he just trades out the sacrifice, his trinket, a Blessing of Protections kind of preemptively, it's going to allow Gelu to play a little bit more confidently and get more pressure in the match. So that's what we're going to be looking for. Full Polymorph secured now onto Chaz. Waz on the run. Diffuse Magic immediately caught into a Hammer of Justice, but out of line of sight. I think XSET's going to be able to hold on with minimal defensive cooldown usage.
Oh, swap to Chaz. Greater Pyro in the sky, but he's at the pillar. Now a turnaround on the Gelu. Huge hit of damage. That's the Cauterize. That's the block. Man, that's exactly what XSET needed here, because Ineffable Truth not going to reset that 5-minute Cauterize and not going to reset that 4-minute Ice block. And they're still getting the cooldowns from the Paladin, despite being this most difficult map for them. Even Raikou landing in a cheeky counterspell. Not able to capitalize too much to take Gelu down. Big Divine Favor. Gelu goes back to full health. Raikou's trying to control up. Gelu blinks in. They're trying to turn it around onto Waz. He's stuck out in midfield, getting blasted by a Meteor and a Chaos Bolt. 1 second left on the Hammer. Pops out, ports back. Chaz still in a poly, but Waz looks like he's going to recover with some Vivifies. Oh, full fear. Greater Pyro swap over to Chaz. Gelu all over the map right now, trying to go after anybody in line of sight. Chaz dips around the corner. Waz charges back in, gets Conflagrate rooted on his Flying Serpent Kick and feared away. Like that interception from Mercy. I got to say, Mercy plays a solid defense in this matchup. It's very important because as a Destruction Warlock, you've got Dark Soul and Infernals. That's really your only time to be a big threat. If the other team just runs away from them, you get no value. And Mercy is finding really good timings with those cooldowns. He's once again going to need to, but he doesn't have them for 30 more seconds. And I do suppose Clyde's got Divine Shield and Sacrifice, but he may need to trade it right now, and he does immediately on the Combustion, going 1-for-1 on the cooldowns. But now, Touch of Death. This is the same situation we saw in Game 2 that XSET were able to pull off victory. So what needs to happen? Riker needs a Frost Nova Polymorph on Clyde. The Imp needs to singe the Frost Nova and not the Polymorph. Waz needs to connect to Gelu. And if all of these can happen at the same time, I think that XSET could pull off a victory here very soon.
I actually think they could ring the Imp away because it's so far away right now. They might actually be able to just...
there it is.
Oh, they get the Paralyze, but he trinkets, immediately pops the wings. He gets a leg sweep here, and he does get the Vitality Conduit with that trinket. So Clyde, once again, shutting down the attempt. And now you can see Diabolus are just going to try to pull back here. But if they can get some more crowd, if they can stay in on the side of XSET here for just a little bit more, get a new Poly DR and actually go again, I think they can kill Gelu here because they didn't actually commit their damage. And Waz is going to have a leg sweep coming up in about 3 seconds. So he's going to go ahead and use that. And that could be enough to seal the deal here. Let's see what they can get done. Riker's going for the polymorph. There it is. But he gets polyed midway. And there is an Imp as well standing right next to Mercy. So I don't think Riker's going to be able to do what he wants to do in this situation. There it is. Leg sweep, Fist of Fury, Paralyze. He's going to be the crowd control into a sheep potentially. But he gets counterspelled on it. Cloud is going to come out of that and top off Gelu here, no problem. And at this point, if you're an XSET, I don't think you can really do too much here. You have a leg sweep onto Chaz, but you don't really have any real lockdown here for Gelu.
Yeah, Raikou just resetting that combustion as fast as he can is available. So that's when the big damage is going to be available. Waz right now taking a combustion hit from Gelu. It's going to be the Life Cocoon trades out from Chaz to keep him alive and healthy. And now you can tell XSET, they want to continue this pressure onto Gelu. They kind of have him in a check situation. They might be able to just close it out right now. Gelu gets hit by a huge Drestigath, and that's it. XSET is on fire right now, and this is exactly what they needed. They had to win on the swing match. And now, Diabolus, they are in a lot of trouble because these games are looking worse and worse for them. XSET is definitely picking up momentum.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Diabolus right now, losing their own map choice. XSET now up 2-1 in this best-of-5 series here, and let's break down that last game, Zico. What exactly went wrong on the side of Diabolus? Why couldn't they win the game on a large map that favors that composition?
I'm not sure. I don't know if the full haste that Gelu is running is actually the move here. Because I feel like he's taking so much damage. Like these setups, just one paralyze into a leg sweep with a dress. It's not really anything anyone can do about it when you get those setups. But of course, here in the end, it was the same thing again. Raikou with the polymorph, with the Nova covering it there. And they had the Drestigath to back it up. But I feel like if you have a little bit of Versa in those situations, yeah, it's just going to do so much for it if you're playing Conflict and you got some Versa. I think, as big of a fan as I am of the haste build that Gelu's running, I actually think it should be the other way around. I think Riker should be the one running the haste and Gelu should be the one running the Versa.
Yeah, and if you guys want to see what they're running, awc.gcd.tv, or you can click the bottom bar down below this video and see what exactly these guys are running in terms of gear, race, corruption, all that good stuff. What about you, Ben? What would you think? What do you think Gelu should be running, or Raikou even?
I'm not sure. I think Gelu in this position, I mean, they're kind of just getting bullied. I feel like they have no choice but to kind of put on a little bit more versatility. The one thing I was thinking of is Gelu could also play Frost. I feel like Frost in this particular matchup might actually be better than Fire, just because one of the big problems for Gelu is if he goes full versatility, getting off Greater Power Blast is going to be extremely difficult. So actually getting off that significant damage is really, really challenging against what XSET is running. So if he goes Frost, not only is it going to be more difficult for Waz to get on target because he's going to be snared up the whole game, but also we can see Gelu kind of take advantage of a full versatility build, play a really defensive talent so he's not just getting all in and one shot by these Drestigaths. I think it's really, really important. So that is an adaptation I think they could make, but I don't know how confident they are with that particular specialization right now into this matchup, so maybe they won't do it.
Yeah, and you know, as we know, Gelu is certainly more comfortable on that Fire Mage. He's kind of known for the Fire Mage. Do you think that that would be? I mean, like in this type of play, the top 4 when the pressure is like really on for these teams, is making a move like that risky? Like, how do you choose between the comfort pick or something that might be a little bit better for the matchup?
I feel like they've got a lot of practice as Fire and Destro, and they like to play aggressive. I think that's the reason why Raikou is still running full versatility as opposed to running haste in this matchup, because I feel like Diabolus would be a mage lock that would isolate him and burst him down if he started putting on Expedient. So Raikou is just playing safe, more or less, and usually safe is a good answer. Rely on the other team to make mistakes and then capitalize on those and find victory. Usually the aggressor is at a bit of a disadvantage, but Gelu still has the option to drop some. He's actually just turning a 180 and going to a small map, so what are their plans with this on a small map? A monk killing composition? What do they have as a monk killing composition that's running conflict?
Rogue Mage Paladin, maybe? Oh wait, no.
That's the only
Jamie
thing, right?
Rogue?
That's what would have to be Jamie Rogue. That's the only thing that makes sense right now. Nothing else makes sense. It has to be Mage Rogue with Jamie Rogue.
What about
Otherwise,
Fire Ellie?
Yeah.
Fire Ellie and
why
they
this-
kill Chaz?
The conflict.
I'm not sure. I'm
Chaz?
just spitballing here.
If they don't pick Jamie on Rogue with this map pick, I think they're throwing. But also picking Jamie on Rogue, are they ready?
I feel like I would be blown away if we see Jamie coming on Rogue. I think Mage Ellie is a lot more likely in this particular matchup and try to just go after Chaz if he's playing Relentless. I think if that is the case, if Chaz kind of realizes that, he should 100% play Gladiator's Medallion, because it's going to be one thing Diabolus really does well is they exploit the Obsidian Claw trinket. 3 claws is a lot of burst with their composition. I think people don't give it the full respect they need to, and I think that's why Game 1 looks so different than Game 2, Game 3. But they're going to lock in Mage. I can't believe this, honestly.
I can't believe that.
I feel like they're giving up their biggest advantage, which is the big map, but maybe they do want to play more aggressive. I mean, we talked about Diabolus being a really, really aggressive Mage Lock Paladin, and maybe they realize they're playing a little bit too scared in the match, but I'm really not sure. I feel like this is not setting themselves up for success, but we'll see what they have in mind.
Yeah, what do we expect in terms of positioning then here on the side of Diabolus, given that they've locked in Hook Point? Now we're seeing them play Mage Lock. Zika.
Well, we are expecting a swift win for XSET.
Yeah.
Unless they have a big surprise, unless they're changing up their gearing, or I don't know, they're doing something. I mean, obviously anything could be possible here. Maybe they're all going gushing, or they're changing up talents on Clyde to play more aggressive, like maybe they're playing Blinding Light or something. I really don't know what their ideas are here.
You think they're going to spite Chaz?
Maybe they're playing Spite, but I think if they are playing Spite, Waz has Ride the Wind, and both of them could play Tiger's Lust as well. So I don't know. They have ways of dealing with that. So I'm not sure. Obviously, they have something cooking up here. Otherwise, they wouldn't do this. But I can't figure out what it is.
Stumped. You guys are stumped.
We're stunned.
All right. Well, it sounds like Zico thinks XSET's gonna win. Ben, Supatis, do we feel like Diabolus has a chance here? I mean, they've got to have some sort of plan.
Aggression. I mean, that's the only thing, right? Like an aggressive Mage Lock. Normally, that's not where. I mean, Mage Lock is a good comp all around, obviously, but where we see it win is by defense, drag the game into 80% dampening. So picking the strategy to play aggressive with it on a small map doesn't really make sense based on its track record. So, I mean, it could work. I could see it working. I think Spite actually would be maybe their way of finding victory here, and they can take Hook Point away from XSET on a Game 5 with that.
I would love it. Honestly, if they are running Spite, I would love to see Waz. If they run Spite and Waz picks Ride the Wind, I would be really, really impressed with that. Like, that level of prediction coming in from both these teams. So it's going to be interesting. I think there's a little bit of a dynamic there. We'll see what Gelu runs. I think he could actually play a different build too if he wanted to. I don't know, maybe just go more versatility. Don't really focus on the greater power blast, just focus on combustions. That's very untraditional as Mage Lock, but on the smaller map, he might need it. Like, I don't know if he's going to be able to actually get off those greater power blasts, and I think if he tries to just go toe-to-toe with XSET's composition and push in and get crowd control, it's likely he gets punished quite a bit. So we'll see what they come up with. Diabolus definitely in a really difficult spot here, though.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Hook Point is the right choice for Diabolus, or is XSET gonna win this series 3-1?
All right, both teams posting up here. Mercy gets his demonic gateway. Gelu is charging in invisible right now on top of Chaz. How are they going to start out? Are they going to attack Chaz? Polymorph him. Looks like a polymorph. Chaz ports the polymorph. Beautiful placement of that portal by Chaz. He's now behind the fence. Clyde is chasing him down. How's he going to avoid Clyde? He can't. Blinding light. Are they playing Spite? They are.
There it is.
The Spites are coming down. He's feared in it. They need a Hammer of Justice. They polymorph on top of it. Chaz's corruption is beginning to stack. They're actually going after Clyde maybe, trying to punish this, but Chaz is really overloaded right now. He Trinket Life Cocoons immediately during that Spite. And is Ride the Wind down there for Waz? It's hard to see with all the different animations, but I'm trying to double check his talents here as
I
soon as
don't think
updates. I don't think they have Ride the Wind, so an all-in Spite could be a way for Diabolus to steal away Hook Point from XSET, but now they're being punished!
Whoa!
Huge pushback on the Gelu.
Massive damage there onto Gelu. So both teams playing extremely aggressive. Kind of what we predicted here. Mercy summoning the Imp. Gelu still extremely low on HP. Clyde in a triple DR Sheep. Do we have any more CC for him? Gelu trying to stop Waz here from just killing him right away. And he gets recovered there from that situation. But still, those Spites are coming off cooldown. And you can see Mercy. He has a Succubus up right now chasing Chaz. He's trying to seduce Chaz into a Spite. And that is not as fun as it sounds. Let's see if they can get that set up. Right now, they get a sheep onto Gelu. Raikou knows what's about to happen. Mercy, he's pushing in here. Chaz, he knows exactly what they want here. He knows he just got to stay away from anybody who can lock him down. If he gets feared into a sheep, if he gets sheeped into a fear, anything like that could just be the game. And now, once again, Mercy, though, taking a little bit of damage here. Waz as well getting greater pyroed. Raikou just getting controlled up, and now Clyde is pushing in. Do they have the blinding light? He gets Dragon's Breath, but he gets sheep on the Dragon's Breath here.
I don't think they're going to go for it until Obsidian Claw's up. I think just because every man for himself has a 3-minute cooldown, and Chaz is playing Relentless, this is exactly what I was talking about. Gelu, Mercy, and Clyde, they're going to triple Spite and triple Claw, and I think Chaz, there's not going to be too much he can do about it, so unfortunately, I feel like he really made an error here. Going Relentless in this matchup, and I think Diabolus is going to be looking to punish that perfectly. And at some point, they're going to push in very, very soon, and Chaz has about a minute left on his every man for himself, and unless he can make it to that point, I really am afraid for Chaz.
Oh, what? Clyde tried to bait a life cocoon there. He baits the port. Chaz ports on top of Clyde. Clyde, where's the blind? There's the blinding light. Pre-Forper, I don't think Forper is enough. It's going to last way too long.
Crane!
Does it makes you immune to slows. Does it actually immune you to Spite too?
Yep.
Oh, they're so sad. Way of the Crane actually was useful. I feel like I haven't seen Way of the Crane actually be useful in a really long time, but Chaz will survive with that clutch timing.
So they go Way of the Crane instead of Ride the Wind. Why? That is my question, but Chaz is clutch with that Way of the Crane, making the Spite not stack up. And he's going to have every man for himself again for that next scary moment. And now Mercy is the one on the back foot. Nice Vitality Conduit coming out. Raikou's getting a sheep here. Gets stopped on the Re with that Ring of Frost. Gelu now loading up a greater Pyroblast. And I think Gelu actually is running a bunch of Berserk because his greater Pyroblast is... It's not that fast if you compare to the previous games here. So a lot of adaptations here coming out from Diabolus.
Yeah, I think it's smart. I mean, they're just going to be going for consistency in the match. Mana's not looking too bad. Chaz is pre-healing himself quite a bit in the matchup, and every single one of these Spite goes is going to be scary. I mean, just because it hasn't worked out yet doesn't mean it won't eventually work out. All you need is one good attempt, and they've got time with the way this matchup's playing out. Maybe. Dragon's Breath onto Clyde. Clyde still has a lot of cooldowns he can rotate through, and is going to be the Divine Favor with the Sacrifice, with the Avenging Wrath. Mercy goes straight to full health, and Chaz is running once again. And actually, you do get the Way of the Crane with Conflict and Strife. It's the extra honor talent you get. So as long as you're playing that Conflict and Strife, you have that ability. And I didn't even know you could use it to counter Spite. So definitely a really interesting choice.
Oh, they've got Chaz locked down in crowd control. They've isolated Raikou with no ice block, but they're not finding too much damage. they've still got Chaz and a polymorph. Gilly tries to find a greater pyro, gets polymorphed on it. Nice shutdown. Waz tearing into Mercy. Clyde stunned up. Gilly and a poly. 3 versus 1. I don't know if unending resolve will be enough here. Huge pressure out. Clyde has to divine shield on top of the nether ward with a vitality conduit. That's going to be enough. Mercy survives, but unending resolve was the main point of damage done to Diabolus in that assault. Huge push by Waz there. Chaz repositioning far away. Gelu blinks in, gets paralyzed by Chaz, punished on the blink. Nicely done by Chaz. Repositioning, Raikou getting blasted. Greater Pyro is going to finish onto Raikou. Waz feared away. Chaz is ready for it. Clyde's pushing in. Just laying down a judgment. Trying to reset. Wait for his Hammer of Justice. This blinding light, are they going to go after Chaz? It seems like now they've got to reassess how they want to go about this. If Way of the Crane is going to be able to counter, their crowd control needs to be perfect. Chaz dodges Gelu's Blink Dragon's Breath, but gets caught by a Ring of Frost, and they're going to spite on the Ring of Frost. They need perfect crowd control, but they've got the crowd control so far. Clyde gets the Hammer of Justice before the Way of the Crane. How much corruption did they overload him? Chaz life cocoons, ports out of the spite. Looks like he's going to survive. No every man for himself, no Way of the Crane. That's more than a fair trade for Chaz.
I think he actually did use every man for himself.
I think he used it, yeah.
Just done. So he's not going to have that available. And the thing about the Way of the Crane, doesn't it cost like literally 25% of your mana to use? That's why it's a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
It's a bit expensive. Oh, nice preemptive sacrifice there by Clyde onto Mercy there right before he got crowd control. Clyde with these preemptive plays have been an all-star for this roster. And it looks like he's going to have his bubble and his sacrifice that he just used coming back up here in about 18 seconds. So if you are Diabolus, you are definitely happy right now. He's doing a lot of work for you. And right there, the Imp actually dispelled the Sheep instead of the Frost Nova. So XSET losing the 50-50 should give Clyde enough time here to get a big heal here with that Divine Favor onto Mercy. And now they're looking to set up the next Spite. And I'm not sure. Gelu is running full Versa, which we, let's be honest, criticized him for not running. But I don't think he can Dragon's Breath Sheep Chaz here to try to stop the Way of the Crane from being used. And Chaz actually preemptively just used the Way of the Crane right there. So there is a big opening right now for Diabolus. They have about 40 seconds to get on top of Chaz, press Blinding Light, triple spite him, get a Fear, a Sheep, something, and then take him down. Let's see if they can do it or if Mercy is going to fall.
Well, and definitely have to wait and see. Gelu right now caught into a polymorph. Chaz with beautiful positioning in this game, 12% dampening. And as this game goes on, it's going to be more and more difficult for Clyde to actually heal Mercy up. So Chaz, he's just buying as much time as he can. There's quite some time, though, for them to make a play with the Spite, probably another minute and a half or something like that. Clyde still in crowd control. Mercy getting a little bit low, but good peels coming in from Gelu with the polymorphs, slowing down Waz and just slowing down the game as they look to get their one-shot combo off onto Chaz. And that's the thing. What they're trying to do is very predictable. Chaz actually ports away, gets rooted. Can Clyde get there for the Blinding Light? If he can get the blind, it's going to be massive. He gets the Blinding Light. Can they get the Spite? 1 Spite, 2 Spite, 3 Spite. Ring of Frost by Gelu. It gets knocked away, and it gets denied. The Hammer of Justice does land. Gelu going to be ripping out his combustion. More than likely, Chaz, can you hold on? And it looks like he will be able to hold on. The Ring of Peace from Waz, stopping the polymorph. MVP plays, and that is the only reason why Chaz is still alive.
That was the Dark Soul. So there's really no threat for Diabolus. If I'm XSET, I feel like you just start going crazy after Mercy at this point in the game, trying to overwhelm him. Chaz did spend quite a lot of mana, though. That could be a bit of a problem. Gelu channeling out Greater Pyros on Waz. He rolls around the corner, but the Pyro's already in the sky. Clyde in a polymorph. Raikou sets up with the Frost Nova. No Singe magic used or even attempted here. Blessing of Protection activated preemptively, but now it's over. Mercy reconnected by Waz. Chaz rolls up for a leg sweep. Beautiful crowd control chain here. Big Drestigat drop. Mercy barely holding on here on match points. Almost being sent down to the lower bracket, but Vitality Conduit comes in clutch from Clyde and recovers. Diabolus still banking on a dream right now. They're getting in position, looking to spite grenade Chaz in the polymorph. 2 spites down. They need perfect crowd control. Clyde gets intercepted, and he gets denied. Chaz ports away with 1 second before Clyde could connect it. Now Divine Shield's on cooldown. Mercy is in a lot of trouble, and XSET are looking to close out this series.
Wow, that was so nice. Chaz getting the port right there. Clyde even bubbled to secure that Hammer of Justice, and he still didn't get it. Chaz, no every man for himself there, so he could have gone down there very, very easily, but it looks like he's going to hold on long enough to be able to use that. The spites were just committed, so he's going to have all the time in the world, and now Mercy is in a world of trouble here, taking so much damage in that leg sweep. Clyde still has a decent amount of mana, still has his Avenging Wrath active right now that he's healing him up with, but once that Avenging Wrath comes out, I mean, they're going to have to get a trinket sacrifice, but aside from that, it doesn't really look like they have a lot of cooldowns to work with on the side of Diabolus, and they don't really have offensive pressure right now, which is the biggest thing. Gelu, there it is. Sheep coming out. 2 spites. Can we see a third here? Clyde is in crowd control. He's going to deny the 3rd spite. Gelu going for the last sheep here. Clyde needs to get there in time to get the Hammer of Justice, but Raikou is slowing him down beautifully. They finally connected. Does he have a trinket for it? Will he use it? That's the question. There's the Mortal Coil, and there is the life cocoon right there. I'm not sure how. I saw a trinket animation there, but I'm not sure if he trinketed into the Mortal Coil and got the life cocoon between there or what happened. But Chaz hangs on, another attempt.
Oh, Clyde stunned up.
Let's see what they can do. Unfortunately, the Polymorph's diminishing return to Mortal Coil, so not going to get too much value. I don't even think he ended up using it. Mercy getting really, really low. Once again, getting interrupted, and still a minute left on that unending resolve. Clyde, he does have the sacrifice. He does have his trinket. Avenging Wrath, 33% dampening in the game. Mana relatively even. And I don't think Diabolus is completely out of this yet. I mean, XSET, they're looking good. They're looking solid. They've done a great job. Chaz in particular, fantastic job surviving these setups. But Diabolus still has opportunities as this game goes on. Dampening makes the game very unpredictable.
Anyone's match here. Mana is starting to get taxed on both sides, with the pressure and stress is really on Diabolus. They need to win 2 in a row if they want to stay in this upper bracket. If they could best XSET in the first round, that would be excellent for their overall tournament performance. Chaz gets caught in a polymorph. 3 spites are down. They need perfect crowd control. Raikou intercepts with the polymorph. Clyde breaks out for a double blinding light, and Chaz, he's almost going to be completely overwhelmed on corruption. Diabolus could walk away with it. Chaz gets life cocoon activated. They're trying to cut through it in deep dampening. Can they? They break the cocoon, but Chaz gets into the distance. He's going to be fine now. Mercy in a ton of trouble. Clyde stunned up. He can't trade sacrifice for one more moment. Mercy on 30%. Dragonsmith on Clyde, trying to get a little bit more crowd control, but it's not enough. Avenging Wrath is up. Big heals come in from Clyde. He can sacrifice if he needs to on any resolve. That's not enough! And they throw in the final moments. They had sacrifice available. XSET closed it out. Chaz is not going to be caught off guard.
What? Why didn't he use it? He had sacrificed for such a long time. I mean, maybe it just rotated back up so quickly he didn't even realize. He couldn't believe that it was available, but they traded so much. He actually got a beautiful preemptive Vitality Conduit. And out of that, if he had just used the sacrifice, it still would have had unending resolve. I mean, that is super unfortunate. XSET, they will be taking the series 3-1, but Diabolus, they got to be kicking themselves after that one.
Yeah, certainly not the way they wanted that to end. They are going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. XSET will be moving forward here. 3-1 victory for them in the first series of the day. And I don't know, man. It looked like maybe that map choice in the end wasn't the right pick for them, Zico.
No, I mean, it was kind of telegraphed that they wanted to do some really aggressive shenanigans here in this game. But here, I mean, Clyde had... So the reason why he's not sacking is because Raikou is waiting for the DR to refresh onto Clyde. Here, this poly right there, that's what Clyde wanted to sacrifice. He wanted to try to sacrifice and put himself on Sheep DR. And the reason why is because he doesn't have Trinket or Bubble. So that would give him another 20 seconds-ish after, you know, the Sheep breaks to the sack. Where he can just basically free heal and doesn't have to worry about the poly spam. So that's the decision making that was going on in his head, but definitely not accounted for that damage in the end there onto Mercy. And those, I think it was a Lash of the Void that procced for Waz there and slapped Mercy and Diabolus to the lower bracket.
How do we feel about XSET here on this composition? Waz playing on the Windwalker. Do we feel like that's something that we're going to see throughout the rest of today here, Sid?
I mean, it worked. And the Diabolus, that was their answer for the Mage lock. And Diabolus are really the only team with that. I think Windwalker Mage is going to be important, but I'm curious to see if Chaz flexes over to Paladin in future matchups, because the Mistweaver looked good in that one, but they're the only team with Mage lock left in the tournament. So I will imagine Chaz is going to be having to switch healers moving forward. But it's nice to see that they came back with an answer and they were able to best Diabolus, because last time around it was a reverse sweep in favor of Diabolus. So they've definitely improved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, XSET definitely off to a good start. They will be moving forward in the upper bracket. Hopefully Diabolus can, figure something out here for the rest of the tournament if they want to maybe do a little bit better than that first series for them. But well done to XSET. Now we're going to be moving on to our next series. That's Wildcard versus Coffin Dance Wildcard, our second seeded team. And Coffin Dance is just like kind of came out of nowhere for this circuit here. They basically only have one composition, and this team has just been absolutely on fire. Zico, do we feel like this is going to be another sort of close matchup? How do we think this one's going to go?
It's hard to tell with Coffin Dance. These guys, they play a comp that people don't really play, and they play a class that people don't really play, which is Demon Hunter, and well, Shaman as well, if we're gonna take it there. And they somehow make it work. They somehow have these upset after upsets, and at some point it stops being upsets. So Wildcard Gaming, I think, is kind of a titan for them to take down. I don't see them winning that, but I wouldn't say anything is sure with Coffin Dance. Who knows, man? These guys have been playing insane in the round robin, and if we get an opportunity to play the flute, you know, I'm always for that.
Well, we will have to see if
we got it ready.
He's already got it ready to go. We are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see Coffin Dance face off against Wildcard. We'll be right back.
think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are one game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it. Good range. Temporal shield. Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Master's gonna fall. Bomb drop. Candy shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Wildcard Gaming and Art Jordan 2019 BlizzCon champion. Sam sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Blossom Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hey everyone, welcome back. We just saw Wildcard Gaming face off against Diabolus. Now you're going to Coffin Dance versus Wildcard Gaming. We talked about it a little bit before we went to this break. Second series of the day. Wildcard has been absolutely on fire this season, Ven. But like Zico said, you know, they kind of surprise us. Coffin Dance tends to kind of surprise us sometimes. Do you want to make any predictions for this series?
Well, I would say for this particular tournament, seeing like the European finals, I would expect Wildcard Gaming and XSET to be, you know, in that upper finals. I mean, these teams have just been so dominant in Europe for such a long time that would be my prediction. We do see Wildcard Gaming walk away with this one, but Coffin Dance, like Zico said, this is a team that's full of surprises. They've been making kind of an unorthodox composition work. Are we? Okay, we're not. I was gonna say, are we seeing double Wrestle Shaman in this matchup? But no, it is going to be Looney actually on the Mystery Ramon and Ziba on the Elemental Shaman. So a bit of an interesting pick here from Wildcard Gaming. Coffin Dance, let's see if they can, if they're up for the challenge.
Well, Coffin Dance has been running down Holy Paladin Wizard Cleave, so I think Looney is just picking the misfavor because he doesn't want that to be an option. Curious to see if it can keep up with the damage output, though, or even if he can survive if he ends up being the target. He's moving in for crowd control. Triple lockdown by Wildcard Gaming. Beautiful setup here on the trend. Blur might not be enough. He's on 10% in game 1. It gets closed out immediately. Wildcard Gaming take it. I mean, what was that? 30 seconds, man. Coffin Dance were not ready.
That pains me a little bit because we see Coffin Dance. One of the things that's so special about their team is that they have basically perfect defensive cooldown rotation. But Wildcard Gaming, they came in with a plan, and I really think that kind of threw them for a loop. I do not think Coffin Dance was prepared for this composition, and it kind of showed in game number 1 where they fumbled over the defenses. Who's going to trinket? Who's going to use darkness? Like, how afraid are we? They really had no idea, which is one of the first times we've really seen that from them.
Yeah, I mean, we can literally see the entire game here, see exactly what happened. So Maro goes for the sheep, he gets kicked, he gets a no onto Lontar, and then he gets a sheep onto Rezus. Greater Pyroblast gets interrupted here. Tren is going berserk here onto Maro, and there it is. Looney goes in, Incap into Song of GG, Lightning Lasso, Meteor Combust, and big dam coming in here into the Dragon's Breath, I think, onto Tren, if I'm not mistaken here. More Pyros. I think there is the Dragon's Breath, and there it is. Lontar trinkets, and he gets immediately leg swept on his trinket as well. Trinketed a little too late regardless, but even if he did trinket, Looney was just standing on top of him waiting to leg sweep it. So not much Lontar could have done in that situation. I think Tren had to just respect the cooldowns there and trade earlier.
All right, well, Wildcard taking that first game victory here in just about 30 seconds. Super quick game number 1 here. What does Coffin Dance need to do, Super Tees, if they want to avoid that super strong opener on the from Wildcard, if they just want to maybe last longer than 30 seconds?
The major weakness of the Demon Hunter is getting locked down in stuns, and that's exactly what Wildcard Gaming did. They crowd controlled all 3 members. No one could trade cooldown. So if crowd control is landed onto all 3 members at the same time in a matchup like this, somebody has to use Gladiator's Medallion to get out of crowd control. Otherwise, you're accessing your cooldowns to reduce damage far too late. You're just going to die through them. And I mean, Tren did die through them. So at the start of this game, it needed to be Tren's Trinket and Blur immediately on the Lightning Lasso. He tried to intercept with a double stun before the lockdown happened, but a revival from Looney removed both stuns, so maybe he wasn't ready for it 100%. But if your entire team is crowd controlled and it's burst damage like Lightning Lasso and Combustion, you Trinket Blur instantly, or Trinket Link, but usually obviously you'd want to Trinket Link last, so it was just a little bit of a unresponsive start. I think now moving into game 2 that having seen that strategy, they're going to last longer than 30 seconds.
One can only hope. We are going to be going to Dalaran Sewers. That was the map choice of Coffin Dance, as they did lose game number 1. Pretty quick draft process so far. 10 seconds on the board for Wildcard to choose their comp going into game number 2. Given that Coffin Dance likely to play the same composition that we've been seeing, how do we feel like this game is going to be different from game number 1 here, Zico?
Well, I think a big thing for Coffin Dance's comp, I mean, regardless of, we always talk about melee cleave versus wizard cleave and on the small map, and, how it helps the melee cleave actually get in and get out. But I think a very important thing is, specifically when you're playing, the Demon Hunter and the Shaman, is that you're relying a lot on the Demon Hunter to kind of make his way to the Shaman, use that reverse magic, and then quickly make his way back into the fight. And I think that's one thing that they couldn't really do on that previous map, because Lontar was behind the pillar and Tren was kind of stuck in the open. But on this map, if Lontar is behind the pillar, behind the box there, well, Tren is still going to be, in range to just dash over there quickly and get him out of crowd control. So I'm expecting to see a little bit more usage of the reverse magic. And then also Ring of Peace is a bit better on this map as well.
And what do we want to see Wildcard do to adjust to the different positioning here on Dalaran Sewers if they want to sort of hold off that pressure coming from Coffin Dance that Zico just described, Ben?
I mean, for Wildcard Gaming, this matchup is just all about these kind of rinse-repeat setups where they find someone in a Lightning Lasso and kind of a 3 versus 1 where they get cross crowd control on the other 2. I think Wildcard Gaming, as long as they can initiate that on diminishing return, if they're consistently getting those setups off, eventually there will be overlap, and eventually someone from Coffin Dance will go down. So Coffin Dance, they have to be very disruptive. They have to make sure at least one of them is free, or they have to do a really good job rotating through their Gladiator's Medallion. I think that is key, because if Rezus had used his Gladiator's Medallion, or Trent had used his Gladiator's Medallion, it would have been a completely different game. And I think Coffin Dance can bring this game into deep dampening, and that is when their composition is going to start edging out a lead against Looney on that Mistweaver Monk. So we'll see. Wildcard Gaming looking for the setups. Coffin Dance looking to deny, but game number 2, let's see if it lasts a little bit longer than that game number 1.
All right, Looney's moving in across midfield to get on top of Lontar. They need to get ready. Looney gets intercepted by Imprisoned. Lontar moves to midfield, setting up for big burst damage on Maro with that guidance device, but Maro temporal shielded most of that damage, so he's not going to take any pressure as a result, and now they can turn it around. Lontar is in midfield, drops an Earthen Wall Totem, anticipating crowd control. Wildcard Gaming, they're patient. They're just going to wait. They stun up, double stun, paralyze. Beautiful combo by Looney right here to isolate Tren, but it's not enough crowd control, and Tren is just chasing down the target. You can see when a Demon Hunter's not in crowd control, he's at full HP, using Leech Healing and Blur, and very stable. So as long as they're on top of that lockdown with crowd control, they're going to be very durable. Small map means they get onto their target quite easily. Zipa is actually playing Traveling Storm, so he can cast Thunderstorm on a partner. He's knocked Tren and Rezus down, but Demon Hunter's Windwalker's so mobile that knockback not really phasing them too much. They get right back onto Maro.
Yeah, and we're going to see Maro now looking for some crowd control, gets shut down. And once again, just going to be swapping between those Greater Pyroblast and Polymorph spam. He goes for the Blink Sheep right there, doesn't get it in time, and now he finally does. Trend is there though, should be able to reverse that, and he will. And Rezus was the target of choice there, but they didn't actually get any cooldowns there. So right now, Coffin are doing exactly what they want to. They're just shutting down the mage, getting a lot of damage, and there it is. This could be a big push here. Potential for double dress. Maro realizing situation, using that temporal shield, and he should be able to stabilize it once again. And at this point, Zipai is just trying to keep Maro alive, load up big damage with that Stormkeeper, and now they're looking to counter pressure. Luna's pushing in. There it is. Song of GG potentially getting casted out. Rezus taking a huge chunk of damage right now. Karma and the fortifying group being traded out here in that CC chain, and they get a lot of value there. So if they can do that a couple of more times, Rezus definitely could be an exposed target moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no question about it. That's what I'm talking about. Wildcard Gaming, as long as they're getting these consistent setups up, things are looking good. Lone Tar grounds a Greater Power Blast. A full Ring of Frost lands. Now it could be Rezus in trouble, but they're just going for it. Pressure on tomorrow. Rezus actually using his portal, his Transcendence to get away. So he's out of line of sight, but he's by himself and isolated. Needs to be very careful. Lone Tar does reconnect, get some heals off. I think he's actually playing the Concentrated Flame as well. So a little bit of instant healing and instant damage when Lone Tar needs it. It's something he plays quite often. It isn't something normally we do see. I'm going to just double check that he actually is running it. And he actually is running the Crucible of Flame. So having that as instant cast damage as well as instant cast healing is something that has worked out quite well for him on that Restoration Shaman.
Double stun lock, pushing on to Maro. Temporal shield at 50%. Is it going to be enough? Looks like it is. Looney and Maro recovering. Polymorph on Trent. They're going to swap to Lone Tar, and he's back at the pillar. Lightning Lasso on Rezus. Disrupted by Trent. Nice interrupt there. Lone Tar still in crowd control, though. Rezus, he trades Diffuse. He's down at half. Gets knocked off the side. Flying Serpent kicks right back on a target. Zipai goes for a Hex. On diminishing return. Not too much value. Touch of Death is rolling. They're really trying to push and power down Maro with this cooldown. They're not even denting his health bar. Touch of Death explodes, but Looney's in position to recover from it quite easily. Triple Dragon's Breath. No crowd control found off the back of it. Earthen Wall Totem available. Double crowd control initiated by Coffin, pushing for a Cauterize on Maro. Cap Totem out. Nice timing into the Fell Eruption, but not enough damage to take down Maro. Looney going to use Fort Brew to actually buff his Life Cocoon on Maro, valuing the cooldowns on Maro and his mana for later in the match, as Looney expects this to potentially go to dampening. Rolls in for a double Song of GG's, going for it. Lands the double Lightning Lasso on Rezus. Beautiful crowd control by Looney here. Karma trades out. Can they crack the Karma in time? Zipai is in position to do some damage, but doesn't look like they have enough to crack it. Lone Tar comes out of the Hex, tossing out some Riptides, looking to power through. Double stun lock by Coffin Dance. Turn around. Temporal by Maro, timed well. Looks like it's going to trade here. Recovering back to full. His Glider's Medallion traded for the Metamorphosis of Tren. These Ring of Peace try and bounce Maro off the side. Find some pressure. Zipai just loading up with the Stormkeeper. Not denting anybody with it, unfortunately. Maro's still down at half. Drops a Ring of Frost defensively. Blinks in. Maybe trying to get to Polymorph on Lone Tar, but Lone Tar is at the pillar line of sighting. Maro moves very far away from Looney. Looney tries to reposition. Looney's getting on top of Lone Tar. Lone Tar realizes that. Gets on top of his team and drops the Earthen Wall Totem, anticipating the crowd control. But Wildcard Gaming are patient. They're holding on to it, waiting for the perfect moment.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of patience here, but so far, no one really trading out any big cooldowns except for Rezus. Still doesn't have any defensives, except for that Diffuse Magic. So I do think he's going to be able to buy enough time to get that Karma back, and then hopefully that should give him enough time to rotate back on that Fort Brew. And if Rezus can keep rotating through his defensives, he should be in a pretty good spot, as long as he remembers to put his port down as well in a safe location. Now he takes that big Earth Shock, and Looney's pushing in. Song of GG. He gets incapped on it. Looney gonna get the leg sweep and potentially go for it once again, and he lands it. Trend now the target of choice here, but they break out the Stormkeeper, the Lightning Lasso there, sorry, with the interrupt, and they are going to be able to stay alive for now. Now, once again, Maro in trouble, getting stunned up. No Dressing Out being used just yet. Maro just tanking them out here, wearing that full Versa set, just looking for crowd control. And this is a back and forth, you know, Rezus and Trent trying to set up a imprisonment on the healer into a stun on Maro into a double dress kill. And on the side of Wildcard, they're just trying to get that Song of GG again and try to blow somebody up in the Lightning Lasso. So far, both teams playing to their win conditions, and no one really with a massive edge.
No, not really. I mean, the only edge I can see is just mana. Lone Tar way behind on mana at this point of the game, 7% dampening. Let's see if Looney can keep it up. And Coffin Dance just going to continue this pain train on tomorrow in this game, but he's been able to kind of deal with it quite nicely. No Cauterize being forced, no Ice Block. That is going to be the Trinket. Marl using Trinket Temporal Shield, looking to deny this go. There's big damage available by Tren and Rezus, and it looks like more than enough for him to hold on. Ring of Frost being dropped down. Lone Tar throwing in some additional damage with that Crucible of Flame. And actually now Rezus, who could be in a little bit of trouble. The Fortifying Brew comes in. Lone Tar in crowd control, but Looney gets shut down. Nicely done there by Tren, getting the double Chaos Nova and denying Looney that Song of Chi-Ji. And now Rezus is going to get topped off, but he did trade out a lot of his defensive cooldown, so no Fortifying Brew, no Touch of Karma. The Coffin Dance looks to continue this assault on tomorrow.
All right, we'll see if they can stay on target here. Paralyzed on Looney. Good setup so far. Is there a Cap Totem? Doesn't look like it. Maro gets knocked off the side. How's he going to deal with this? Tren trying to get in. Looney repositions. Maro interrupted. That knockback had a lot of value. Looney had the Life Cocoon as a result of that reposition. Rezus still the target. Diffuse Magic available. Looney and a Poly. Reverse is available. Can Tren? Yeah, he gets there just in time. Reverses the Polymorph. Now they're stable to get back onto Maro. Lone Tar needs to be very careful with how he spends his mana. Purge is definitely important, but they really need to pick their moment. They've got Imprison on Looney, Stun on Maro. Temporal Shield active. Are they going to go for the Purges on it? I don't think it's worth it at this point. It's too much mana. Looks like Lone Tar went for it, though. Does manage to remove it. Storm, Earth, and Fire active. Rezus really trying to tear in. Triple crowd control. This is the danger time for Coffin Dance. Who's going to trade? Looks like it's not enough crowd control. Rezus breaks out. Diffuse trades. Now going after Maro. Lone Tar actually still caught in a leg sweep by Looney. Looney's picking up Maro in midfield. Rezus is starting slowly but surely recover. 20% dampening between these teams. Coffin Dance really can't afford to lose on their map picks, as Wildcard Gaming with those Wizard Cleave compositions are going to be so powerful on Toveron and Asha mains. They need to keep it together. So far, they've had solid defense. If they can keep this up, I do see them overwhelming Maro deeper into dampening.
Yeah, and that was a nice Traveling Storms there by Zeepai. He's kind of saving it for the Fist of Fury. Now he gets a Hex into a Lightning Lasso. Rezus interrupting that Lightning Lasso right there. Tren is going to trade the Blur. And now Touch of Death active here onto Maro. Where is the damage Rezus? He's pushing in here. Can he get any crowd control? Preemptive Life Cocoon there from Looney right before he gets imprisoned. And Maro is going to be at full HP from that. That's a very, very nice play there by Looney, but he's still taking a lot of damage here in Maro, and now there's no Life Cocoon. Looney's going to have to expose himself, channeling out a few Soothing Mists, trying to top off his mage, and he's going to be able to do it. And now they're pushing in for crowd control. Combust gets ripped out. Big damage here onto Tren. Tren's going to Trinket, use Darkness right away, and they get a follow-up Sheep here as well onto Lone Tar. Can they force anything else? Double leg sweep coming out. Tren might actually get the Spirit Link Totem here if they have any more crowd control. And there it is. Trinket Spirit Link coming out from Lone Tar. So double Trinket traded here from Coffin Dance, Spirit Link, as well as the Blur and the Darkness. So now there is a wide kill shot here for Wildcard Gaming. They could kill Lone Tar 100-0. They can kill Tren 100-0. They just need to pick their target and execute a clean setup.
Yeah, let's see if they can last that long. Once again, it's a 3 versus 1. Hex on Lone Tar, Polymorph on Rezus, and Tren caught into the Lightning Lasso, but not really going to net too much damage. Wildcard Gaming just doing those consistent setups, but without the burst damage to back it up, they're not going to be able to really push through at this point. But dampening is getting higher, 30% dampening at this point, and like you mentioned, Zico, I mean, Tren, at this point, he doesn't really have too much defense he can work with. I mean, one nice setup, one combustion coming in from Maro, I think it's going to be lights out for Tren. Rez is going to have to be MVP, using his Gladiator's Medallion to break up the crowd control with Paralyze, as well as that Ring of Peace. I think if Rezus can do that, then Coffin Dance can stay in this game. But definitely some tense moments coming up here relatively soon. Going after Maro, Big Fist of Fury. Dragon's Breath shuts that down. Nicely done there by Maro. Paralyzed now into TG. Big setup once again onto Tren, but do they have the damage to back it up? It doesn't look like it. I mean, they get the crowd control, but there's just no damage on Tren. He gets the blur off with the reversed magic, and Coffin Dance holds on.
It was a nice pre-blur. It was the only way that Tren was going to survive that setup. So he anticipated the stun, activated defensive cooldowns prior to it, and negated the amount of damage that would have otherwise been lethal. Solid play in the heads of Wildcard Gaming here. Can Coffin Dance keep it going? Mana looking tight here. Looney's on top of Lone Tar. He's ready. He rolls in. Lone Tar line of sight some. Gets caught in the stun. Triple stun lock once again. No blur available for this one. Polymorph has landed. No reverse. Tren Metamorphosis back over to his healer, but there's nothing to get him out of the Polymorph. He's just taking a beating. He's trying to vengeful retreat and interrupt the chain, but now, oh no, the grapple weapon. He can't leech heal without his weapon equipped. He has to duck behind the corner. Lone Tar's out of crowd control, pulling Tren back into the fight. Very close call there for Trent at 38% dampening. You've been battling it out for this long. You don't want it to be all gone and for nothing. 11 and a half minutes in at this point. Can they keep it going, though? Because we've not seen really any pressure, at least not enough to get a cauterizer and ice block. And Looney's chilling on mana, quite literally at full at this point, 40% dampening. Coffin Dance, they need to clean up their offense.
Yeah, but it's not that easy to take down a full Versa Fire Mage here, especially not one that's backed up by Looney and Zeepai. But here we go, setup coming in from both teams. Who's going to trade first? Lightning Lasso gets paralyzed there by Rezus. Nicely done. Looney's pushing in now for the leg sweep into the Song of GG here. And now Tren, what are you going to do? He gets stunned by the pet of Zeepai. He leaps in for the reverse magic. Doesn't need to use it just yet. He had to trade the Blur there and Lontar's Trinket. Doesn't have his Trinket for that Trinket Spirit Link, but Tren has his Trinket and that Darkness. So on the side of Coffin Dance, they do have some defense. Mana is the big story here for them. Once again, grapple weapon coming out. Nice life cocoon there by Looney. And that life cocoon, even at 44% dampening, is a full-on lay on hands here. And he didn't even need to use the Fort Brew to even enhance it further. So nicely done there by Looney. He's going to have that as well for the next life cocoon if he needs it. He's chasing Lontar. Goes for the Song of GG here. He's going to get it. Trend preemptive Darkness here. Actually, had to use Trinket and Darkness. He gets knocked out of his Darkness by Zeepai, but I don't think he's going to die here. He's ducking away from the Greater Pyroblast, and it looks like Trent is going to survive there. But now, once again, nobody on Coffin Dance had any breakers. No, none of those Gladiators medallions. Next time anybody gets CC'd, it's preemptive cooldown usage or death.
And there is combustion available for Morrow as well, so very tense moment here for Coffin Dance. Let's see if they're going to be able to hold on, if they can push, get some cooldowns, a triple leg sweep into a full polymorph. Uh-oh, big damage, Hex out onto Lontar. Trent, unfortunately, is not going to be able to reverse magic that Hex, but with the line of sight, it looks like he will be able to hold on. I mean, that was such a nice setup there by Wildcard Gaming. The triple leg sweep into a full Hex onto Lontar, but just by Trend getting out of line of sight, Morrow wasn't able to capitalize, and now they're actually reversing the damage, and this is where it becomes really difficult. You can see Looney, he's already traded out his Gladiator's Medallion. He's burning through a lot of that mana he's saved up in this match, and I think as long as Lontar can hold on to a little bit of mana, throw in a little bit of purges, I think Morrow could start being on the back foot in this match.
I mean, it's still looking dicey here. No Gladiator's Medallions for 45 seconds. Karma just had to be traded. Oh, but they got Gladiator's Medallion from Looney. Maybe there's potential. Triple stun. Beautiful by Tren here. But Lontar's in a Hex. Oh, no. Tren's been isolated. He reverses. But what? He just reverses an Ignite. It's a Hex. It's a curse. It can't be reversed. They knock Tren off the side. Tren tries to jump back upstairs. They've got Spirit Link Totem. They've got Trinket. Trinket, where's the Spirit Link? He grounds. He's trying to get in line of sight. He's trying to greed the Spirit Link. Looks like he's going to get away with the greed here. Chain Heal behind the pillar. You can tell that these teams, man, things are starting to fall apart. Huge damage out of nowhere. Zeepai's like, oh yeah, that was gonna happen. I knew that was happening all along. Rezus just gets deleted out of nowhere right after Coffin Dance were looking like they were gonna recover.
Yeah, Rezus just walked into a Greater Pyroblast. There was no stops for Morrow, and it was just Greater Pyroblast, Sky Fury, Earthshock, dead. And I don't think Rezus expected that at all. I mean, the entire game, they're going after Tren barely surviving, backflipping out of line of sight, doing everything he can the entire game for the better part of, 10 minutes, and then Rezus just gets slapped in the face with the Greater Pyroblast Earthshock and dies instantly. So, I mean, that is definitely the scary thing about going up against a Fire Mage Elemental Shaman, is that burst damage potential is extremely high, and now Wildcard Gaming is in a commanding position.
Yeah, and we can see a couple of last seconds of the game here. Lontar trinkets out of that leg sweep, and at this point, Rezus traded out his diffuse magic as well as his karma a little bit earlier, and now he's got his Fort Brew rotating back up, so he thinks he's safe. But Greater Pyroblast, Earthshock, boom, he is gone.
Man.
Yeah.
All right, that's gonna be a victory number 2 here for Wildcard. Anything interesting to note for the match results, Ben?
Nah, I wouldn't say so. I mean, lots of purges coming in from Zeepai, lots of damage coming in from Zeepai. I mean, Zeepai is basically free the entire game, so him getting in a lot of pressure and a lot of disruption and interrupts and stuff is obviously going to be really, really important in this match. Morrow initiated a lot of crowd control. You can see CC inflicted with Dragon's Breath primarily probably in this match. But yeah, Wildcard Gaming, it was just eventually finding that window is almost a 15-minute long game, 57% dampening, and that's a really difficult spot for Wildcard Rezus and Trend to be in, because they actually played really, I think they played relatively well for most of the game. I mean, defensively, it's not easy to live against a team like Wildcard Gaming, but they managed to do it. Just super unfortunate that the setup they lost in, there was no crowd control, and it was just kind of, it was a little bit random, just take advantage of the situation, and that's something Wildcard Gaming does quite nicely.
So you think then, Ven, for game number 3 in the rest of this series, that Coffin Dance could potentially turn it around here?
It's possible. Is it unlikely? Yeah, it's pretty unlikely, but it is possible. I mean, there's been kind of signs of hope. I mean, the thing is, in that game, they didn't get cauterized, they didn't get ice blocked, so they really have to work for that 60+% dampening to push through the healing of the Mistweaver. Yeah, on their best map, they didn't get ice blocked.
Looney was full mana. There's no way.
They were starting. They actually got to the point at 50% dampening. He has to start using a little bit of mana. So once healing is reduced by 50% plus Rising Sun Kick, Mortal Wounds, then he has to start using mana. I was actually looking. I don't even know if Looney. I don't think he was playing Memory of Lucid Dreams either. He was playing Conflict and Strife. So lots of mana regeneration coming in from Looney. Very efficient healing. But it's just kind of the nature of this matchup. We are going to be going to Hook Point, which is kind of expected. I think for Coffin Dance, picking something like Tolvaron or Ashamanes is just completely out of the question. But they're burning through these small maps. And I mean, even if they do win here against Wildcard Gaming, we are going to a large map. And that is when Coffin Dance is going to be truly be tested.
Yeah, we'll have to see here what Coffin Dance has in mind. Wildcard Gaming, a minute left to choose their composition. Hook Point, as you said, Ben, will be the map here. What do we... I mean, it just sounds like, based off what you guys were saying, there wasn't really much that Coffin Dance could have done to prevent that last win there on Dalaran. It was kind of random, as you guys were saying. So then, is there really many things that they could do differently here on this next map, Sid?
I'm wondering if they're going to be more aggressive and actually go after Looney, because I feel like in those Wizard matchups, when Looney was a Paladin, they were attacking him. Windwalker Demon Hunter can definitely go after a Mistweaver. If Maro's running full versatility, his greater powers are really slow, and they've got a Shaman, so they should be able to stop the Mage even without attacking the Mage. So maybe just showing some flexibility in their targeting might be something Coffin Dance can look to adapt to here on Hook Point. It would be a solid map to kill a Mistweaver.
And then on the side of Wildcard Gaming as well, you know, they did pretty well there on Dalaran. Now we're going to Hook Point. How do we feel like positioning for this composition is going to be on this map, Zico?
It's going to be Wildcard Gaming and Looney staying as far back as possible whenever Paralyze is on cooldown. Whenever it's off cooldown, Looney's going to look to push in, get those songs of Chi-Ji, and they're going to look to set up out of that. So for the Wizards, they want to stay away and then just kind of do hit and runs. And for the melee team, they want to survive the hit and runs and then do their own hit and runs. Like, both teams are basically playing a hit and run strategy, but I don't know. Maybe Coffin Dance should just play Spite. Like, I don't know. I think Windwalker has a decent amount of lockdown. They can get a Spite onto maybe Maro. They could actually have enough damage to kill him, because right now Maro is a tank. He is playing maxed out Versa. He's playing Battle Master. He's playing all that good stuff. So I think taking down Maro without a Spite before, I want to say, what did you say, Van? 50% dampening to use mana? I would say 65% dampening before Maro is taking lethal damage where he feels threatened. So I would say maybe a Spite to accelerate things could work on this map, but it's tough for Coffin Dance for sure.
Okay, game starting soon here. 2-0. Coffin Dance needs to win this next game. This is a best of 5. As you guys mentioned, they're burning through their smaller maps here. So even if they do win this one, it's going to be a super difficult turnaround for Coffin Dance. It is Wildcard Gaming versus Coffin Dance, game number 3.
I think the other thing too is Diabolus could play the same comp Wildcard Gaming is playing. So if Coffin Dance lose here and have to face the same matchup again, if anything, Coffin Dance need to learn as much as possible in this matchup, because They could be facing it again in the lower bracket. Gates are going to open. Let's see how they decide to play it out here. Is it going to be aggression? Are they going to try and go after Looney? Is it going to be just a solid defense standard game after the Mage? So far on the Mage, but Looney's moving in. Aggressive right on top of Lontar. Ready to engage in crowd control. Waiting for the perfect moment. Hex being casted off the Dragon's Breath. Triple crowd control, but they're playing Spites. They're trying to go after Lontar in the Spites here. Is he going to get overwhelmed? He's locked down in a Lightning Lasso. Ghost Wolf off to the side. Looks like he's going to be okay. And once again, Coffin Dance targeting Morrow. Temporal Shield down at half. Looney gets wind sheared by Lontar, trying to put him behind. Crucible Flame damage coming out. They got Gladiator's Medallion from Looney as well as Morrow. So there's some promise here for Coffin Dance in Game 3.
Yeah, and that was actually Wildcard running the Spites, so we're going to see if they can potentially set that up a little bit later. Right now, Morrow, though, taking a lot of pressure, but once again, Looney with the pre-life cocoon on the touch of death, and now Rezu's in big trouble. Pre-Fort Brew, though, so he should be completely fine here. He gets the karma off as well because he got that Fort Brew onto that Greater Pyro, and Rezu's, he's been playing great so far, but still he needs to find some kind of pressure here onto Morrow. Morrow's just really not taking any damage, and those Spites are coming off cooldown. You see Morrow's trying to set up a double Ring of Frost here, trying to get a sheep onto Lontar and trying to secure the potential kill here. They could go after Rezus, or they could go after Lontar. They're going to go after Rezus. He just ports out of that Spite right away, and there's one Spite on Lontar and one Spite on Rezus, kind of making an 8 there on the ground. Not sure if that was the move right there, but it looked like some members wanted to go after the healer, some members wanted to go after the Windwalker, and kind of just fumbled on the setup. It happens. Now Looney's in a wind shear. Morrow, for the first time, having to activate his Battle Master Trinket right there. Still taking a lot of damage from those slapper procs by Tran, but it looks like Morrow is going to recover here. And once again, they're going to look to get the next setup. Full Hex secured. Rezus immediately trading that Diffuse Magic.
Yeah, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with Wildcard Gaming running Spite. So far, it hasn't worked out too well for them, but they're going after Rezus. He's got no touch of Karma, no Diffuse Magic. It will be Lontar that keeps him alive, or it's actually Tren who drops the Darkness. So Coffin Dance using their defensive cooldowns, but it seems like Wildcard Gaming is almost distracted by the fact that they're using Spites. And I don't know, the setups just haven't been clean so far at all. And it actually, their first setup cost the Trinket of Morrow and Looney. They tried to get aggressive with their Gladiator's Medallion, and I don't know if that really plays into the strength of their composition against Coffin Dance, but I do appreciate that they're trying to mix it up on the smaller map, going for Song of Chi-Ji onto Lontar. That might work. I mean, if they can get one clean setup, Lontar could be in a lot of trouble right now. Big burst damage, Lightning Lasso out of the leg sweep. Lontar, how is he going to be able to survive? It will be the Astral Shift, but he held onto his Trinket. So, I mean, these setups on Lontar, they're a little bit scary, but so far Lontar hasn't even had to use his Gladiator's Medallion in order to survive them.
Oh, double setup here by Coffin Dance. Morrow, can they get cauterized for the first time here in the series? No, Life Cocoon comes in clutch, stabilizing Morrow here. Rezu's still trying to just power through it. They actually break Life Cocoon. Pretty astounding amount of pressure there. Rezu's relaying his port on the side pillar. Lontar trying to get next to it so that Rezus can port to him. Good reposition here by Coffin Dance. Zeepai's looking for Hex. Lontar line of sights. Rezus has to trade Karma, though, just through the passive pressure of Wildcard Gaming. That's not looking too good. Good crowd control again by Coffin Dance here. They try and turn it around with a double Dragon's Breath, but Morrow's hovering very low on health. Looney recovering, and he's always so efficient, not spending nearly any mana despite Morrow being so low on health here. Rezus now in trouble. Wind Shear can't defuse. 2 more seconds. Lontar in a Hex. 1 more second on match point. Lightning Lasso is ticking. Tren disrupts it with the Fell Eruption. Lontar is still in a Hex, but not enough damage. Rezus holds on.
Coffin Dance are looking like their regular selves right now. They swapped to... The adaptation they made wasn't the Spites. They went full gushing, more or less, and those Lash of the Void procs. And you can tell Morrow's taking a lot more damage when that is in play. Looney getting wind sheared. They might actually get the cauterize here because of that. But no, it looks like Morrow is going to stabilize here. Looney casting out some heals. Now pushing in for crowd control. Gets shut down midway. Lontar, what are you going to do here? Drops the Earthen Wall Totem right before the setup, but he drops it onto the DPS, and now Rezus has to Trinket to drop a Ring of Peace to break up the chain and to paralyze Looney there. So Rezus trinketing to save Lontar's Trinket. I don't know if that's going to work out for him, but that was the trade that they made. Lontar's going to have to Trinket Spirit Link to save Rezus potentially. Morrow now taking fat damage here once again, and honestly, these guys playing the Gushing build with the Lash of the Void. It's I think that's the move, because so far they actually have had pressure, and I think if they just try to play max versa and play a long game, it plays into the favor of Wildcard Gaming. So I like the adaptation here. I like the aggression. Let's see if it works out for Coffin.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, if you're not getting Ice Block at 60% dampening, you're probably not going to get it. Now, Maro taking a big hit of damage once again. Rezus and Tren all over him once again with that gushing really ripping in. And finally, they get the Ice Block just 5 minutes into the game. The small map, the adaptations from Coffin Dance. Now, after going after Zeepai, the pressure is just completely different coming in from Coffin Dance. This is a great adaptation. I think like Wildcard Gaming, they also kind of distracted themselves as well, running this spike trinket. So unfortunately, it hasn't been working out for them so far, but that's not to say that it won't work out. And Lone Star's mana is actually not looking good as well. We've seen Shaman sustain for quite some time. They're actually using the spike trinket defensively now, just throwing it on Maro, trying to slow down Tren and Rezus the best they can, but it seems like Tren and Rezus are able to avoid it, and they can kind of continue this push on Amaro.
No Ice Block for 4 minutes. Cauterize the next major objective here for Coffin Dance. Almost 6 minutes in. Can they get through all that defense with only 10% remaining mana is the question here. Rezus getting zapped up. A Thing from Beyond. He tries to port away from it, but I think it's still going to connect. He actually karmas the Thing from Beyond and tries to redirect that damage to Maro to push for a Cauterize. Very aggressive move by Rezus. Is it going to work out? It's getting very close to working out. Temporal Shield along with Life Cocoon in those final seconds. Now Rezus getting turned around. 1 more second left on that Lightning Lasso. Diffuse Magic. Lone Star still, he Trinket Spirit Links. I didn't feel like that was 100% necessary. It feels like that was more of a panic. They've still got Darkness available for Tren, but Rezus is just dying. He doesn't want to get erased out of nowhere like game number 2, but they're in the position where Lone Star's just out of mana. He can't really heal anymore at 10% dampening. Trying to bomb in some healing waves. He's afraid of maybe getting counterspelled, though, so he's not opening up his school just yet. Tren jumps in with Metamorphosis, really trying to power through here when there's no Life Cocoon. They need to get on target, but their defense is so limited, it's going to be a big risk. They drop a Spite defensively on Maro. Are they going to just go through the Spite and risk the Corruption stacks? It looks like they're trying to edge the Spite and go after Maro here, but they're not finding enough damage. Rezus trinkets out of the lasso, pops Fort Brew, but he's still very low, portaling back to the pillar. But Lone Star got left behind. Lone Star is stunned up very far away from Rezus. Tren and Apolly. And Lone Star's in a full Song of GG. That's probably it. They drop Darkness on 10%. Is there a Ring of Peace to knock Rezus out? They're spiting the Darkness to try and overload Rezus' Corruption. He has to abandon the Darkness, get back to the fence in line of sight of Lone Star. And I think Looney just sat down and drank the full mana just to make sure that his team was absolutely going to be guaranteeing the late game. This is devastating for Coffin Dance.
And then he's like, yep, I've done my part. I've pressed Paralyze. I've pressed Light Cocoon. I've pressed everything I need to do. And now I'm going to drink. And right now, it's looking like Rezus is getting blasted here. He has Touch of Karma. He might need to use it on this Greater Pyro, and he will. Maro now in trouble. Let's see, can he get something on Looney? There's a 25-second window. Looney, no trinket. All they need to worry about is that Cauterize and try to push Maro over the edge. Can they do it? But Looney's been so good with those preemptive Life Cocoons as well. Let's see what they can get done here. And there it is. Wind Shear into a stun onto Looney, into a preemptive Life Cocoon once again. So that setup is going to be botched. Maro now rolling in for the Greater Pyroblast, gets it, and now Ring of Frost being casted out defensively here by Maro, just looking again to set something up here. Rezus has his Diffuse Magic, he's feeling relatively safe, but Song of GG being casted out, Rezus paralyzes it, Looney actually trinkets and gets a double sweep, and that could just be the game here. If Rezus somehow can hold on, he has the Diffuse, he has Fort Brew coming back up, and I can't believe it, but Rezus is going to stay alive, and now Zeepai is the one in trouble here. They have so much damage with those gushings, they just need to hit somebody, and they need to do it fast, because right now, Lone Star is completely tapped.
Yeah, Coffin Dance, their life in the upper bracket is on the line right now. If they lose this, they are going down to the lower bracket. It will be Wildcard Gaming advancing to play against XSET. So Wildcard Gaming, they're looking good. Mana in their favor. Lone Star with no trinket, almost completely out of mana. How is he going to keep his team alive? But they continue to push on tomorrow. Still no Ice Block for another 10 seconds. Can they push through? Can they get the Cauterize? A full stun comes in. Maro immediately trinkets into a re-leg sweep. They have a lot of damage out right now. Maro barely holding on with his Temporal Shield, 26% dampening. Looney burning through that full mana bar really, really quickly in this match, and you can tell just how much more pressure Coffin Dance has, but it is a risky gamble, and now it's going to be Tren on the back foot who gets interrupted. A full stun onto Lone Star, and Tren could easily fall in this situation. He's got Blur up. He uses Reverse Magic as well. Counter pressure, though, onto Maro. Looney's going to have to hold on, but this is such a scary, intense moment in the match.
Spiritling drops for Lontar here. He doesn't have mana. He needs to trade the cooldown just to stabilize and keep Trend on target, but there's no defense for him. The next crowd control is game over for Coffin Dance on match point. Wildcard Gaming looks stable with Life Cocoon. All they need to do is just get on top and put the last nail in the coffin here. They swap over to Zeepai. They're desperate to try and make something happen, mixing up their strategy a bit, but Zeepai's not caught off guard. They charge right back on Tomorrow. This next Lightning Lasso could be lights out for Trend. Zeepai channels out the Stormkeeper. Could be a big hit with the Sky Fury. They need to kill that Sky Fury totem. 2 lightning bolts towards Trend. Trend kills the Sky Fury. Lontar's in a full hex. That's it. Lightning Lasso. Rezus needs to stop it. Rezus instantly stops it with a paralyze. Beautiful save by Rezus. That was easily going to be Trend's life if not for that paralyze. Now Coffin Dance are getting aggressive with that momentum, trying to push for the Cauterize and Ice Block. Looney gets Windshielded. Lontar's getting spicy here, dropping in some Crucible of Flame hits. Imprison over onto Looney. He trinkets. Still no Life Cocoon for 30 seconds. Stunned on his trinket by Trend. Huge swing of momentum for Coffin Dance, seemingly out of nowhere here. They drop Spite defensively on Morrow. Thing from Beyond spawns on Rezus. He's trying to chase down Morrow, but Lontar in a hex. Lightning Lasso. Lontar trinkets. They stop the Lightning Lasso, and I gotta say, Rezus has been shutting Zeepai down on all of these attempts in these final moments. Lontar is so low, though. He's in Ghost Wolf healing up. Trend drops the Darkness. He gets knocked out. He ducks right back into it. Lontar repositions. No mana. Lontar has absolutely no mana. He pops Ascendance and jumps into Ghost Wolf to heal his team. Another defensive Spite down on Morrow with Life Cocoon, but look at the mana of Looney. If Coffin Dance could just hold on a little bit longer, I think they're going to overwhelm Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, the mana is equalizing very, very quickly. The Monk is just burning through it, but Lontar has 0 left in the tank. Looney, where is he? He was trying to sit down for a drink there, but he does get stopped. Zeepai taking massive damage here. Might need to trade something here. I'm not sure if he has anything he can even trade. Looney using his final bit of mana here. They just need uptime onto Zeepai. He is the target for sure here. Morrow's full Versa. Morrow has Ice Block. A nice double stun here by Trend. They're looking to push Zeepai over the Dress Connect, but he gets soaked by the pet of Zeepai, and Zeepai is gonna fall dead right there in game number 3. Coffin Dance puts point on board.
Wow, what an amazing turnaround by Coffin Dance. It really looked like it was going to be a 3-0. Coffin Dance turning it around, though, especially considering where they were in terms of resources for that last couple of minutes. The immense amount of pressure for Wildcard Gaming coming onto Coffin Dance, and they still turned it around, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how Lontar did it. He was for the last, I want to say 4 minutes maybe of this game, but somehow he managed to keep his team in the fight. Just good defensive trading, and I think swapping to a full damage build did a lot for Coffin Dance. And obviously, I mean, the map definitely helps as well, but I think, they played the game on that run just as well, but they just didn't have any damage really to tax Looney's mana and to get any pressure on anybody really. So it's nice adaptations there by Coffin Dance, but is it repeatable? That is the question.
That certainly is the question here. Not a lot of maps left that would be super beneficial on the side of Coffin Dance, but now it's Wildcard's map choice here. They did just lose that game number 3 here. Coffin Dance needs to win this next one if they want to tie it up here. What exactly were they doing? Or what can they do? Let me just, here's the replay. Go ahead.
I mean, I like that they swapped to Zeepai. I feel like they were kind of really just tunneled on the mage in most of these games, and I think hitting other targets was really important. Like, if they were attacking Morrow here, he still has Cauterize, he still has Ice Block, so I definitely think target swapping towards the end of the match was very important for their victory. However, moving into these games now where we know it's going to be Tolvaron, we know it's going to be Asha mains, I don't think Lontar can heal his team with 0 mana if there's no pillars nearby. So this is going to be really hard.
I think.
Go ahead, Ben.
I was gonna say, I think the biggest thing in that matchup for me was Wildcard Gaming made a huge blunder playing Spite. Like, I think it was completely unnecessary. They could have just continued to play the Obsidian Claw. There's a big opportunity cost to giving up that Obsidian Claw. It's not just burst damage. Well, it is for Morrow and Zeepai. It's burst damage. You're desyncing Coffin Dance's cooldowns, and I have a feeling that if they had that trinket, there was many times in the game where they could have just won. But at the same time, Looney, he's giving up mana regeneration. So not using the Obsidian Claw, not only does it do damage, but it also regenerates mana for Looney. So might not have actually been in that situation where he was out of mana at that point of the game, and maybe they could have held on a little bit longer. So I think that was an experiment from Wildcard Gaming, but it was a terrible experiment, and I don't expect them to run that again. just because it just didn't work out at all. And I think they actually would have just straight up won the game if they just played the same build they did in game number 1 and 2.
It seems like it's kind of one of those things when you play Spike Trinket, just completely changes your strategy for the game. And it's, if you're not used to it, like we saw Wildcard, then it's just going to be detrimental to them, as we saw from that last game. Wildcard Gaming locking in Fire Mage LE once again here on Tolvaron. Coffin Dance is going to have what it seems like is a really hard next game here, Zico.
Yeah, this is definitely the cards stacked against you. If you are Coffin Dance, you're gonna have the worst map in the game, and you're gonna play the same matchup that you barely just won on your best map. So they're gonna have their work cut out for them. But I don't know. I still think there's a chance that they can win if they just stay back and they force kind of Wildcard to try to play on top of them. Try to just be a little bit patient in the start. I don't think that they're going to be able to really land kills before we get, into the at least like 25-30% dampening. I think if you just stay back and you just attack whatever's close to the pillar up until that point, maybe you can make a push, an all-in push like late in dampening and try to bank a win on that. I'm not sure. I mean, you can see the win ratio right here. In Wildcard Gaming, they don't really lose on this map, so I don't know.
And if that is what they need to do here, Coffin Dance, Supatees, to get to that late dampening stage, what is something that they want to do to prevent those setups from Wildcard Gaming?
Sit on the pillar and just wait around the pillar probably for as long as you can, and Wildcard Gaming will have to decide whether or not they want to push on that pillar or just see what happens in dampening. But if they try and push out into midfield, it will be really difficult for Rezus and Tren to be able to get out of line of sight. So I wouldn't be surprised, although Tren is just charging in, Rezus is as well towards midfield here. They're going to get aggressive. Zeepai's already looking for a Hex. Lontar doesn't get faked out by it, holding onto that grounding totem. Hex attempt number 2. Lontar still holds onto the grounding totem, being super annoying for Zeepai right now. Imprison on Looney, stun on Morrow. Lontar's aggressive with the Crucible of Flame. Traveling Storms knocks them away from Morrow, but now they reconnect. It did buy time for Temporal Shield, healing Morrow back to full. Wildcard Gaming survived the initial assault. Lontar anticipates a counterattack, drops the Earthen Wall, but look, Morrow just blinks away from that circle, the Earthen Wall's defense, and now Tren has to leave its defense, but Lontar moves out into midfield, gets caught into a paralyze. Song of Chi-Ji potentially, stunned up by the leg sweep. Life Cocoon by Looney here. He wants to get aggressive and find crowd control, so he's going to use a defensive cooldown to get aggressive, and now Rezus is in trouble out in midfield. Trades Karma, Fort Brew. Some very important cooldowns out of the way here for Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, very nice opener here for Wildcard so far. Coffin Dance, if they're going to stay in, it's going to be expensive. Right now, Touch of Death is rolling on tomorrow. Looney might want to trade his Life Cocoon here. He's trying to heal through it. Actually, Looney doesn't even have Life Cocoon. He's just going to have to power through it. Nice, fat Temporal Shield there by Morrow. He's going to keep him nice and healthy. Alongside with those Soothing Mists, he gets knocked out of the Ring of Frost, but Rezus gets caught up in it. He does get out of there. And now Lontar caught up in a full sheep. Double Dragon's Breath. Pets down onto Rezus. Into Lightning Lasso. He trinkets. And Tren gets the reverse magic there onto Lontar. Lontar using Ascendance as well. And now both setups here from Wildcard Gaming has been deadly enough to force big cooldowns. If they can get a third one, could be the Trinket Spirit Link. I'm not sure if there's going to be a fourth one after that. Morrow right now taking a decent amount of damage still. Zeepai's looking for the Hex. Gets it onto Lontar. Rezus now. What are you going to do? Earthen Wall Totem is not going to be enough. He gets Counterspell on the Vivify. Looney's rolling in. Looking for the leg sweep here. He gets the Paralyze. He might get the double leg sweep. And that is going to be good night potentially. No. Trinket, Spirit Link, Darkness. A whole spell book from Coffin Dance has been used. And they still haven't forced a single cooldown. I think if that doesn't tell you to go back to the pillar, I don't know what will.
Oh, well, we'll see. Rezus is at the pillar. Tren is like, you know what? I'm still okay. I've got Blur. I've got Trinket. Backflip.
Nope.
See ya. And he's going to be hiding for a little bit. I think Rezus needs a moment to breathe. Deep breath. Just kind of recover. You know, get the
Probably sounds more like
cool down.
It's always deep breathing right now.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a panic. Morrow looking for actually a Dragon's Breath. Does he find the Polymorph? Unfortunately, not able to find it. Onto Lontar, the correct target, as he will just be moving out of line of sight. And now Morrow's he's pushed in. He's out of position right now, but you don't really want to blame Wildcard Gaming because they are in the situation where they have all their cooldowns, and Coffin Dance has none, so they might be able to just close it out right now. Nice interrupt there by Trend, denying the Lightning Lasso, freeing Rezus, allowing him to get the Fort Brew, the Touch of Karma, now reversing the pressure onto Morrow, who's maybe overstayed his welcome, but doesn't look like it. Morrow's still looking quite healthy, and Wildcard Gaming appears to be in the driver's seat on this map.
Oh, big combustion by Morrow. Rezus almost not activating Diffuse Magic in time, but does manage to. Stunning out Morrow now, trying to push forward. Mana at least full for Lone Tar, unlike the previous matches he was really struggling. But cooldown-wise, no Darkness, no Spirit Link, no Karma, no Diffuse. You're in a full Hex. Rezus is on the run. Lightning Lasso connects. Oh, Rezus' Trinket just up in time. Line of sighting, paralyzing Morrow, healing himself up. Maybe he was taking some deep breaths there because that was very calm, cool, and collected to survive what would have otherwise been his life and an upper bracket opportunity. Lone Tar still in Dragon's Breath, drops to grounding on the follow-up Polymorph. Looney just chilling out in midfield, channeling Soothing Mist, having the time of his life right now, the exact opposite of what's going on in Lone Tar's mind, I can imagine. Greater Pyro channeled out, Trend Rezus duck for cover. Looking to try and drag this fight out, wait for their defensive options to become available, having realized they made a pretty big blunder using Darkness and Spirit Link. If they can manage to hold on for another 50 seconds, they'll get those precious cooldowns back. It's up to Wildcard Gaming if they want to make a push during that 50-second window.
I think, knowing Wildcard Gaming and how they played this match, I think it's safe to bet that they will. But Trend this time around actually stops Looney in his tracks. He gets paralyzed, and Trend just stuns him with that Fell Eruption on the paralyzed, denies the Song of Chi-Chi. And now, once again, Coffin Dance dancing around the pillar here, dancing with Zeepai, and they're going to get some decent pressure here. Boom! Big hit right there coming in, and they are going to get Looney's Trinket with that Dressed Connect, and they are going to immediately run back to the pillar. So nice setup there from Coffin Dance. I mean, still, it's kind of likely that Looney's going to get his Trinket back, but I mean, they could potentially try to set up a kill onto Looney if he pushes in. Let's see. Right now, Tran is in big trouble. Lone Tar's in a sheep. Well, how are they going to respond? Tran, very calm, cool, and collected. Trades out the Blur, trades out the Diffuse Magic, and now he's going to be ready to keep on trucking here. Coffin Dance stays alive.
Yeah. And it looks like Coffin Dance will be able to hold on, and actually finding pressure on the Zeepai. That was really important. They almost just completely blew him out of the water. Rezus pushing forward. Maybe they found their new target. I mean, going after Morrow, it's not working out so well. It's really difficult for a Windwalker Monk to get significant burst on a Fire Mage. He can use Frost Nova to root your image. He can use Dragon's Breath to shut down your Fist of Fury. So at some point in the game, it might be good to switch, but a big setup coming in from Wildcard Gaming. Song of Chi-Chi onto Lone Tar. Trend gets the Darkness, a preemptive Darkness, keeping him alive. Beautiful plays, but it might not even matter. Trend might just fall. It's going to be Lone Tar treading out his Ascendants as well. I actually can't believe they had to use more. That was such a nice play by Trend, but the damage from Wildcard Gaming is quite high.
Yeah, Zeepai every once in a while just gets overloaded and tosses out huge bursts, but a huge counter engagement. It's not enough to get cauterized. 1 second away. Life Cocoon's are they not going to Life Cocoon either? Okay, Life Cocoon. Oh no, Trend stand up. Someone needs to do something. Lone Tar Trinkets out. Trend reverses, but they panic. No, they don't panic. Trend holds on to his Layer's Medallion, overlaps the Blur. They need to get back to the pillar. Just line of sight. I think doing those one taps actually on Zeepai and dampening is a way for them to find victory. And now Wildcard Gaming are stuck out in midfield. Like, all right, you're at the pillar. If we push on you, we're going to take a lot of damage. How do we want to navigate this situation? Morrow takes to the right, Zeepai on the left, pincering in Coffin Dance. They go after Zeepai. Looney's in a good position, though, to heal him quite easily from midfield. Not going to find any momentum with that. They swap back to Morrow. Triple Dragon's Breath, triple leg sweep. Big swap, maybe? Hex, follow up, but oh, Trinket stunned by Tren. Saves the day during that crowd control. Morrow gets blasted by Rezus. Looney gets interrupted. Tren jumps in. Temporal Shield activates. They go after Rezus. There's no Gliders Medallions, though, for Lone Tar, Rezus, or Tren, so they can't escape crowd control. Looney has leg sweep, so if they stack up on the pillar, it could be a triple stun, and Tren could easily disappear from the upper bracket if this happens. Looney's in prison, though. They're trying to push Morrow down. Do they have enough damage to do so here? Dragon's Breath deflects some damage. Not enough. Looney's rolling in. He's on top of Lone Tar. Where's the stun lock onto Tren? They need crowd control on Rezus. Polymorph on Rezus, but they break up the chain, and they can't combo it together in time. Nice disruption by Coffin Dance, but they need to keep doing it. Still 40 seconds away from those medallions, and they could just get taken down from Zeepai's pressure around the corner as well. They're leaving Zeepai open right now. Morrow's taking a hit. Looney uses Life Cocoon. Looney still chasing down Lone Tar, getting ready. Leg sweep onto Lone Tar. Trend pre-metamorphosis, but doesn't hit the stun. Lightning Lasso, fully channeled. Big Earthshock connect afterwards. Is there a second one? Trend ducks recover with Lone Tar. Playing on a razor's edge right now. Trying desperately to take a reverse swing here against Wildcard Gaming.
Beautiful reverse magic there once again by Tren on about 10% HP there, kind of preventing certain death. And Looney trinketing here to try to save Maro. He gets imprisoned DR, and they're going to force out Maro's trinket, Looney's trinket, and the ice block in one push. Lontar now in a hex. They're trying to reverse the pressure back onto Tren. Maro exits the ice block. Double Dragon's Breath coming out, and now swap by Zeepai onto Lontar. Can they force something? Doesn't look like it. Maro wasn't able to connect any real damage there. Double leg sweep now. Maro in massive trouble. Can he get a hex out of this onto Looney or something to get a kick? If they have any more crowd control, they could easily just take Maro down here, maybe at least proc the cauterize. Doesn't look like it. Looney is going to be free healing right now. He has Life Cocoon coming up in about 10 seconds, so full hex secured onto Lontar. Preemptive Earthen Wall Totem though. Big Earthshock cracking Trend to about half HP. He leaps out, interrupts Maro to break the CC chain. He's going to have reverse magic as well available. He has Blur coming up in 20 seconds. All of those Gladiators medallions are up. And Looney, look at him. He is getting sip after sip on that T. But Maro, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Gets the Life Cocoon, trades for the Touch of Death, but it still hasn't ticked yet. Maro could actually still be in a lot of trouble. Nice wind shear there by Lontar. He's going to thank a sheep as a result of it. Imprisonment coming out. Nice reverse magic. They couldn't get the capstone though onto Looney, and now they're looking to push Maro over the edge, but Looney, no longer in crowd control, should be fine to stabilize in that situation. He gets wind sheared, Maro gets kicked, still in a little bit of trouble, but I don't think they have enough damp here to push Maro over Looney's healing, even with those gushing, but still a lot of pressure so far coming out of Coffin Dance, and they have every defensive cooldown. They're looking like they're in the driver's seat right now as we see another leg sweep here coming out onto Maro. A lot of damage coming out.
Ooh, Tren once again activating the darkness and the blur, so trading out a lot of defensive cooldowns, but it's going to be Maro once again on the back foot. Nice wind shear there by Lontar. Looney falls a little bit behind, but now has caught up. Maro's going to be full health as Rezus and Tren look to continue the push. Rezus, he's got Diffuse Magic, Fortifying Brew, basically everything he needs to continue this charge, as well as the Earthen Wall Totem. So Coffin Dance right now, they are on fire. They're dancing towards Maro all game, looking to take him down, and still no ice block for another 2 minutes. 33% dampening, and things are not looking bad, but at any moment, Wildcard Gaming, they have the burst damage potential to completely turn this game around. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it, or if Coffin Dance can continue this assault.
Lontar is out in the midfield right now with his team, just getting ready to have to trade a Trinket Spirit Link maybe. He wants to be in range. Maro is stunned up, Looney is stunned up, but Life Cocoon activates. Trend still in trouble, very low on health. He activates Blur, but Lontar needs to cast heals. He's got to deal with interrupts. This could be very stressful for Lontar to recover. Looney's Life Cocoon getting a lot of value. Triple stun! Nice punish by Looney. Song of Chi-Ji being channeled. Spirit Link has to be dropped. Oh no, everything is falling apart right here. If they don't kill Maro, they literally just have to push through right now and kill Maro. Otherwise, it's over. It might just be over right now. Full Hex onto Lontar. Lightning Lasso onto Tren. Big hit, no blur. Hex 1 second left. Lontar's finally out of crowd control, but there's no cooldowns, there's no darkness, there's no link. They got Earthen Wall coming up in one, but a double Ring of Frost, double reverse by Tren. Metamorphosis, Tren's going for it. Even though his team basically is working with nothing, they're going for it. Cauterize just about to get triggered. Imprison window trigger, that has to be a Cauterize. There's no way Maro's going to hold on to it. They get the Cauterize, they're pushing for the kill. There's nothing standing, Tren's going for it. Even though they've blown through everything, they're going for it on 10%. Looney gets interrupted by Tren. Tren jumps in, but he gets intercepted by Lightning Lasso. 1%! He gets intercepted on 1%! Is he actually going to die? He trades Blur on 1%, and Trent just can't believe he's still alive at this point, I think, trying to get back on target. Both teams managed to survive that.
What an incredible turn of events right there. The counter setup. The only reason why Maro's still alive, Zeepai taking control there with the Hex and the Lightning Lasso. And that is going to be it. Nice double Ring of Frost into the Lasso. And that is going to be it. I mean, Coffin Dance, they were about as close as you can get. Multiple sub 10% there on Zeepai, on Maro as well here at the end. They played a great game, but ultimately it is Wildcard Gaming taking the series 3-1.
Wow. Well done by Coffin Dance, though. I mean, that looked so close. They almost turned it around, but yeah, that's going to be 3-1. Wildcard, well done by them. Sorry, Ben, I think I cut you off.
No, it's all good. I was going to say, I mean, Wildcard Gaming, phenomenal performance by them, but I have to give a big shout out to Tren. Tren made some absolutely wild plays the last minute and a half. If you want to see how to play a Demon Hunter well, definitely go back, rewind, and watch it again, because he was dashing through Morrow at the last 99% of a Greater Power Blast cast. He was backflipping to get the double to take down Morrow. It was him that ultimately fell, and I feel like the big moment for Coffin Dance was when they completely freaked out and all three of them used their Gladiator's Medallion on the leg sweep. That was the oopsie moment in the match for them, but Tren definitely playing like a hero. Lone Tar Rezus as well. That was a great series, super fun to watch, but it will be Wildcard Gaming advancing to play against XSET, and now we are going to be seeing this team Coffin Dance go down and play against Diabolus for basically their tournament lives.
Yeah, and you were kind of mentioning it earlier, Supatees. This, Diabolus has a potential to play the same comp that we just saw Wildcard play, and you kind of said that their main goal here with this series, Supatees, should be Coffin Dance to sort of learn from this composition, see if they are able to counter Diabolus in this upcoming matchup for Coffin Dance. Do we feel like they've done that?
I think so. At least they looked way more comfortable. I mean, that was their worst map, and they were as close as you could get. And I feel like Wildcard Gaming are probably more practiced on this, especially with a Mistweaver. Diabolus could still just play Magelock Paladin, though. I see that just being a safe pick no matter what. But I'm sure that they were watching that and thinking hey, maybe Mage Alley Mistweaver would be a good pick, maybe on the smaller maps rather than the Paladin Magelock. So I'm curious to see if they take anything from Wildcard Gaming or if they still stick to their original game plan, which is kind of Mercy on the Warlock and Gelu on the Fire Mage.
Is it time for the stickers? First prediction on the matchup?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I got them right here. You want to make one?
I don't think we're going to see Mage Lock, actually. Who did Coffin Dance farm? Was it ABC, I think they farmed this Mage Lock? I don't know. They farmed some people playing Mage Lock. They have a good strategy against it. They know what to do against it. I think it would be a mistake to lock it in. So I'm going to say we are going to see the debut of Jamie. We're going to see... We might see the same... Yeah, we might see the same comp.
Ben,
I think we're going to see Mistweaver, Alley, Mage.
Mistweaver. Okay. I'm writing it down.
Or H-Pal Melee. H-Pal Mage, actually.
Okay.
I think we see the Magelock Paladin. That's my guess coming from Diabolus and Coffin Dance. Going to be running their bread and butter, the Windwalker, Demon Hunter, Restoration Shaman would be my guess.
All right, Sid.
I'm stealing Ven's homework.
It's a safe pick for sure.
Probably. Okay, well, hopefully Coffin Dance is able to pull off this second series here for them of the day. It's going to be Diabolus versus Coffin Dance. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we will see those two teams go head-to-head.
Chaz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney. Then Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's going to fall. Battlemaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blinzo. Massive damage and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadow Stone, the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now on the third series of the day. If you're just tuning in, we just saw Wildcard Gaming face off against Coffin. Wildcard did win that series 3-1. Now we're in the lower bracket, and that's going to be, you're stepping on my keyboard, stop. That's going to be Coffin versus Diabolus here. This is lower bracket, so loser of this series is eliminated from the tournament. But before we get into talking about that series, we do have a question that came from Twitter, and that question was using the hashtag AskAWC, and that question is, do you find yourselves more excited when you see an underdog comp? I'll start with Zico.
If they know how to play it, then yes. if I get excited if it's an underdog comp and I write it off as like, okay, I don't think this comp is gonna work, especially not in this matchup, but then it does. So like Coffin Dance versus Mage Lock. On paper, I'd be like, nah, they're not gonna win that. But then I've seen them win that, and I was like, okay, that's kind of exciting.
All right, Healing Stat, welcome to the desk, by the way. What do you think?
Thank you very much. I think, Coffin Dance is the prime example here, right? Because like they come in with this comp that no one else is really playing. They've had adversary that they've had to overcome in the cups and the circuit, and now they're here in the finals putting on a show. Game 1 wasn't very exciting. They just got flattened. But the games after that were absolutely brilliant. So I think it's always fun. You know, you got your Mage Lock, you got your Rogue Mages. When you get to see something of a slightly different flavor. Especially when it's people like Tren and Rizu's playing their main classes. I think it's super exciting.
Okay, Super Tees?
I think I find myself cheering for the underdogs too. It kind of depends on, I think it depends on the meta, because I feel like when we had jungle metas, I was cheering for jungles a lot. Like I was a Flappers fanboy for a long time when it was a jungle meta. So it kind of depends on the meta. Not a super big fan of dampening. So whenever it's like the dampening meta, I'm probably cheering for the underdogs more often than not. So here, for example, I'm probably a little bit more lenient on the side of Coffin Dance, depending on what we see come out from Diabolus, because they don't necessarily have to play, well, they kind of have to play Wizard Cleave. They've got Jamie Elemental, Mercy Duster, Gelu Fire Mage. I don't really think there's anything other than dampening, although they're a team that likes to play aggressive too, which is a bit refreshing to see some different strategies with the same composition.
All right, good answers, and thank you to the viewers for submitting your questions. You can follow us on WoW Esports on Twitter and use that hashtag AskAWC if you want to submit more questions for us to answer here on the broadcast. We're on our third series of the day. Let's take a look at the bracket so far, the games we've seen played out. Healing Stat, I'm going to ask you, how do we feel about the games that have been played so far today?
Well, I mean, XSET vs Diabolus, I was really looking forward to that series because, of course, Diabolus won in the circuit, and it looked good for them in the first game, right? Like, they won that one, but then XSET, you always get this feeling that they're going to come out on top in the big events, and they were, in the end, dominant, right? 3-1 victory, very solid for them. No Mechanomes to be seen, no kind of debates. They were the better team on that one. And then Wildcard vs Coffin Dance, also, you know, that series really should have gone to game 5. I think that was stolen away from us a little bit. That final game where Mario got the cauterize, and then they got the kick on Looney and all these things, and they're so close. I mean, if you're not a Coffin Dance fan by now, I don't know what you're doing, because these guys are so exciting to watch. And we're going to have to see them coming up next. So, I mean, I don't know. I think Diabolus, again, they have to be the favorites for me. They've just been, I think, the more kind of resounding compositions that they bring to the table. But Coffin Dance, you can never count these guys out. Especially, you can't count out their Dress to Guts.
No, absolutely not. There were several moments in that last series that I feel like potentially they could have turned it around, and now this is going to be the second series of the day for them. This will be elimination for either of these teams. Pressure really on for these guys, and Coffin Dance, we've said it before, this team never fails to surprise us here. Stat, sounds like you think Diabolus is the favor. Zico Supatis, what do you feel like it's going to take for either of these teams to pull off a victory?
I think, you go ahead, Sid.
I just feel like it's meta-wise, I would think that Diabolus are more favored here. Fire Ellie, Fire Destro. They can play Frost Destro too if they really need to. They have Clyde on Paladin and Mistweaver. It just seems like they came prepared in terms of the meta, whereas Coffin Dance are going against the curve to try and find their victory. So again, it's the underdog matchup here. Literally the question we got asked is so kind of underdog versus mainstream here, hipster versus the mainstream. And I think betting against a really well-practiced mainstream is pretty tough, but they're actually playing Ellie Destro, which is a combination I was not expecting.
So does nobody win?
Nobody wins.
I had 2 out of 3 right. I'm just
no
saying.
stickers will be handed
That's 5
out
out of
today.
6
No
right.
Nobody wins.
Nobody wins. All right, game number 1 in this lower bracket series is Diabolus versus Coffin Dance.
I mean, this is looking explosive so far for Coffin Dance. Mercy just hovering on 10% HP. Clyde gets wind shared. Vitality Conduit drops double Mortal Coil to try and stabilize here. Clyde's got Avenging Wrath. Is Coffin Dance going to retreat during the Avenging Wrath? And Spite actually played here by Diabolus, and they're using it defensively too. So stealing that defensive Spite strategy, protecting the Warlock. Is it going to be enough here? Touch of Death about to go off. Not finding enough damage though. Rezus ducking around the corner here for a moment. Lontar pulls in. That Crucible of Flame really good at healing as well, in case Lontar isn't able to deal with the interrupts. Mercy, Demonic Gateway out into midfield while Lontar's feared, so Tren and Rezu's not going to chase. Play back the pillar, hold out, wait for Lontar to get out of crowd control as things even out.
Yeah, and we're going to see now Trent pushing forward, looking for some damage here. Let's see what they can set up. But Lontar gets clipped by the rep here from Clyde, and now Clyde gets reversed on that Repentance. Jamie going out with the Lightning Lasso onto Trent. Mercy's looking for some fears. He gets one onto Lontar. Where is the damage? Shadow Fury coming out, and things from beyond are spawning here. Trent's going to use that cloak to remove that thing from beyond, and Rezus is going to duck behind the pillar here. And it looks like the Diabolus, they picked a pretty decent matchup so far. Very durable players on their roster here. Now another push onto Mercy. James playing those Traveling Storms similarly to Zipai, using that onto Mercy to knock people back. And once again, Mercy in a defensive spot, just looking to survive here. And I'm not sure what Diablo's game plan is though. I see, okay, this is how you're going to survive, but how are you going to kill somebody? Let's see. Oh, they're okay. So they want to go for hexes onto Lontar, but here Rezus did stop it, and Lontar is actually faked out on his shear, so he does get fully hexed out. And now they're going to go after Tran. He did pre-blur though, so I don't think he's going to be taking too much damage. And I don't know. I'm not sure what the win condition is on the side of Diabolus. I think just crowd control Lontar for a really long time, but I think it's hard to do against Coffin Dance.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one. They've definitely set themselves up with a tanky composition, which I think is the main thing here. They've got a comp that, you know, isn't going to be so susceptible to the Drestagath trinkets. They got a lot of armor on that Warlock, a lot of armor on that Shaman compared to the Mage. Mercy's taking a fair bit of damage right now, but Clyde with the Avenging Wrath should be able to stabilize him. It's really going to come down to the crowd control. If they can get the Hexes, the Repentance, you can see that they've set up their characters in a way that they will have long crowd control chains on Lontar. But I agree with you, Zuko. I think killing with the Elemental and the Warlock is a lot harder than if you kind of throw the Fire Mage with the Combustion and the Devastation into that mix. So Diabolus, they've got a tanky composition, but in Deep Dampening, is it going to be enough? That's the real question.
Well, you also lose out on the double D curse. Jamie's going to be sitting hexes if Lontar can find these. Defensive Spite against on Mercy. Are they just going to keep pushing through? Clyde actually trinkets out of the crowd control. Lontar's in position for a wind shear. Nice interrupt. They're trying to take out Mercy here, dropping addressed. Vitality Conduit activates though, and fortunately for the Paladin class, if you're interrupted on Holy, you can still access that Vitality Conduit, but Mercy still didn't feel comfortable. He used the Unending Resolve. likely respecting the Drestigath attempt. Another defensive gladiator spite, that purple circle. Mercy wants to stay in that, and Tren and Rezus don't, so Mercy's playing around the circle. He's avoiding Rezus quite easily with it. It's an interesting tactic. It's really one that we've only started to see utilized in this finale moment of the entire year, but is it actually going to work? I feel like it's likely not to. Diabolus are falling apart defensively. This could be a divine shield for Clyde. Paralyzed, no capacitator totem. Lontar's moving forward, trying to knock it Hex, but doesn't have anything to stop it. Full Hex Lightning Lasso, nice punish by Jamie. Seduce onto Tren off to the side, fear for follow-up. Is it going to be a bop on the Karma? No bop on the Karma just yet. Lontar still in crowd control. Rezus retreats. Looks like he's recovering. They swap over to Tren, but Tren's in Metamorphosis. He heals a lot with that leech healing. He's full HP. Totally fine. Coffin Dance make it through that crowd control really excellently. Defensive spite again onto Mercy, but he gets knocked away from it. Vitality Conduit preemptive by Clyde onto Mercy before they imprison. Big Divine Favor. Mercy's back to full health. Nice reactions by Clyde here so far. Mana, though, not looking amazing on that Holy Paladin, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah, and we're going to see a big push here. Stun onto Clyde, stun onto Mercy. Mercy is going to trinket out of that one. Get paralyzed here. Rezus still looking for some damage with that Touch of Death here, and he's going to get coiled right now. Touch of Death's going to be up in a few more seconds. Could make a big push with it. Clyde has no more trinket, but I don't know if they have any crowd control. Rezus needs to be extremely careful. Activates the diffuse magic. He really wants to go for that Touch of Death play here before they get the trinket. Lontar in a Hammer of Justice. Jamie potentially setting up for a Hex here. Doesn't have it just yet. Tren is there backing up Lontar with the reverse magic. I would have liked to see a Hex there instead of the Repentance. Mercy taking so much damage. Clyde trades out the sacrifice with his trinket right there, keeping Mercy in the fight here, but still very nice pressure so far from Coffin Dance.
Yeah, we were talking about crowd control. Tren actually let that Repentance go through so that he could reverse it and force the trinket sack on Clyde. So really, really high IQ plays coming in from Tren. Easily, I think the reaction would have been to just deny the crowd control, but instead using his opponent's strength to his advantage. And now they've forced out yet another crucial cooldown. Mercy is the person that they're trying to kill in this matchup. And so far, honestly, it's looking pretty good for them. Clyde on the Holy Paladin. Typically, you'd see him at full mana at this point in the game, but he's already starting to dwindle just a little bit. And that's obviously a bad sign for him as the dampening does start to stack up now. 6% healing reduction as the game's going to really start picking up in pace between these two teams.
War Stomp Repentance by Clyde there. Jamie and Clyde are both playing Tauren. They get some extra crit healing and crit damage and access to that War Stomp, so it's a bit interesting. Mercy's in trouble though. Double interrupt engaged here by Coffin. It's triple War Stomp by Jamie to try and stabilize while his teammates were locked down. Really trying to utilize that Tauren racial. Blessing of Protection active. They purge it off immediately. They've killed off Mercy's Succubus. He's got no extra crowd control. Goes for a double Shadow Fury. He's still trying to resurrect the Succubus. Demonic Gateway, but it's a Demon Hunter and a Windwalker. They're right back on target. Big Drestigath. Huge Crucible of Flame. Jamie bombing in healing surges. The only reason Mercy is alive right now is Jamie. Those healing surges were clutch. Will it still even be enough? On any resolve wasn't enough to res the Succubus. Mercy still doesn't have a demon. Clyde is burning through cooldown so rapidly. As soon as that Avenging Wrath falls off, I don't think Mercy's going to be able to stay alive. He bombs in one big Divine Favor, but now Jamie was rotted down amidst all of that chaos. Clyde's Avenging Wrath still active. The only reason he's even able to heal, but now he's stunned up with no trinket. That could be it. Lava Bursts are flying in from Lontar. Sacrifice comes up, but Jamie is just dying. What is Jamie even dying to? Clyde's dying to redirected sack damage. The pressure from Coffin Dance is immense.
I can't believe Clyde had a sack into a sack, because that is the only reason why they are still alive right now here in game number one. But the push is not over. Reverse magic on the Hammer of Justice. Big damage coming out here with the Touch of Death of Rezus. Big chunk of damage. Mercy, I don't think you're going to have another sacrifice right there. He is going to get flopped by Coffin Dance.
All right, game number one victory for Coffin Dance, Adrian.
Who is this team? Where did they come from? Where were they last game? I mean, that Warlock should not be dying that early in the game. They are absolutely brutalizing Mercy the entire time, putting me into the grave. I just can't believe it. I really can't believe how much pressure they had in that game. That was beautiful. Such well played.
Did it look kind of one-sided on the side of Coffin Dance?
Yeah, it definitely kind of one-sided. I mean, look right now on your screen.
Did we
see
expect
Lontar.
that? Jeez.
I kind of, yeah.
Go ahead,
Don't look in a Warlock into Coffin Dance, because this is what happens when they face Mage Lock as well. They just delete Warlocks. I mean, if you look at Coffin's defensive cooldowns, like Lontar had Trinket, Spirit Link, pretty much the whole game. Didn't really have to use too much, like aside from like Ascendance, rotating Resus defensive. So I think Coffins were never really in a situation where, okay, they don't have anything, next setup, somebody's going down. They were never really in that situation. And I feel like they had multiple situations actually where somebody was going down on the opposite team.
And was it on the side of Diabolus? Was it the comp, or what exactly was the downfall there, Supertees?
Coffin downfall or Diabolus' downfall? I mean, it's just Paladin Warlock seems like it's pretty tough. So I actually think maybe Clyde even switching and they just copy Wildcard Gaming might be their best option. Magelock could work on the biggest maps, but on the smaller maps, I don't think it's going to work for them into Coffin Dance. Coffin Dance are looking ready to just fight against the meta, fight against the mainstream, and kind of take it to the competition here. And if they manage to pull it together and play this strongly into the rest of the tournament, if they were to win this series, then I think they still remain a pretty big threat for the remaining teams as well. So Coffin Dance has been like a reignition of their engines. They were starting off a little bit slow, puttering, kind of making some mistakes, but now in this lower bracket, they're ready to go.
I mean, do we feel like if they can pull off a win here for this series that we could potentially see these guys, in the grand finals, healing stat?
I mean, it's very possible. I do think that the two top teams that we got, the top dogs in Europe, XSET and Wildcard Gaming, are going to be everyone's going to say they're the favorites in Europe, right? But Coffin Dance, they've been at Wildcard. They were so close against Wildcard Gaming. Like 3-1 did not do that series justice. The last games were all ultra close, and then you've got like a sea of Mistweavers and Holy Paladins kind of dominating in a lot of these tournaments. But then you've got some of these players like Lontar, I think he's El Toro on live, the bull coming in on this restoration charm and not caring about what's going on in the meta. He's just destroying these teams, and it's great to see. That's why I'm such a big fan of them. And Diabolus, they've certainly got their work cut out in this series.
Yeah, and it sounds like last time these teams played against each other, Coffin Dance won 3-0, so maybe Diabolus here is going to struggle a little bit more than what we expected them to. We're going to be going to Ashermane's Fall, Coffin Dance locking in that same composition, not much of a surprise there. Diabolus here, that is the big question. What are they planning, Zico?
Ellie, Mage, Holy Paladin, which is what they should have picked, because then I would have had a sticker. Now they had to find that out the hard way, and I lost my sticker. So, I mean, whatever. Do you, Diablos? But Ashermane's... Sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No.
The sticker's a big deal to me,
Wait, were you trying to say Ashermane's is the map for a sticker?
What? No, not at all.
Okay.
No, I was just saying Ashermane's is a good map for them to set up for some wizard comps. So I think that's what we're likely to see. I think, for me, the biggest question isn't really what Diabolus is going to play, it's what healer they're going to play. Because I feel like Clyde looks more comfortable on a Holy Pala, but I don't know. Mistweaver looked pretty good with the Song of Chi-Ji and the paralyzed setups that Wildcard was using. So I'm not sure. I think Clyde goes H-Pal for comfort, and then they go Mage Ellie.
But you think that, like, meta-wise, Mistweaver would be better here on this matchup?
I'm not even sure if that's the case, but I know that Looney is insane at, every single healer, and he chose to play the Mistweaver over the Paladin, so it's got to say something.
All right, well, it looks like Clyde will be sticking with that Holy Paladin on Diabolus. For Diabolus, we are going to Ashermane's Fall here. Coffin Dance winning that last game here. Diabolus needs to tie it up going into Ashermane's. What do we want to see? Now we can see their composition here in Healing Stab. What do we want to see them do in terms of setup and positioning?
I mean, they need to have this consistent crowd control that they've been finding on Lontar. That seems to be the way they want to win the game. They're going to get crowd control on the healer and try to force the DPS back and buy themselves some breathing room. Because, of course, we do know the strength of the Holy Paladin is that Ineffable Truth build, right? So if they can just kind of force the melees back on Coffin Dance and rotate through the Sacrifice, the Divine Shield, all these big cooldowns that the Paladin does have available, then they should have answers for Coffin Dance. But, I mean, I think Zico called it out perfectly in the last game. It's like, it's all well and true. You can kind of go to the paper and say, okay, theoretically, we survive this, we rotate through all their drests and we're going to survive. But there's a big important factor there, which is how do you kill these guys? Like, they're super mobile, they have so many defensive cooldowns, and they're just rotating perfectly. I mean, if they overlap, sure, but Coffin Dance, you know, I think they've got this if they can just kind of play the perfect game as they have been doing.
All right, well, we'll see if they can continue to do that. Coffin Dance up 1-0 against Diabolus here in game number 2.
Kind of think swapping to Lontar on a big map like this, when you bait Rezus and Trend across and Lontar has to follow, I think swapping to the Restoration Shaman might be an option, but the stationary nature of the Warlock's going to make this tough. They're still running the Succubus, so they want to look for triple crowd control, Seduce one target, Lightning Lasso one target, Hammer of Justice the other. Let's see if they can engage that triple stun lock. It is an effective strategy for killing classes like Windwalker and Demon Hunter, but Mercy gets engaged on. He tries to pre-gate the stun, but he just explodes right off the get-go. That's a sacrifice. Skyre's Medallion, Avenging Wrath, Unending Resolve. Let me just read the remainder of the spell book. Diabolus try and desperately turn it around here with a double Infernal Repentance, but Trent could duck over with a reverse. He's stuck in a coil for one more second. Is he going to explode in the coil? Big Earthshock hit from Jamie. Stormkeeper follow-up. Big Lava Burst. Managing to wrap around the corner. He does overlap the reverse on Trent. Not sure if it was necessary 100% with his blur, but he stays alive nonetheless, and now Coffin Dance look to get aggressive.
So Clyde trinket sacrifice there, and Mercy used his Unending Resolve right after. So defensive overlap already coming out from Diabolus. The next imprisonment, he's going to be big, but Lontar right now in a Hex, Trend in a lot of trouble. He's going to trinket, drop the Darkness. Fair trade. Clyde looking to line up the Repentance to follow up as well. He's going to force Trend to duck for cover even further, and Rez is now using his karma there in that exchange. Now Lontar still in CC here. Trent is still getting a little bit blasted by Jamie, but Lontar is right there with him, and now here comes the big setup. Clyde, what are you going to do? He has to preemptively bop this setup somehow, otherwise it is going to be a bubble potentially, and there it is. Imprisonment coming in, a preemptive Vitality Conduit. That definitely works as well. Well done there by Clyde. He's going to be able to survive that big one-shot attempt without actually having to trade out any cooldowns, buying himself more time for N'Zoth's Blessing to come through and give him that sacrifice back. Mercy still on the back foot, taking a lot of damage, and Trend now getting reversed on here with that Lightning Lasso. And I think for the team of Diabolus, their main win condition has got to be to find the hexes onto Lontar, because the Repentance does get reversed, but the Hex cannot be reversed since it's a curse. So I think if they can somehow land that with a Lightning Lasso, maybe they can kill somebody, but right now, still looking like Coffin Dance show.
I will say one thing that I do like about the strategy coming in from Diabolus is the way that they're using their spites. It's such a European strategy. They find this super devastating, aggressive trinket, and they find a way to turn it into a defensive tool. And they've just rotated those perfectly on Mercy. It makes it super awkward for Rezus and Tren. Seen a couple of things from Beyonds coming through, and it makes them think twice about their positioning during these Drestagev pushes. So you can see Drestagev come through, they get the Hand of Sacrifice, and there's immediately a spite there. That's going to be one thing from Beyond over onto Rezus. And that is a nice adaptation, I think, coming in from Diabolus. It makes it harder for Coffin Dance, and they already have so much to think about with the threat from Jamie and Mercy.
All right, let's see. Can Diabolus execute here? The Glider's Medallion not available for 6 seconds on Tren, but I don't think they're going to squeeze through that opening. 2 more seconds. Double Mortal Coil doesn't land. Lontar gets the Dispel on 1, but he gets caught in a Hex. That could be an opportunity. Standing on top of Tren, hoping to get AoE'd out with some damage here, but no AoE. Lontar repositions to the back of the room. Jamie's got Sky Fury down. Big Lightning Lava Burst combos here on the Tren. He blurs it, soaks the hit, but gets Lightning Lassoed in a Gladiator Spite. Thing from Beyond spawns. Tren trinkets, but he's already used Blur. He needs to get in range for reverse. He's just waddling over, so slowed up. Does get the reverse. Manages to survive the assault. Now leading the charge over onto Mercy. They need crowd control on Clyde here during his Avenging Wrath. They want to be able to power down the Warlock. They just go for the Metamorphosis anyways, but still no crowd control utilized on the Clyde. He'll easily heal through this damage. Defensive Spite again on Mercy. Tren jumps over to stop Jamie's follow-up Hex. Beautiful imprison timing there on Jamie in terms of defense. Jamie looks for a War Stomp Hex. Lontar dodges it. Jamie fakes out the Wind Shear, goes for the Hex again and gets it. Nice punish by Jamie. Double Mortal Coil, beautiful combo. Lightning Lasso, Repentance. Lontar line of sights it. Mercy gets paralyzed. He can't do any damage into the Lightning Lasso, and Tren's just easily going to be able to survive. Trying to get back on target. Jamie shuts down the I-Beam with an instant Wind Shear. Lontar at the pillar, line of sighting Jamie, trying to avoid the Hex as long as possible. Tren stuns up Clyde. Mercy gets stunned up by Rezus. Fist of Fury flying. Drestagev drops. Mercy gates back into midfield. Tren in pursuit. Clyde's Avenging Wrath comes up in 3. He drops a defensive spite, comes up in actually 8. His Ineffable Truth fading, but he does have Sacrifice coming up in 5 seconds as well. Diabolus are in a solid position to turn this around.
Ooh, nice preemptive bump there by Clyde, but no CC was actually committed to him. And now Rezus has a free touch of Karma. He's going to go ahead and immediately use that. And now they're looking to power up some damage, but again with the defensive spites here coming out of Diabolus, Clyde might get crowd control here. It looks like Trent was fishing for it there for a second, but I don't think they have enough damage just yet. They're waiting for maybe the leg sweep of Rezus or something, trying to maybe get a few gushing procs so that they can have an extra hit in their goal. Lontar goes in and tanks a fear. He had pretty much wind shear, everything really for that. And now he's going to get Hammer of Justice. Trent in massive trouble. He's in a spite with a lightning lasso, and he's getting rooted in there as well. Lontar in a seduce now. Lontar actually used his trinket there in that exchange, but still more cooldowns coming out. Oh, nice knock there on the big Chaos Bolt there through the darkness. They were going for the KO there, but still Trent manages to get back into the saving grace of that darkness and survive a little bit longer. But it's looking like they actually have decent pressure on the side of Diabolus. Clyde, again, preemptive Vitality Conduit there on the CC chain. But Mercy still taking a lot of damage here. Could be the sacrifice. If he gets kicked, could be the end. And it's going to be the fattest dressed I've ever seen taking down Mercy in one kick. Tran puts his team on the back.
Okay, that is going to be another victory for Commandants. Now they're up 2-0 there. What exactly went down? Let's break that down, Zico. How did they win game number 2 on Ash Means?
Agreed. Clyde should have pressed the sack. There's no reason not to use it right there. Like he went for a hard cast heal. Tran dashed over, used his kick. Then I don't know if he dashed back or backflip back, but he made his way back and arrested him. And that was through unending resolve as well. So that's got to be a fatty dressed crit.
Do we like the choice healing set of, I mean, you were kind of talking about it a little bit during that game of Spite Trinket on the side of Diabolus.
I mean, I think it's fine. I don't think that's the problem. I think the matchup is the problem as much as anything. I mean, these guys, Trent and Rezus, as Zico said, you know, Trent's literally backflipping all over this team. Doesn't matter how big the map is. He's just so mobile. He's all over the place, and it's just it's so difficult for them to pin him down, get the kill. And I mean, I just want to see this kill again. We got the unending resolve, so 40% damage reduction, and Drastic F sends his regards right through that, absolutely obliterating Mercy. And I mean, these guys, I think these are a very momentum-based team, Coffin Dance. They definitely have their lows. I think we saw that during Circuit a little bit. We saw that, or especially during the Cups, actually, in the build-up to Circuit. But when they're feeling themselves and finding that game, I think this could be a scary prospect for the other teams in the competition too, because if these guys get a 3-0 here and they go into their next round like that, they are absolutely formidable. I am super terrified for their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Coffin Dance is just playing so well during this series here. This is definitely going to look good for them in terms of momentum, like you said, Healing Stat, if they manage to pull this off. If they do a 3-0 against Diabolus, is that really where we expected this matchup to go, Soup Teas?
No, it wasn't. I mean, you can't really count Coffin Dance out, but at the same time, I've seen my fair share of Wizards in this expansion, so I thought Diabolus would be able to take this. It may be close, but if they got 3-0'd, man, Coffin Dance have definitely leveled up to the competition. They've sort of shooken off the nerves, maybe, from their first round into Wildcard Gaming. And now on the lower side, they're like, all right, we can do this. Like, we're a solid unit, even though we're playing a composition that nobody else is. We're basically a one-trick. I mean, Joe Fernandez is just going to be a bench warmer. I'm trying to even think of a situation where a warrior is going to be useful. Although I feel like Joe's one of those players who's probably earned the opportunity to be a bench warmer. Like, he's been on some teams where he has to carry, like, the whole time. So if there's a player who kind of deserves that spot every once in a while, it's probably Joe.
Is he like the snuts of Coffin Dance?
I'm thinking like way back in the day, like Fabio days, like with Joe kind of carrying his turbo. But nowadays, it's kind of tough to get a warrior to work.
Here's the thing about Joe. I think Coffin Dance, it's no secret, you know, like Tren was posting on Twitter that he went on vacation for 2 weeks. I think Rezus was having his moments where he didn't really feel like practicing. And Joe's work ethic is just insane. So he really is trying to rally the team and make sure that they are practicing, that they are trying new strats. So I think that's something that he's really brought to the table, even if we're not seeing him playing so much in these games. On the flip side, you got someone like Snuts, who really is kind of like the tactical in-game cooler, even when Cloud9's not playing. So I think these subs bring different things to the table. Obviously, in another meta, we'd see a lot more of Joe. But I mean, Coffin Dance, if they'd been a 3-person roster, I could have seen them like disbanding earlier in the season, because I swear there was a point where they just weren't playing much together at all. But they've brought it all back together. Clearly, they feel really good after Circuit, and it's all coming together now.
Oh, do we see this
What the?
Diabolus?
Dude, you just kill Clyde, I swear. As Coffin Dance, you just kill the Paladin and ignore everything else. A Frost Mage and a Moon... Frost Mage and a Moonkin are not threatening enough. You just run at the Holy Paladin.
So
I think they have a lot of snows, though. There's no freedom.
What, ride the wind?
I guess they can go ride the wind.
This is, well, winter is coming from Gellu. I'm super happy that Gellu is coming in, because this is what I was also going to say. I am a firm believer that some of these rosters are kind of centered around one player and they come together because of one player. And Diabolus, for me, it was always Clyde and Gellu, right? Like, those guys were playing Rogue Mage with various different rogues. They had insane synergy. Gellu was basically the flagship for Fire Mage earlier in the expansion. He was the one person playing it, whilst everyone else was Frost. And I am super happy. I think if Diabolus hadn't brought in him, at least at one time in this elimination series, it would have been a real shame. So I'm happy he's going to be able to show himself and kind of fight for that opportunity to stay in this finals. Mercy on the Moonkin. I imagine I'm going to be unpopular with Sid if I say that I think this is a good pick. Fortunately, I'm not super enthused about this pick. I think the Warlock would be better, but the Warlock's been struggling. Moonkins are super tanky. If they're going for a deep dampening wing condition on Tolver, I could see it.
What do you guys think about the Moonkin pick?
I think it can get to dampening. I mean, Polymorph and Cyclone is just as good as Polymorph and Fear, if not better. The main problem is killing something, like actually being able to get into the game. Is Mercy going to play Gushing, like a bit of Gushing and a bit of Verse? I feel like he should. He's pretty durable if he plays Guardian Affinity. So I would like to see a mix, not just full Verse, but a lot of Moonkins like to just run like maxed Verse for Star Surge damage. The main problem is that Lontar's team have so many ways to deal with crowd control. As long as Rezus saves Tiger's Lust, he can revert Tiger's Lust out of the Root Beam, which is a really important crowd control for Mercy. Trent has reverse magic, so basically Lontar just needs to play close to his teammates and stack up and just land interrupts on crowd control. And I think if they just tunnel the Paladin with Ride the Wind, maybe even Mage is fine. But I would like to see at some points going onto the Paladin, because a Frost Mage and a Moonkin I don't think are going to be threatening. This is the first time we're also seeing this comp from Diabolus the entire year. I think it's the first time we're seeing Moonkin Mage, period. I'm trying to think. It was Moonkin Ellie, right? So
yeah, Wildcard.
The last time I saw Moonkin Mage was Warlords of Draenor. I feel like it was really good at dampening back then, but it's a bit of a different time now. Demon Hunters are in the game, and Windwalkers as well. If anything, if this comp works for them, what I would like to see from Lontar's team is they switch Lontar onto a Mistweaver, a Gnome Mistweaver. Let's say this Frost Mage Moonkin works, and they blind lock it the next game. If Lontar has a Gnome Mistweaver, that's easily the hardest counter you could possibly bring to a Moonkin team. But still, even without that, I think it's going to be tough for Diabolus.
All right, game number 2 here. Coffin on match point versus Diabolus on Tolveron.
All right, Mercy on the Moonkin. Let's see what he can get done here. And once the gearing add-on updates, let's see what build he is running as well on that Moonkin. I really hope Coffin are running Maledicts. If they're planning on going on this Moonkin, it is a must-have train. Because they're going to need it if they want to take down Mercy. Right now, though, it looks like Coffin, they're just kind of chilling here at the pillars. They don't really want to go out. So we've talked about it a couple of times, but they're not really incentivized to push out and try to make something happen onto the Moonkin. And the casters aren't really incentivized to push in and get kind of...
Oh, no way, Mercy! No way! He's not. There's no way he's not. No way. Did he watch a Rex Troy video? There's no way he's doing that. He's actually doing that on match point. He's going to be eliminated if it doesn't work. He's playing Void Ritual.
Oh, he's playing Void Ritual.
He's praying that procs. He's going to press Incarn and kill somebody with 1 Star Surge.
So This is really interesting because there's actually a couple of Warlocks on US that do play this actively on the ladder, and they're around 3k, 3.1k. I know Featherfeet, I've played with him a bunch of times. He plays the Void Ritual, and he doesn't base his Dark Soul on anything other than that Void Ritual proc. Basically what it does is just gives you a ton of main stat. And I mean, this is the thing, right? Diabolus will be aware of that because with the 4th member, they're going to be tracking and they're going to be seeing what Mercy's running, and they are going to tunnel him into the ground. But the explosive potential of the Moonkin, this is going to be a great game.
But he's got no versatility. Oh, Clyde trades sacrifice here. They could swap the Clyde with that redirected sacrifice damage. That's a huge dot. Clyde recovers with the Avenging Wrath. Are they going to run for cover here? They really got to track that proc, the Void Ritual on Mercy. Get ready for it, because Mercy's immediately going to Incarn and dump 2 Star Surges. Root Beam, triple crowd control. Beautiful setup here. There's the Incarn. Did Mercy get a proc? He's very fragile with no versatility. Ducking into bear form, frenzied regen, trying to recover. Clyde gets wind sheared. Coffin Dance appear confident to try and run down Mercy in this position, and it could be difficult for Clyde to heal through it for a sustained amount of time.
Let's see. Mercy is still ducking for cover. He still has his bark skin. Trend now activating the metamorphosis. Mercy with that blessing of freedom is just utilizing the map perfectly so far. Nice pre-vitality conduit, and Lontar is not running Crucible of Flame here, so he realizes that the win condition relies on a CC chain, and if he doesn't tank a big CC chain, they're probably gonna just be able to win. They have double Hex Dispel here as well. Rez is getting polyed here in the middle of the setup, so that means they're not gonna have enough damage. And I gotta say, both of these metas are playing Insignia for more Versa and just proc damage. But I think it's a big mistake. I think having no Maledict into a Moonkin is it's not great. And now they're going after Gelu. They're just waiting for Mercy to potentially expose himself. Nice Solar Beam. Here we go. Mercy gets 1 Star Surge, gets 2 Star Surges, but Lontar just brushes it off easily. And he pre-Astral shifts here on the setup, on the Hammer of Justice. I don't think Lontar's going to die here from that damage. And that Rex Troy build, so far, not going to be netting any kills.
Yeah. One thing I do think about this composition coming out of Diabolus, and I do like it because we were basically the problem they're having. They play a bunch of casters. How did they kill this team? They haven't been killing Coffin Downs. They lost 3-0 in circuit. They're 2-0 down now, so they have to try something. But I think Gelu, if he'd actually played a haste fire build or something, or maybe not haste, but a fire build for a bit more punch, they've kind of got 2 glass cannons there, and that can actually sometimes be really difficult as a melee cleave to stay out until Veron. You're tunneling one guy trying to force cooldowns, but you're also having to deal with 2 massive threats. Gelu on the Frost Mage, I mean, in dampening, he's going to be terrifying, but they have to get there. And that really is the gamble Diabolus are taking here. If they make it to dampening, Frost will have been the right pick. If they are struggling to survive, if Mercy's being burnt too early to a crisp on that chicken, that's going to be something that is a concern for me, at least, for Diabolus in the early game.
Oh, okay. They're 4.5 minutes in here. Clyde's mana isn't too amazing. Mercy has Incarn. He's also running the World Vein Essence. He's gonna have so much damage. If the stars align, no pun intended, for Mercy on the Balance Druid, I mean, he's gonna absolutely erase somebody. But if they don't, it's never gonna work. They're trying to line up the stars here. They crowd control Mercy for a moment. Incarn's rolling. When's he going to combo it together? It was an Arcanic Pulsar Incarn. He was baiting cooldowns. He baits the Blur from Tren. Tren has no cooldown with that. This could be devastating for Tren in the near future if Mercy can stabilize. He looks pretty solid at the moment. Ride the win towards Clyde. I think they're realizing maybe just go after Clyde, although with Incarn available, that's pretty risky, especially the build that Mercy's running. So this is really dicey. Diabolus are banking this on this huge hit of damage. It's a really unexpected strategy, one that's not utilized by a lot of players, and I mean, it could work for them, but you're on match point. You face elimination. There's the Solar Beam. Where's the Incarn? They could go after Lone Star. Trends in a stun. Where's the Incarn? Mercy pops it. Trinkets out of the stun. Where are the Star Surges? 1 Star Surge, 2. Doesn't find any damage with that. Was he tickling him with some feathers? I mean, where is the damage? This is the Incarn. We expect it to be the heavy hitting moment. They're not even going to dent Tren, and now Confidants are beginning to chase him down. I'd actually love to see them just go on Clyde after this Incarnation. There's no Icy Veins, there's no Incarnation, no threat. Just run at the Holy Paladin.
Yeah, I think Mercy actually didn't have Astral Power when he activated that Incarn. He had just dumped a Star Surge onto somebody when they got the CC, so he kind of went for it, but it didn't work out for him. Now, Gelu is going to be the target of choice here on that Frost Mage for a little bit longer. Mercy throwing out the Cyclones here, and Gelu is running a full Versa build, so I don't see Gelu, being a target that you really want to go after. Blessing of Protection onto Gelu for that touch of Death Trade, so they're not going to be really forcing anything more out of that, but I think Rezus is kind of happy to take that, and now they're going to keep looking for Gelu here. I don't think going after a full Versa Frost Mage on Tolvir is the play, but let's see if it works out. They do get some CC here onto Clyde. They get a stun out of it as well. Big damage here onto Gelu, actually forcing out an Ice Block there. Nice push there from Coffin Dance, and maybe if they can do it a couple of more times, they actually could take down the Frost Mage.
Yeah, potentially. I actually noticed also Gelu and Clyde both have to run. They have to run one Void Ritual just to get that increased proc on Mercy as well. So they are dropping a little bit of versatility for that. A similar amount that you drop if you were scared of spites or something like that, just the 1 amp. So that is something to consider for these teams. Gelu, of course, is still going to be a very durable target on that Frost Mage with all the versatility, but we've seen Drestagaf kill through Unending Resolve today, so I'm willing to bet it can go through Gelu's Ice Barrier and all of that. So we have to see if Rezus and Tren can continue to get these connections, continue to force out these cooldowns. One thing that we do see Frost Mages do, I think is very smart, is you can see his pet is just chasing him. It's on passive, and that's to share any Drestagaf damage while they are tunneling Gelu. It could mean they have to resummon a couple of times, but it also should reduce the incoming burst.
Oh, big push here. Clyde Trinket sacrifices. Clyde's caught up in a stun. They're swapping over to Mercy. Mercy ducks into Bear Farm, pops that Frenzied Regen. Gelu still hasn't fully recovered. Avenging Wrath not available. They stun up Lone Tar. They could swap to Lone Tar. I actually think Lone Tar should be the kill target, especially when he's out in midfield like this. If they catch him with a Hammer of Justice Incarnate, he definitely gets KO'd. Clyde gets wind sheared here. Lone Tar's playing aggressive. They're trying to push Gelu down into the ground. 7 seconds away from the Avenging Wrath. Paralyzed. Big twisting after double combo. Coffin Dance, stay in it.
Wow, Tren is so animated at the moment of the kill. There's no way he dies. There's no way he dies. And look at him. I think he hurt his hand on his keyboard there. You can see flashback to 2015. Coffin Dance. Absolutely insane damage coming through. And, that's an elimination series. Diabolus are out of it. Coffin Dance are top 3 in Europe. Who would have thought that at the start of the circuit?
There it is. What an amazing series by Coffin Dance. 3-0 versus Diabolus. An incredible victory for them. They will be moving forward in the lower bracket, and this team is absolutely on fire. What do we feel like this means for the rest of the tournament for them, Healing Stat?
I'm super excited for this team. I'm pumped up. You can tell they are. Tren's reaction when they get the kill, I hope we catch it on the replay, was he is ecstatic. You can tell that this is something that they've really, really wanted throughout this finals. It shows in their gameplay. It shows in the amount of effort they've been putting in. And I mean, they're terrifying. They almost took down Wildcard. They almost took them to Game 5, just running one composition. Everyone knows what they're running, which means the preparation these teams have put in has been, for this comp. So if it's that close,
wait a minute,
then they could really shatter this meta.
I swear I'm watching this replay. If Mercy incarned when Tren took his hands off the keyboard, he would have killed Tren. He had a Void Ritual proc. That's why Tren, half of his health went. If he incarned, he would have killed Tren with his hands off the keyboard. 100%. It would have been a 2v3.
He's got the trinket link.
I think he would have died. I swear, right in that moment.
I was too busy reading Tren's lips during that kill.
Yeah. I stopped.
I'm pretty sure he said,
I was just looking
yeah, boys, let's go.
Man, it's really cool to see those players' reactions, even though, this isn't a LAN. I think this is just still a really, really good competition here. And so far, I feel like these games have been super exciting. Well done to Coffin Dance. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end of Diabolus, but they had an amazing season as well, and they should for sure be proud of themselves as a team. But Coffin Dance will be moving forward in the lower bracket. And my question is, how do we feel like the only team that we've yet to see them face today, Coffin Dance's XSET, how do we think that they would do against that team, Zico?
As much as I love the boys on Coffin Dance, first of all, I don't think they're going to be facing XSET, but if they are facing XSET, hopefully they're dressed crits. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, dressed, I guess, going to have to send a few more tentacles or something, because it's going to be a rough series, that one.
Definitely.
All right, well, that was We'll see. We'll have to see. Hopefully, I'd love to see it. But we are going to be moving out of the lower bracket back up into the upper bracket. That's going to be XSET versus Wildcard Gaming, our number 1 and 2 seeds heading into this tournament. Both of these teams have been neck and neck for so long. Healing stat, is this going to be our first game 5 of the day?
I mean, it may well be. These guys always put on a blockbuster series when it comes to finals. I remember the last 2 LANs they played against each other, it was all the way through to game 5 or game 7, and then BlizzCon. These guys were the BlizzCon finalists. They took us the full distance. We had that incredible moment, which you see on every broadcast now, where Blizzo got took down in game 7 at BlizzCon. I mean, these guys just go back and forth. Any meta, any expansion. It's great to see. And I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, we're online, so it almost feels like a cup. But this is the finals. You know, we're playing for stickers right now. These guys are playing for $100,000 today. So the stakes are as high as they've ever been. This is the opportunity to prove that, you know, all the bragging rights throughout the Battle for Azeroth are yours in Europe. And I think XSET, we talked about it earlier, when they lose, they are so unhappy. They hate losing. And I think they are going to throw the kitchen sink at Wildcard Gaming to make sure they go through to that grand finals.
All right, well, we'll find out shortly enough. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we may come back to the closest series we may yet to see today. That's going to be XSET versus Wildcard Gaming. We'll be right back.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud Rise about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinket. Trinkets, he needs to keep his DK in the fight. Dion blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough Vanish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We just came from that Coffin Dance versus Diabolus series. Coffin Dance winning 3-0. Now we're about halfway through the day. We're on to XSET versus Wildcard Gaming. Two amazing teams that we've been seeing perform at such a high level all season. This is the upper bracket currently for this series. XSET versus Wildcard Gaming. Zico, predictions.
Oh, yeah. Let me sit on this for a sec. Is it actually properly set up? Oh, it is.
Oh,
that is pretty good.
that's some talent.
Well, somebody's gonna fall. I think it's gonna be Wildcard Gaming. If I have to put, a sticker on the line, I would say XSET's gonna win, but it's gonna be extremely close. And ooh.
I think Adrian's mic
no
was
idea why I
muted.
did that. No idea.
As if I saved it for the finals the first time. Oh, this is tragic. I was complimenting Zico's hair. We had the balance of the phone. It was such a great.
Yeah, it was some real nice moments there, and you just ruined it by.
I wonder what the chat thinks. Like, wait, why is he putting his phone on his head?
Yeah, why is there a
all right, well, Ben, Healing Stat, what do you think? What do you think?
Well, I personally feel like, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like Wildcard Gaming, they could run Windwalker Mage Paladin, and I think it's a decent option. I think it's a great option, actually, into pretty much everything XSET can run. Like, I think if they lock that composition in blind, Windwalker Mage Paladin, that would give them great odds, or at least decent odds against literally every comp XSET has. So that would be what I want out of the blind pick for Wildcard Gaming, and it looks like they are going to be locking that in. So, ooh, good guess.
Sticker?
And I feel like,
Sure.
I don't know. Sure, yeah. You know what? Sure. But I think for XSET, the one thing I'm not too sure about is the Mistweaver pick. I actually don't know if they came out ahead in this blind pick. I actually think Wildcard Gaming won this blind pick.
Yeah, this is
Alright,
going to be
let's keep-
really interesting.
Number one, XSET versus Wildcard. Go ahead, Healing Stat.
I am super excited to see this one because it's also kind of the inverse of what we used to see. Looney always was the Mistweaver and Chaz was always kind of the aggressive Holy Palo or Resto Druid, whatever the meta was. So they've kind of flipped on their heads a little bit here. Mistweaver theoretically has better throughput healing, I would argue, but Paladin just has insane mana going into deep dampening and a bunch of cooldowns. So maybe Nazoth will decide which is the better healer, to be honest, since Paladin kind of dependent on that ineffable truth. But this is going to be an absolute blockbuster first game. Windwalker Mage on both sides, two of the best teams in Europe. Let's get it.
Yeah, we are so ready for this matchup, and Raikou is pushing in for crowd control. Blizzo denies with a Ring of Peace. Let's see, Raikou now pulling back here, trying to get a little bit more defensive positioning, realizing that he's not going to get CC here. Now Blizzo's pulling the trigger here, gets a big hit there with that dress they got, but only the paralyzed, no follow-up crowd control here onto Chaz. And that is going to mean that Chaz has to use his Life Cocoon, Looney has to use his Sacrifice. They're basically the same, and both teams are very, very even so far.
Wow, I mean, that Raikou interrupts Arcane from Marw when he just rips out Combust, but it actually does nothing. I mean, Marw's health is completely fine. Now, crowd control initiated. Nice double leg sweep there by Chaz. Motorcycle, vroom, vroom, on to Marw. Immediately used Blessing of Protection. Looney does in order to keep Marw nice and alive. And now, it's going to be Raikou on the back foot with the Polymorph over onto Chaz. Does Wildcard Gaming have the damage to actually take down Raikou? Doesn't look like it just... At this point of the game, I mean, this is one of those matchups where if everyone plays perfectly defensive and nobody's overlapping, then it can go deep into dampening. But at the same time, if anyone makes mistakes, the Fire Mage, the Windwalker Monk, they have a lot of burst damage available, and we could see someone just get completely blown out of the water at any time.
Yeah, the burst is incredible from both these guys. You got Drestigath, you got the Touch of Death. Fortunately, I think one of the nice things for these teams is that the Touch of Death is very telegraphed, unlike the Drestigath. So if they're kind of on the money, which you'd expect them to be, given it's XSET and Wildcard Gaming, they should be able to get the reactions. You can see both healers running Relentless. They feel confident in their team's ability to peel and deny follow-up crowd control. Which is something that we see from these teams consistently. Raikou blinking in, trying to get some crowd control over onto Looney, but both of them with great positioning, full counter spell over onto Chaz as they try to build up and ramp up damage onto Raikou.
Yeah, and Raikou isn't actually in a little bit of trouble right now, but Chaz actually used his Fort Brew there. I think he was thinking about making a fat cocoon there for Raikou, but he decided against it. Now he's pushing in, he gets the leg sweep. Do they have Song of Chi-Ji? He does, but nice paralyzed there by Blizzo. And Looney now gets a double blind into a Ring of Frost, into a sheep onto Waz potentially. Gets counterspelled there. Nice denial by Raikou, but is it enough? Do they have more crowd control here? They have Hammer of Justice. Maru could potentially go for a DR sheep. He's going to go for it. He gets interrupted, and he's not going to be able to find it here. Nice shutdown there by Waz and Raikou to stabilize in that situation. Chaz now looking to actually get aggressive here, and once again you can see Looney in a sheep into a Song of Chi-Ji here potentially, but there is a counter spell. I'm not sure actually why Chaz canceled it. There we go. He's gonna get the full Song of Chi-Ji, and Raikou takes a fat dress to the face, but Chaz quick fingers there with the live cocoon. He's gonna keep him alive. And an interesting thing here is that both mages are essentially running a completely identical build here. They're actually, the only difference is a Surging Vitality versus one more Versa amp. So both mages stacking full Versa. Big push onto Maro here. Let's see if they can force something. Looney in a stun. Maro, I think he's going to be able to survive. The only difference is that Waz has a couple of gushings. Waz is basically running a little bit more damage than Blizzo. That is pretty much the only difference in addition to these healer picks.
Yeah, right now, Chaz caught in 2 crowd control, a Hammer of Justice. Raikou looking to be like he will be okay. This is Maro's touch of, or actually Blizzo's touch of death as well as the combustion, and Raikou kind of just shrugs off that entire situation. Good job diffusing that. I think as this game goes on, I feel like mana will play into the favor of Looney, so the Paladin should start pulling ahead compared to the Mistweaver Monk. Song of Chi-Ji being initiated here by Chaz. He actually snipes it onto Looney. Now Maro could be in a little bit of trouble. But it's looking like he will be okay. Polymorph now out onto Looney. That fades, interrupt onto Raikou. Maro holding on. Temporal Shield should be enough. Let's see, do they have a big dress? Once again, Motorcycle will land onto Raikou, bursting him down a little bit, but Chaz seems like he will heal through it. Looney pushing in for crowd control. He gets a Blinding Light onto Chaz, but it's Maro on the back foot, forced to kind of retreat in this situation, and both these teams just exchanging blows in the middle of the map. Looney actually gets interrupted, and this is an opportunity for them to go after Maro.
Yeah, this game has been so back and forth. We've seen Raikou on the back foot, then we've seen Maro. This is suddenly a situation where Raikou is the one receiving damage, and the Dressigath does force out the first ice block of the game between these two teams. Now Waz has got a couple of gushings. He's a valuable target. They're going to force a bit more pressure, keep that mana pressure that they have on Chaz. He's at about 70% right now. Certainly more of a challenge than Looney has been having on the Holy Paladin, who has spent essentially none so far. You can see a lot of crowd control coming through here, the incap into the Polymorph, but not to much avail. Touch of Death is active, but the Avenging Wrath should answer, and Wildcard Gaming take the lead in the match with that ice block.
Yeah, they're winning the mage race, and they have every cooldown here on Looney. Maro in a counterspell, needs to be a little bit careful. Blizzo's in a polymorph. Maro is a little bit isolated right now, but now he's going to have the DRs back. He's actually trying to sheep Waz and just snipe a random ring around the corner. Not going to be able to find it just yet. Maro now looking for the double blink sheep. He gets it. Big damage here onto Raikou. Activates Temporal Shield. I think that's a Maledict actually soaking up the Temporal Shield. Maro gets the reach CC, but Waz on a solo mission here. Procking Maro here potentially. Vitality Conduit is going to be enough. Maro forced into the ice block. Double blinks behind the pillar. Waz Ring of Pieces him even further back. Dresses him and takes control over the match. Now XSET and Wildcard are completely tied up in cooldowns.
Ooh, it could be even worse though. Maro, that is the Temporal Shield. Looney forced to trade out his Divine Shield and Sacrifice. Maro trying to make some really offensive plays there, but gets punished quite heavily by Waz. Great plays. Was really putting out the pressure here on Maro. Combustion being used by Maro right now. Let's see what he can get rolling onto Raikou. Chaz looks like without being in crowd control should be able to easily heal through it. And at this point in the game, he ultimately will. But we're at about 10% in dampening, and it is only going to get more difficult for both of these healers. Looney going to be looking for some resets. He actually gets interrupted. Beautiful counterspell once again by Raikou. Where's the damage on Maro, though? Can they find it? Was in hot pursuit. And it looks like Maro will be able to shimmer away out of line of sight and should be able to hold on with the polymorph onto Waz. So great defensive positioning there by Maro, not allowing Raikou to really capitalize on that interrupt on the Looney.
Yeah, but I mean, the offense from these teams has been astounding. Waz and Blizzo, these guys have been dynasties on those melee classes for their teams. They are quintessentially Arena World Championship Finals players, and I'm super happy that we get to see Blizzo playing. We didn't see him in the last series. He's been doing a great job. Waz equally so on the Windwalker. Both of these guys, this is their ult classes, and they are just doing work here. They're here to play XSET versus Wildcard Gaming. Neither of the majors have an ice block right now. 17% healing reduction for both these healers to contend with. Looney has the mana lead, but the cooldown lead, you'd have to say, is slightly in favor of XSET. That ice block is rotating back up in a minute. They just have to hold on for a little bit, and for those deeper dampening moments, Maro's ice block is not going to be available, and that is the scary situation that Wildcard Gaming find themselves in.
Yeah, and Raikou right now is finding himself in a kind of a scary situation. Probably about 50% HP here. A lot of Lash of the Void procs. Waz actually going in for the double leg sweep. Motorbike coming in. Looney bops the motorbike immediately. Raikou gets shut down on the Dragon's Breath poly there. Nicely done by Blizzo with that Ring of Peace. Looney now pushing across, looking for crowd control, but realizing that, hey, these mages are free. They're spamming out polys. One of them might be on me. I need to take a step back here and just make sure that my mage is alive. Raikou, Touch of Death is rolling here by Blizzo, and that's a Fort Brew one. And Looney now looking for the Hammer of Justice here, potentially onto Chaz. Chaz actually snipes him with the Song of Chi-Ji as well as the Paralyze. Maro now on the back foot, activates the Temporal Shield, gets sniped by the Song of Chi-Ji, and leg sweep onto Looney, but I don't think they have enough damage here. Looney is going to break out. He has his sacrifice, he has his wings, should be completely fine. And now it's Raikou in danger. Looney in a DR sheep. Chaz actually gets out of the crowd control. They stop Maro there with a nice time counterspell. And again, it looks like Raikou is actually going to be the one in the lead now because his ice block was forced first. He has it back first. So Maro, still a minute left on that. Sacrifice was just traded out. There is a window of opportunity here for XSET to force more cooldowns if they can land something onto Looney.
Yeah, but look at mana. This is something I talked about earlier on in the game. I mean, Chaz on that Mistweaver Monk, especially at this point of the game with how much consistent damage is going out, he's going to really struggle. And he might actually be sitting down for a drink right now. It gets denied. Good job there by Blizzo, finding that Ring of Peace, keeping Chaz in combat. Now Chaz pushing in, gets the Paralyze, gets interrupted. Mara pops out the Combustion immediately off the back of that counterspell, but it looks like Raikou should be okay. I think it was the Battle Master as well as the Temporal Shield. So Raikou using some of his own defense to stay alive and healthy in the match as Chaz was falling a little bit further behind. But I just get the feeling as this game plays out, it's going to play more and more into the advantage of Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. There's a lot of mana left on Looney and a lot of cooldowns have been rotating. Divine Shields back up. They get the life kick in there onto Raikou. Now Chaz, low mana, low throughput healing cooldowns. This is a scary situation to be in for XSET. I certainly am feeling for them as the dampening continues to rank up. 32% healing reduction. There's the full Hammer of Justice. Are they able to get the crowd control? No, they aren't, but they get the Blinding Light instead. Maro's still looking for it, but Waz shutting him down time and time again. Beautiful plays, and on top of that is soloing Maro, trying to force out that ice block once again to put XSET back in the lead.
Yeah, I really like Waz's build so far. He hasn't been a target at all, but he has enough Versa to be safe, and he has that little bit of extra gushing to spice things up. I think that was a Maledict here on tomorrow. Let's see, can he get something more? Raikou gets a double Dragon's Breath to shut down the Polymorph onto Chaz. Raikou still taking a lot of damage here. Chaz low on mana. Raikou is going to stabilize. He gets a full sheep here onto Looney. Preemptive sacrifice coming out from Looney there on the Blink Polymorph as his Avenging Wrath was ending. So nice plays there from Looney trading it out. And now Raikou once again on the back foot. Chaz trying to sit down for a drink, but I don't think he's going to be able to find it here. Nice counterspell gets sniped by Raikou, and that might be enough to force a Cauterize or something here. Waz has the Paralyze. Do they have a Dress? Do they have a Dispel? At least Chaz sitting down for a drink in this time here. They're not going to force anything offensively, but they are going to get 2 sips of that precious mana onto Chaz. Still a lot of pressure onto Maro. Potential here to get the Blessing of Protection as well. And I mean, you got to make that tough call there. Do you drink or do you go for the defensive trade here? Do you try to force the cauterize? Do you try to force the ice block? He went for the drink, and I mean, it's the safe play to make, but Looney's still in a mana lead here.
Oh, definitely. Things are looking good here for Wildcard Gaming. Divine Shield rotated back up for Looney. Blessing of Protection in about a minute. Both these mages have Ice Block, but I just think it's going to be XSET and Chaz that really struggle to stay afloat in a matchup like this. Raikou now into a full life sweep. Blizzo trying to take him down. Big Whirling Dragon Punch, but Chaz managed just to hold on, but there's just no opportunity for him to drink. He's down to 5% mana. Raikou's getting low, and it doesn't look like he's actually going to get topped off. Blizzo's still all over him. A big Fist of Fury gets denied. Nice Dragon Spread there by Raikou, slowing down the damage just a little bit. Both these mages just getting full control over the opposing Windwalker. Big combustion onto Raikou, forcing out the second ice block of the game. And look at XSET. I mean, Chaz, there's literally nothing left in the tank. I just think it's basically over at this point, unless they can pull out a miracle.
Yeah, the miracle would come in the form of combustion as Raikou pops his out. Is it going to be enough to force the cauterize? Temporal Shield, the sacrifice comes in from Looney, MVP. And on the flip side, we've got a Blinding Light, we've got a Temporal Shield, but the cauterize has been procced on Raikou. This is the upper bracket finals. Winner of the series goes through to the grand finals of the AWC Finals here in Europe. Raikou was on the back foot, but the Life Cocoon returns to Chaz. The last line of defense, they just shred right through it at 50% dampening. Both these teams in trouble. Anyone could die in this first game.
Morrow forced into his ice block here. If he didn't have it there from that drink earlier, maybe could have gone down there, but it's Raikou on the back foot here. Can they find any crowd control for Chaz? Morrow's looking for it. Not gonna get, he's gonna get denied. Waz, nice Ring of Peace, nice dress, trying to reverse the pressure, and Morrow activates Temporal Shield. Raikou's looking for the Ring of Frost onto Looney. Find it. Push for the Hammer of Justice on the law. Can Morrow find any crowd control? It's going to be the end of Raikou. They don't even need it. Morrow popping the combustion, doing damage here, but it's going to be Raikou falling down of Blizzo, and that is going to be first point on the board in this Titan upper bracket final of Wildcard game.
Super intense game one for both of these teams. Wildcard Gaming, though, however, coming out on top for game one victory in this up. Loser of this will be jumping down to the lower bracket here. But game one victory Wildcard. Where exactly did it start wrong on the side of XSET, Healing Stat?
I mean, I think that the Paladin versus the Mistweaver was something that hurt XSET. The Mistweaver's mana was much worse. I mean, I was surprised by how much pressure both these sides had, because I thought that they would kind of rotate through cooldowns, they would be okay, but Chaz's mana was the story of the game from almost start to finish. He definitely ran out of mana first. Looney still had something in the tank at the end of that one. Beyond that, it was just a masterclass of denying crowd control, setting up these burst windows, both sides forcing ice blocks, forcing cauterize. A really, really good game between two of Europe's best teams, but I think the Mistweaver probably won't be coming out again from Chaz should this go to a repeat matchup.
Here are the match results for game number one. Any big takeaways from this one, Zico?
Blizzo outdamaged Waz. What? Well, Blizzo was running full Versa and 2 Lash of the Void. Waz was running 2 Gushing, 2 Lash of the Void. So I guess it's not that big of a difference, but still, Waz was a bit more offensively geared. So I don't know if... I guess it's because of the Paladin pick as well, actually. Mm-hmm. Reduction involved because of the Paladin. Yeah, nothing too much.
Mm-hmm. Healing Stat touched on it just a little bit. For XSET, what do you guys want to see as Super Ts? What would you like to see them maybe adjust to? Play the same composition and switch out their build a little bit? What do you think is their best move?
I'll cosplay Super Ts for this one, but I think for the most part, I mean, what basically happened in this, in my opinion, that they were trying to play this kind of anti-wizard composition, or Mistweaver, Fire Mage, and they were basically expecting an Elemental Shaman, Fire Mage, Paladin, and I think the fact that Walker Fire Mage Paladin kind of caught them off guard, because I do think that they probably shouldn't win. The Paladin is advantage, so I think at the blind pick for Wildcard Gaming, they are really, really safe. Continue playing the exact same composition. And for XSET, I mean, they do have a few different options. They could try Mage Lock. I'm not super convinced of that one. They could try a mirror match, try using a rogue, but I don't think XSET has is going to outright counter Wildcard Gaming. I think just the nature of the setup Wildcard Gaming is running, it doesn't have just really well rounded, and I think they have a fair shot into anything. So XSET's going to have to really set themselves up nicely on not only a comp advantage, but also really play into the favor of some sort of map use.
So you think Wildcard is favored then in this matchup, Ben?
Well, I don't necessarily think they're favored, but I think there's nothing XSET can run that gives them a massive edge, in my opinion. I think Wildcard Gaming, if they play well as this comp, they have a fair shot against everything XSET can run. So XSET's just going to have to either beat them in their own game or just straight up outplay them in some sort of match, or try to use not only a comp advantage, but also a map advantage to give them even more of kind of a boost in this series.
All right, looks like we are going to be going to Ashamane's Fall. That's map choice here. Wildcard Gaming going with Windwalker Fire, Looney State 2 on that Holy Paladin there. X choose their composition. How do we feel about these choices?
Well, I think yeah, it depends on what XSET wants to kind of set up here, but even be the counter for a Windwalker Fire Mage that XSET can run. I'm not sure. I feel like they're trying to set up a wizard comp, judging by the map, but I don't think a wizard comp is going to beat Wildcard Gaming. Maybe Mage Lock is what they're trying to set up, but yeah.
What would you rather see them play then?
Honestly, Mirror. Mirror or potentially Rogue Mage Paladin. And I think for that, the map is not great for Rogue Mage.
I think
I
think they might actually... You know, something they could run as well is like Priest Mage. So they could actually play like RMP except with the Windwalker instead of the Rogue. It might be okay. I mean, you can dispel the Blessing of Protections. Your Priest can push in with extra damage. Definitely, I think, a reasonable option for them. I don't know if it's advantaged against the Paladin, but it is something that they used. I think it was the last weekend of the round robin. We saw them kind of lock that in off the floor with the team really, really quickly. So that's definitely an option for them. Going for the straight mirror, and this is what I kind of thought. I feel like this composition it's just kind of rose to the top. I mean, we saw M2KC in North America run it. This is the only composition that they ran, and then some teams are realizing like, hey, this looks good, and I just feel like it's continued to get better as versatility has gotten higher. You have Ineffable Truth Paladin, which is really strong, and then you have both a Fire Mage and a Windwalker Monk that just can run maxed out versatility, gives them great defense as well as exceptional offense, and I just think it's so durable, so much burst, you have so many different win conditions, and I think this is what this meta has kind of evolved into, is this composition as kind of like the focal point.
I feel like it's not often we see XSET choose to mirror.
Yeah, I mean...
I think Swapsy said a quote about this a little while ago. He's like, he'd much rather play a matchup where he doesn't have to play good to win, right? But this is the thing with Wildcard Gaming. That was his exact quote, so it's not my words. But Wildcard Gaming, I swear every single season, they just find a comp, and then they just stick to it religiously. The Elemental Mage was most of this season. The Warrior Mage was last season. Now, you know, Lizzo's just coming out. He's bringing out his Windwalker. Makes sense. Warrior not as popular right now. Windwalker clearly the preference. And if XSET has to mirror, that means that they've had a conversation. You know, Swapsy has crunched all the numbers. He's found any possible way for him to play as Warlock. It hasn't worked out. They're going for the mirror. And I mean, what better way is there to decide who's going to be the first grand finalist than having both these guys going at it on what is a really explosive matchup?
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be just really shocking for really either of these players to play in the European finals here and then to have to lock in a mirror Z going through these players' heads right now.
They're probably just talking gear, talking strats, targets, you know, win conditions, stuff that the other team wants to do, all of that good stuff, and just getting ready. I mean, you're not going to get a better matchup than this. It's may the better team win. May the better Paladin get more N'Zoth procs, and let's see what they can do.
And then given that this is a mirror event, do we want to take any guesses as to any of the sets that we're going to see here from either side?
Well, I mean, I think for the mage is going to be the main target. I think you can maybe go after the Paladin, you maybe go to the Windwalker Monk in like a hard swap, but for the most part in this matchup, it's going to be sit on the mage, try to limit his damage, try to limit his crowd control, and what ends up happening is the mages just kind of survive against the Windwalker Monk. Really important things are Frost Novaing the images, using Dragon's Breath to disrupt the Fists of Fury, just these little tools to kind of slow down the opposing Windwalker Monk on you, and then kind of relying on your Paladin and your Windwalker to set up some of the crowd control with the range paralysis. The range paralyzed coming in from the Windwalker Monk, the Paladin pushing in, getting Hammer of Justice, and then the Mage just living and doing as much damage during those burst windows as he can. If he can sneak in a Polymorph, great, but a lot of the time it's not worth risking your position in a matchup like this. And normally it's just you're going to get a half Polymorph out of a Paralyze, or a Ring of Frost out of a Hammer of Justice, something like that. It really is going to be up to the Mage teammates to set them up.
All right, I'm really excited for this game here. XSET versus Wildcard Gaming in a mirror in the European Grand Finals.
All right, this is about as hype as it's gonna get. XSET versus Wildcard Gaming. $100,000 is being distributed today in this European Championship. Let's see who can claim the first spot in that Grand Finals. Both of these teams, they definitely want it, and we're gonna see who can get the first crowd control, who can get the first edge here. Raikou blinking in, he gets the Polymorph, Combustion immediately here onto Morrow. Big aggression coming out of XSET. He gets kicked on the Polymorph, gets paralyzed on the Ring of Frost. Morrow now looking for CC onto Chaz, and I think he might be able to find it here. Looney still in crowd control now. Chaz blinds the Polymorph and then lines the Resheep, and he actually connects it onto Looney as well. CC chain still going strong. Waz now activating his Touch of Death almost after the CC chain is already over, but they are going to get themselves a sacrifice for all their troubles, as well as Morrow's Trinket. So not a bad opener here for XSET.
Yeah, now we get a Hammer of Justice onto Chaz. Let's see if they can get anything else rolling. The crowd control now, no, still not finished. Blinding Light comes in from Looney. Right now, Wildcard Gaming, they're trying to make a push, but Raikou's denying with lots of Polymorphs on his own. Gets some onto Morrow. Now reversing the Polymorph onto Looney, and now it's going to be Raikou that's in a little bit of trouble. This is surprising. And we'll see. I mean, Raikou, can he hold on? Chaz still into crowd control. Big burst damage coming in. He ends up surviving the Dress to Gas Trinket. Now a swap potentially over onto Chaz. They extend the crowd control chain with the leg sweep. And both these teams are going very back and forth right now.
Yep, the trailer promised mirrors, and you ask and you shall receive, say these two teams who've got a lot of damage going in. Actually, it's Raikou who's taking the most damage, but it's him who's popped the Combustion right now. We see a Blinding Light over onto Looney, crowd control not found onto Chaz, and I'm willing to bet if we looked at the stats right now, the crowd control XSET has landed in this mirror seems significantly more than that has been found onto Chaz. So XSET doing good in this game. Mana not really an issue for either side. Cooldowns rotating, and that is a full Polymorph over onto Looney, who is actually running the Trinket, whereas Chaz is relentless. So all of these crowd controls that sit, they are very impactful. They're lasting a long time. They might throw Justice off that potentially. Instead, it's Morrow pushing for a Hand of Sacrifice. Well played by Chaz, ensuring that his mage stays aggressive in the game, and XSET continue to push in this very evenly matched mirror.
Yeah, and we're going to see now more CC landing here onto Chaz. Full Hammer of Justice coming out. Raikou could be in trouble. Activates Temporal Shield. The bike from downtown connects into the Temp Shield and is going to heal Raikou back up to full right there. And Chaz now coming out of the crowd control, activating his wings. Going to keep his mage nice and healthy here. Raikou still, though, taking a lot of damage in that double leg sweep. Chaz now in a Polymorph. Raikou gets counterspelled. Big push here from Morrow. The Vitality Conduit, though, doing a lot of work here for XSET, and he's going to keep Raikou alive in that situation. And now, Morrow, what are you going to do here? Raikou wants to Polymorph your healer. He gets for the Dragon's Breath. He goes for the Sheep. He gets nice paralyzed there by Blizzo, and they aren't going to find the CC just yet. Chaz might have a Blinding Light here, actually. Looks like it. He's going to connect it. Raikou still not finding the Polymorph. Finally does onto Morrow, which is the target that they're trying to kill. So, not sure about that. Maybe they're trying to swap to Blizzo. I'm not sure here, but XSET botches that setup, and it looks like Morrow is going to be able to stay alive and live on to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. Blizzo rolls over, gets a nice Spear Hand Strike over onto Raikou. Both these Windwalker Monks trying to generate some pressure. Another roll into a Spear Hand Strike onto Morrow. So good disruption coming in from both of these monks. Chaz now, is there going to be crowd control? Looney rolls over on his Divine Steed, but it's going to be Raikou, gets absolutely blown up. down to 5% health and doesn't have to use the Cauterize. Really explosive damage there from Wildcard Gaming, but XSET manages to hold on. Now they're looking to reverse the pressure here on tomorrow. And both these teams trying to get these setups. Looney now into a full polymorph. Big damage on tomorrow. Full leg sweep. He's got no trinket, but he pre-temporals a stun, and it manages to top him off before the Cauterize does proc. I mean, both these teams just so back and forth, so close to getting these massive cooldowns out of the way, but they're just barely missing enough damage.
Yeah, it's been so close between these two teams. We've seen moments of explosive action, but no one's panicked. That's one of the things I think is very key. When you're dropping to 10%, they always have the communication, no overlaps, no unnecessary ice blocks, and more importantly, no deaths before the ice block as well. Hand of Sacrifice traded out by Chaz as they continue to rotate through those. I think Chaz has been kind of freely using his Hand of Sacrifices. He's been using them early before control, and that could potentially expose him to weakness here as we see the polymorph coming in by a brilliant crowd control as we've got the blinding light to follow up. But Raikou just taking absolutely no damage, kiting it out, healing for himself. That was a lot of crowd control invested there, and to no avail on the side of Wildcard Gaming.
Very, very nice. But Raikou still taking some damage here. Temporal Shield, Battle Master coming out there at the tail end of that crowd control. Blizzo was finally out of all of the R's there, so he was able to dig in a little bit at least. Now, once again, Raikou is in kind of an offensive position. He's trying to sheep Blizzo, bait Looney to come to his line, and then go for a sheep. But Looney is playing it expertly. He's positioned. He doesn't move into Raiku's line unless he absolutely has to, and he actually clips the Dispel there on the back foot. But now Raikou actually taking so much damage. Cauterize could potentially proc here. Chaz in crowd control. Then they don't have Sacrifice. Chaz going for a big Divine Fave, and Vitality Conduit is going to keep him alive. Maro still on the back foot now. They have more CC for Looney. They do. Maro now taking so much damage. Looney has to shrink it out. He's trying to greed the Sacrifice, but he does use it there at the end. And now Raikou as well, still taking a decent amount of damage. Touch of Death is rolling on him. Blizzo's trying to force out something here. Chaz actually using his Divine Shield in the midst of things here, and Raikou might still proc here. Sacrifice finally back here for Chaz, and he is going to immediately activate that. Keep Raikou in the fight, cheap onto Looney. Both teams are just basically staying in. It's basically a chicken race at this point. Maro trying to peel for himself. Raikou trying to find more CC onto Looney. And it looks like Maro is going to stabilize here. And it looks like they are going to be able to walk away there, trading with the trade of that Divine Shield sacrifice from Chaz. So it looks like Wildcard Gaming has a little bit of a lead right now.
Yeah, big trades being made by both teams. Blinding Light now into Chaz. Raikou taking a little bit of damage as Waz is looking to set up onto Maro as well. Big Fist of Fury gets disrupted by Maro. Ring of Frost potentially cast out. There it is. It is still Maro on the back foot. He uses his trinket. It looks like Vitality Conduit is going to be landing from Chaz as he looks to initiate crowd control. Looney with good positioning, avoids as long as he can. He's just trying to stay away from the Blinding Light. He gets caught into a Hammer of Justice. Is there any more control? Raikou looking for a Ring of Frost. He actually manages to find it. It's going to be Maro. Temporal Shield immediately going to be activated. He does have his Battle Masters. Do they get the Cauterize? He actually ice blocks right before the Temporal Shield. That's got to sting a little bit, but I think in this case, Greed would not be good. And for him, he's going to be able to hold on to that Cauterize, which is a very important cooldown. Now they're looking to get the ice block from Raikou. Nice interalize onto Chaz as well. Wildcard Gaming reversing the pressure, but Raikou should be able to hold on. He diffuses Blizzo with some polymorphs. Looks like he doesn't have a Frosto available just yet. Looney forced to use the Divine Shield. And both these teams are just trading all of their cooldowns. And, man, at this point, I'm not sure who's really pulling out ahead. I mean, Maro behind on the ice block, but still good pressure for both sides.
Yeah, it's so chaotic. Crowd control being flung out by both sides. But I think one of the biggest stories in that exchange was that Raikou actually managed to blink the Dresser Gap from Blizzo. Meanwhile, Maro took that to the face and was forced into the ice block. So slight advantage starting to creep in favor of XSET now. There's no Divine Shield. There's no ice block. Big cooldowns down. And this is going to be the Trinket Sacrifice, the last line of defense, really, other than that Cauterize. XSET are playing their hearts out here in Game 2. They want to tie up the series here on Asher Main's full. Crowd control will land, but again, beautiful preemptive sacrifice from Chaz. They're going to swap up the damage to him, but he uses the Vitality Conduit. He should be able to stabilize Divine Protection also. Tons of cooldowns being exchanged, but once again, it's enough to keep them in the fight, and now they're the ones with crowd control.
Yeah, and they find another sheep onto Looney. No Reese though. Raikou kind of exposed right now. Touch of Death is rolling. Chad's in a blinding light. Maro though is the one on the back foot. He still has the Cauterize. Vitality Conduit is rolling and gets counterspelled. Looney should have a fat heal coming in anytime soon here with that Avenging Wrath. Just spamming out instants right now. Maro still so low here. Chaz pushing in now, trying to get some crowd control, finds the Hammer of Justice onto Looney. Does he have the Blinding Light as well? Maru's taking so much damage here, doesn't have the Blinding Light here, and Raikou not in position to find crowd control, unfortunately for him. And Maru now looking for crowd control here, goes to the Ring of Frost, finds it. No, he gets counterspell, gets the full sheep though, and now Raikou could be in trouble. Chaz, how are you going to respond here? Another sheep coming out, Raikou dropping super low here, but he's polymorphing Blizzo out, Dragon's Breath coming out. Chaz still no sacrifice though. He does have his Avenging Wrath though, and he does have his Divine Favor. If he gets counterspell, it could be trouble, but Maru is the one in trouble actually. Still super low, was in a polymorph. Looney exposing himself, just spamming out Holy Lights at this point, trying to do whatever he can here to keep his teammates in the fight, sacrifice trading out there, and both of these teams are just neck and neck so far in this game.
It's just so back and forth. I mean, Blizzo, he goes for a paralyze. Raikou immediately sheeps him, so he's not able to actually capitalize on that. In the meantime, Maru still taking quite a hit of damage. Looney forced to use the Divine Shield, and XSET is slowly pulling ahead in this match. Just little outplays, little bits of damage, big drastic out the Raikou, and they get the Cauterize and the Ice Block, and all of a sudden, Wildcard Gaming is ahead. Sacrifice. He has the Divine Shield. There are tools for XSET to survive, but that was a much needed push from Wildcard Gaming to stay in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you said, right? But we got potentially the cross kill here. Maru, it's Cauterized Prox, he's so low on health. How is Looney going to keep him alive here? That's the real question. I think the answer is that he isn't. I think this is going to be a 1-1 tie. The Temporal Shield comes through, the Avenging Wrath, they're narrowly holding on here. There's no more. And the Ice Block. Raikou is also absolutely terrified here. One good crowd control chain, one interrupt onto Chaz at this stage in dampening. It could easily be the end of the game, and Wildcard have already won one in this series. They can't afford another loss. Maru, though, he's on the back foot. He's got 10 seconds on that Ice Block, and there's still crowd control on Looney, the Blinding Light, the Polymorph. He is fighting for his life here. Sheeps on Waz, desperately surviving.
Oh, we here onto Chaz, but Chaz preemptive sacrifice breaks out of it, but that was the line of defense, really. I mean, sure, they have Divine Shield, but without Avenging, without sacrifice, without N'Zoth, I don't think it's going to matter too much. Maru getting sacrificed there by Looney. Looney's pushing in. Chaz uses every man out of the crowd control. Maru's in the stun, looking for the Ring of Frost. He gets counter. He gets Dragon's Breath. Raikou doing big plays here, and onto Looney. Maru immediately has to Ice Block there. Raikou stops the setup, finds a setup of his own, and that's going to net them the Ice Block. But Raikou still no cooldowns. The only thing on the side of XSET is that Divine Shield. Chaz, Blinding Light. Maru still in trouble. Activates the Temporal Shield. It absorbs a slapper. He blinks the dress that would have killed him again. I can't believe it. Activates the Battle Master, and now here's the combustion. Raikou, how are you going to respond? He takes so much damage, no sacrifice. How is he going to live? Chaz might have to just use Bubble, and he is, and sacrifice comes back in the nick of time as well for Chaz. N'Zoth blessing XSET right there, and as they could have gone down, and now the game is completely tied up. The next setup should just straight up win here.
Ooh. Preemptive Vitality Conduit by Looney on the Polymorph, and he has his Trinket available. He just has to hold on a little bit longer. If he has Trinket, then Divine Shield's going to rotate up soon. Paralyzed now into Chaz. Double Leg Sweep comes in. Raikou in a lot of trouble. Let's see if he can hold on. Blizzo with a big hit. Chaz doing everything he can to keep him alive, but he's still caught into crowd control. XSET is just falling apart right now. Wildcard, they might be able to do it. Put two up on the board. Raikou trades out. Looney spamming out heals, but it's Raikou who falls. And Wildcard Gaming, they are up 2-0 in this match. One more, and they will be advancing to the grand finals. Really just showing how strong they are at this composition. But XSET, I mean, that was a beautifully played game. So evenly matched with these.
Yeah, both of these definitely neck and neck throughout the season as well as the series, as we can clearly see though. Wildcard Gaming though up 2-0, winning that second game on Ashermane's Fall. Let's talk about some of those setups, Ben. It seems like they were just, XSET was shutting down so much of what was coming from Wildcard, but in the end they came out on top.
I mean, yeah, it's just about well-coordinated burst. It's also about just finding these extended crowd control chains. And I mean, they managed to just find one big hit onto Raikou when it was looking so terrible for Wildcard Gaming. They managed to get that big setup on Raikou that forced not only the Cauterize, but also the Ice Block. And that was the defining moment in the game that kept them in it and allowed them to secure this kill onto Raikou. Just really good defensive plays from both these teams. Take a look at the damage breakdown once again. Blizzo really putting out a significant amount of damage. And I say Maro and Blizzo, I mean, if you add up their total damage, it is, a solid amount higher than Waz and Raikou. So definitely something to think about in this matchup. Lots of crowd control going out. And I mean, just watching that game play out, it's one of those matchups that these two teams are just so evenly matched on. I would say that I feel like Blizzo and Maro have been playing this composition a little bit longer than Waz and Raikou. So it kind of makes sense that they're pulling out ahead in these kind of mirror matchups. But I mean, you really can't count out XSET at this point, especially with how close that game was.
How is Maro more damage, more healing, more CC inflicted, more CC received, more interrupts received, and more purges? Like, how does Maro have... He's tanked more CC, he's tanked more interrupts, but he has more purges, he has more damage, he has more... Like, he got more crowd controls as well. I'm not sure... By the way, Maro actually would have died if he didn't blink that dress. Like, I want to say it was a little lucky. I mean, sure, it was good. He probably thought, like, okay, I'm in big trouble here. But if the dress connects a split second earlier as well, it's just a game,
I think one of the big differences that I'm noticing, I feel like the CC on the healers is pretty even. Like, if anything, there was one point in that game where I thought Looney was getting crowd control, and he is running the trinkets, so those crowd controls last longer, which makes sense. But I think the biggest story there was the amount of crowd control that Waz is getting put in. Like, that's the reason Blizzo's doing more damage, and to be honest, probably the main reason Maro is doing more damage. Maybe they're just playing the matchup a little bit more defensively, prioritizing crowd control on the enemy Windwalker. But I agree with you. I think the real stat here is how many Dressagaffs each of the mages blinked, because there were a couple times in that game where if the Dressagaff, Maro died. If the Dressagaff connected, Raikou would have had to use his Ice Block, and it really was those little moments that turned the tide of this game. And Wildcard Gaming, they got the better of it for the second game in a row, and they are one game away from defeating XSET and going through to the grand final. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it certainly is, Adrian. XSET for sure on the back foot here in this series, though. In terms of score, those games, like you guys have been saying, were, of course, extremely super close on both sides, but they are only one loss away for this next game for being knocked down to the lower bracket on the side of XSET, so they really need to figure out something going into Game 3 here. We're going to Tigers Peak Wildcard Gaming sticking with that same composition. What do we think their move is on the side of XSET here? Do we see them continuing that same composition? I mean, we had Chaz switch to the Holy Paladin. Do we feel like that worked out well for them then, or do we see them doing something else?
It's interesting. I feel like the fact that they locked in the mirror kind of gives you an mindset. If they had a better option, they would have ran it in game number 2. So I think for XSET, they realize, hey, we don't have anything that's going to beat this, except we have to beat them at their own game. So I think it's extremely unlikely that XSET runs something different. I would be very surprised, to be honest with you. Like I said, they look relatively evenly matched, and I mean, they have to take this matchup, they have to take the mirror match, and they have to just try to play Wildcard Gaming. Obviously not an easy thing to do, but I think if XSET wants to win this series, they're going to have to do it. I mean, we've seen them in this situation before in Rogue Mage mirrors, where they're down, 0-2, and they have to come back 3 games, and they've done it. So it's not impossible for them, but I think they just have to take a step back and kind of just realize, like, this is our best shot, and try to make it happen, because it was an extremely close call. I mean, like we mentioned, just shimmering away from Waz's Dressagaff, that could have been the difference between losing, but they are going to be switching to Rogue Mage Priest. I'm a bit surprised about this. Like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this composition. I feel like Rogue Mage Priest, it's extremely good. I mean, if you look at the European ladder right now, the 2 top teams, I believe, are Maro playing Rogue Mage Priest and XSET playing Rogue Mage Priest as well. So these compositions are really, really good, but I feel like Wildcard Gaming, with their composition, with all the versatility they can run in Conflict and Strife, it might be difficult for Waz to get anything going on.
Well, it was a little bit different the last time these teams faced, but XSET did run this comp and farm Wildcard. But, I mean, I agree with you. They wouldn't have locked in the Fire Mage Windwalker if it wasn't the best option. So it definitely reeks a little bit of desperation.
I feel like they only played it 1 game in the last series, if I remember right. Like, they played it game 3 and they won, but this comp, it's going back to that question we answered way back in the broadcast of, do you like to see what is almost an underdog composition? The tournament meta and the ladder meta are a little bit different, right? Like, you see a little bit more of these safe comps, these Holy Palas, really dominating. And I think things like Priest are a little bit more popular on ladder, but you see XSET, when they play their Rogue Mage Priest, they're so good at it. They've been so good at it for like 10 years. And I mean, it's just I feel like anything is possible when a team like this locks in that comp. And Wildcard Gaming's clearly been more practiced on this Windwalker Mage, so I don't see a world where XSET wins 3 mirror matches in a row. I think this is a smart pick.
So just based on a purely compositional perspective, how does RMP do into this composition that Wildcard do you think, Zico?
I think there's potential for a lot of things to happen here. Wildcard Gaming, they like to go after priests and play with spite. They like to play in a way where they try to the priest, essentially by attacking him a lot. They also like to just set up one-taps on the rogue. So for them, those are the win conditions. For XSET, I think they're going to have to gun down the mage. They don't have a Blessing of Protection for the Windwalker, so I think it's Mage and Pally really as targets for the Rogue Mage Priest. And I think they need to have a good opener, get good momentum rolling, try to get an extended siege chain where they can maybe even drop a bomb early on tomorrow and force out a big cooldown. If they can do that, and they might be able to snowball that momentum to a win.
You think they're going to run Wildcard's going to run Spike Trinket?
They have in the past. I mean, against jungle and against rogue in the past. So I don't think they're going to go for it in this game. But if they lose this game, I could see them doing that. But it just you know with Wildcard, when they play Mage Windwalker, they can play Spite Mage Windwalker. They can go for the healer. They can go for the rogue. There's a lot of different ways for them to win this matchup.
And what about you, Healing Sad? Do you want to take any guesses on setups from either side here that we might see in this next matchup?
I mean, I think XSET can play this a bunch of different ways. That's one of the reasons that it's fun to see. But I do think that has a very solid comp here and a good chance of taking this one 3-0.
XSET farmed them last time with this. I told you guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay, so I will say that they did, but the truth is they completely threw. Maro ran full expedient haste and just died instantly every single game. So I think they completely threw away that series, and I don't think that's really necessarily indicative of how this matchup is supposed to be played. But this is something that's really interesting to me because if you look at the North American ladder versus the European ladder, there is a flavor of priests, discipline priests on the European ladder, and the American ladder, it's all about the paladin. So I'm kind of curious to see how this one plays out. Like a very high level rogue mage priest versus a extremely high level paladin windwalker mage, because I feel like one of these compositions is kind of representing North America and one of them is more representing Europe at this point of the game. But we'll see. Big start here out on more fun to Looney. XSET looking to get really aggressive early on. The grapple weapon onto Waz. Who's trying to slow it down just a little bit, but they actually are going. So they're going after Chaz, the blinding light into the Ring of Frost, and this is going to be a big setup.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big sticker for Z. Chaz right now is getting destroyed here in the stun lock, and he used his, I don't know if he used every man for himself there, but he definitely used pain suppression. He used a lot of cooldowns there, and Wildcard Gaming, they're going to take that and run with it. Now they're going to turn their attention over to Maro, and or over to Raikou, sorry, looking for some pressure here. Now Raikou has to try to find some crowd control onto Looney if they're going to be able to do something here onto Maro. He actually snipes him with a Ring of Frost around the corner, but Waz is getting polymorphed up, and that means Maro is going to be completely safe. Looney is going to be on Sheep DR, and now Chaz is in a full Sheep here. Raikou in massive trouble. Can Maro get the re as well? He gets counterspelled at 99%. Smoke Bomb gets dropped here, and Smoke Bomb actually nerfs Vitality Conduit. It doesn't really work in the Smoke Bomb, so Looney not going to be able to really do anything about that right now. Mind Control coming out now as well. Waz potentially looking for the blind here onto Looney, and they need some kind of crowd control now while he's low. And here we go. Here comes the spite, boys.
Yeah, this is spite time, but I think they kind of messed it up, and yeah, they did. The Dragon's Breath was kind of late, he was already half out of it, then the rock doesn't hit. Chaz will survive, and spite is such an interesting tool because it can be so amazing, and Chaz is running relentless, so they only really need to get it right once, and they'll just win this game flat out. But it's not super straightforward against Rogue Mage. There's a bunch of crowd control you have to deal with. Waz, of course, has the Vanish. He can go for that emergency peeling if he needs to. So they're kind of banking on a tool that can be completely devastating. But I think, Ven, you talked about in one of the previous series, they're losing some big cooldowns like Claws or Maledicts or whatever they'd want to run as that opportunity cost. So if these spikes don't work out and these setups on Chaz don't work out, then they're going to fall themselves, they're going to find themselves further behind in the mage race.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. The one thing that Wildcard Gaming also has going in advantage of them is I feel like this is one of those matchups where the Paladin should out mana the Priest. Marvel getting a big hit of damage. He's going to use his Trinket and Temporal Shield in that last setup. You're just farming out the fireballs, trying to reset his combustion. The same for Marvel in this match. And once again, they're going for the spice. Chaz immediately every man for himself, and they're just trying to go aggressive. They're actually going after Looney. Chaz doesn't want to fall behind. They're actually trying to make a power play here. Looney, is he going to get taken? Absolutely smoked. Big damage coming in from X. Chaz realizing right now it is do or die. They perfectly calculated that Looney, I think he was on forbearance there, so unable to activate his Divine Shield, and XSET was able to capitalize, and they put a point on the board, and they did it with style.
They did it with style. XSET could potentially tie it up here in this next game. And I guess RMP, good choice. Do we like it now after that game? I mean, clearly worked for them here.
Yeah, I mean, so for me, it is really interesting. Like I kind of mentioned in the pre-match, like in Europe, they're a lot more about, like, there's these teams that play RMP and they're the top of the ladder. In America, it's all about Paladins on the top of the ladder. And I was talking to Borngood, a Paladin from North America, about this, and he thinks that the main reason why you see RMP do so well is because good rogue mages just kill Paladins. And that's exactly what we saw in this game. Waz and Raikou, they picked the perfect all-in moment, and they were able to just take down Looney with a full kidney shot. Unfortunately, there was no forbearance, no trinket available, and he gets deleted. So clean setup from XSET, and maybe this is something that's repeatable. I think for Maro, Blizzo, and Looney, I just don't want to see them use Spite. I feel like they're trying to win this matchup in a gimmicky way, and they don't need to. I think they can just play it completely. They play with Claw, Drestagath, and I think they could just win a mage race, or going after Waz more in the matchup. So that's what I'd like to see from them. But XSET definitely doing a really good job with that Rogue Mage Priest.
Yeah, this is going to be Wildcard's map choice here going into this next game. Ven, sounds like you just want to see them play both comps again?
I think so, yeah. I mean, there is a world where maybe Blizzo, Marvel, and Looney, they switch it up and they bring in Zipa and maybe play Fire Mage Elemental Shaman, but I think they shouldn't. I mean, I really think that Windwalker Mage Paladin can win this matchup if you just play it out standard. I really do. But yeah, I guess only time will tell if they actually go for that line of play.
The thing is, XSET didn't start with Rogue Mage Priest, which must mean that Wildcard lost to the Rogue Mage Priest in the previous series, right, in the circuit, so presumably they have something prepared, otherwise XSET would have potentially started with this one, I'm thinking. So I am really curious if Wildcard have another comp lined up, because this first game, I mean, sure, they went with the Spite, it didn't work out for them, but I don't know if it's necessarily cut and dry that they would do well without the Spites either. Rogue Mage Priest is still very key, and their win condition is super easy, right? They just gotta get a good connection on Looney, get a good connection on Mara, they have a bunch of crowd control, a bunch of damage. So I do think, I've got a feeling that Wildcard's gonna have something else up their sleeve, whether it's Zipai or maybe even like there's some cleave or something that could be good into Rogue Mage Priest, because that's kind of the reason that priests have fallen behind in the past. These really tanky compositions can outmana them. I'm super curious. I think there's got to be an answer, surely.
It's 2020 and we're still trying to figure out an answer against Rogue Mage. We've said it many times. There's got to be something that beats it. No, but I do think we're going to probably see the same matchup, and yeah, I do agree with Ben. Probably no Spites. By the way, I want a star sticker, if that's okay. And yeah, a star. It sounds good. Yeah, I think we're going to see the same matchup for sure. And I have the same question as you guys. Why wouldn't they lead with this? I mean, there's got to be something that they're either afraid of, or they just straight up had a bad result in this matchup against like maybe another team or in War Games or something.
I want to see Windwalker DK or something along those lines from Wildcard. I want to see them go, ooh, guns blazing at Chaz on this small map. I truly believe that the way that they win against Rogue Mage Priest, like the best way is you have to somehow endure and survive, and then you have to burn the priest out of mana. And I think those are the sorts of comps that can do that the fastest and most effectively. Maybe I'm being a little bit kind of old school because as you know, we see the corruptions going higher and higher. It is just going to be the same composition. So clearly not. But I do wonder if that's something that could work. Maybe the damage is too high now for XSET, but maybe if they lose this one, that's something they can try.
I've been criticizing a lot of healers for this in general, but what do you guys think about playing Relentless into Rogue Mage? Like, you bop the blind and then you die, or you bop the blind and like I don't think it's worth it. Like, just trinket the blind and you're never even going to be in that situation. It felt like Wildcard was actually farming during that game, and then they just made one mistake and immediately XSET capitalized on it.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think Wildcard Gaming composition can win. Like, it even should win. I think if Looney just plays a little bit more defensive, they throw away the spite trinkets, I think they can straight up get Chaz out of mana. They can go after Waz in a big one-shot combo. I mean, he's playing literally full gushing. He's got almost no versatility whatsoever. So I think he's a great opportunity to swap to them. They can train Raikou. I don't know. I think Wildcard Gaming, they have a lot of options. XSET obviously tremendous at this composition, and they won that last game in a really nice manner. But I think Looney can make some changes. I mean, he could even play Battle Masters potentially if he could get a pre-Battle Masters on that kidney when he's on Forbearance. Maybe it doesn't go down. You know, if he is playing Trinket, then he can just Trinket out of the blind and he doesn't die with on Forbearance. So I don't know. This is one of those matchups I really do think either team can win, and I think Wildcard Gaming, this is the composition I wanted them to see that sets them up the best.
And if we do have XSET winning this next matchup, do we think that they would be able to win the following game after that? How much of a hard time do you think they'd have there for that game? What are their do you think instead?
I mean, if they can win this one, anything is possible, right? Like, Wildcard, clearly this was their composition and their map choice into Rogue Mage Priest. So if XSET wins this one, then suddenly asking the question, why wasn't it Rogue Mage Priest from the start? Because they look fairly brilliant on it so far. Either way, I think one thing we can be 100% certain of, that this is going to be another really explosive game. Rogue Mage Priest, after all the years, I remember back in Legion, now we're back at it, and it is just such a composition, and these guys really know how to make that make this comp tick.
I think they're actually going to go after Looney. Waz is waiting for his teammates to get closer so that he can sap Looney. And the only way that they would do that, yeah, they're going after Looney. Sap on Blizzo, stun onto Looney. Cheap shot, actually, they're going to go after Morrow. No polymorph out of the cheap shot there for Raikou. So this is a terrible opener here for XSET. I think Waz is going to look for the blind. There it is. Full blind secured. Morrow's in a kidney. Looney bops the blind here. Waz, he did commit his vendetta. So it's a fair trade here for Looney. And let's see, what else can they do? Are they going to go after Looney again? I think that's what they want to do. And Looney still has Divine Protection, so I don't think there's any real danger of dying like he did last game right now.
Yeah, I mean, for Looney, he's looking good so far. Smoke Bomb gets dropped down because they Morrow. He almost gets out of the kidney shot. He actually trinkets out, and I think it's a fair trade. Trinket out of the Smoke Bomb. That's going to be the scariest moment for Morrow. And as long as that trade is made, Looney should be able to keep him. Ring of Frost being channeled. Chaz, he actually gets out of the... He uses every man for himself to break out of the stun and tries to go for a premonition, but Morrow fakes. Now might be able to actually find a full polymorph, and he does! Big damage on Raikou, the big Drestigat. That was such a nice setup there by Morrow. Something breaks the polymorph, though. I'm not exactly sure what broke that polymorph onto Chaz, but he will be free from that crowd control. Now Morrow in a full KD shot with the polymorph onto Looney. Great push here by XSET, and it's going to be Morrow on the back foot. Let's see, do they have anything else? Chaz moves forward, he gets Dragon's Breath. Looney gets out of the crowd control. Nicely done. Blizzo with a double leg sweep as well. Full Ring of Frost lands. And now, once again, Raikou 1v1 situation.
Dude, Morrow played that so brilliantly. First, he fakes out the every man for himself, and then he gets the Dragon's Breath to set up the triple stun there from Blizzo. So beautiful plays, turning the situation on his head, and once again proving why he can be an MVP for Wildcard Gaming. But he's taking a fair bit of damage right now. The step comes over from Waz, but Looney jukes he played. He's actually going to put a little bit of red on the face of Waz as they're trying to convert this with the Hammer of Justice in the room. Big powered shield from the Rapture. is going to keep Waz safe for now. But again, another beautiful play. Wildcard Gaming really having a good game here. They're getting the crowd control, they're juking the interrupt, finding the damage, and Raikou is the one falling behind. That said, mana still looking pretty good here for Chaz, which is of course one of the things we talked about in the pregame. Discipline Priests, that's one of their biggest weaknesses, is that mana bar, but so far pressure from XSET has been sufficient. Double blink in, full polymorph, kidney shot connects, and Mara is the one in trouble as the combustion looks for damage and looks for more cooldowns.
Oh, nicely done there by Waz. He gets the follow-up CC. Should I continue to change? Chaz looking for the fear. Nice clip edge there by Maru. He gets the polymorph right there on the corner. He gets a nice ring of frost as well to lock the door into that room. And now trying to reverse the situation back onto Raikou, but nice fear coming out. Do you have anything out? They do get a sheep as well. Maru could be in a lot of trouble here, and that kidney shot grapple weapon comes out. They need to stop the resheep. They do, and Looney has the Divine Favor active right now. He needs to get it off. He gets dispelled on it by Chaz here. Chaz is there. He's ready to kick him. Looney knows it, and now finally Maru getting kicked. So I think he juked the counterspell there as well. So excellent place there from Looney, keeping his mage in the fight in that situation. Now they're trying to turn on the pressure onto Chaz. Chaz has no pain suppression, no every man for himself. They can just one-tap him right here, and they will. He is going to get KO'd. Excellent setup there by Wildcard Gaming. That is something you can do as well to priests. When they don't have trinket, don't have pain suppression, you can just stun them and delete them.
Wow, well done by Wildcard Gaming against XSET. What an intense matchup, though, and I don't know. I feel like that was still a super close series, you said.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brilliant series between these two sides, and I really thought when the Rogue Mage Priest this matchup that they'd have a good chance, but again, they're kind of trying to play around, and you have to be so good to play around the weaknesses of priests. And they find that opportunity. They get the every man for himself. They actually baited it out, so he didn't even get that much value from it. The pain suppression's down, and this is just a clean setup here. I think we can see it on the replay right now. Chaz, Looney on that Paladin, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's in position for this the entire time. They get the leg sweep, followed up with the Hammer of Justice, and look at the explosive damage here. All of them triggering the Touch of Death. This is a full team commitment, and that is a clean kill there by Wildcard Gaming. Beautifully done, and we're first spot in the grand finals here today.
Yeah, very true. Wildcard will be moving on into the grand finals. The winner, their opponent will be the winner of the next series, XSET versus Coffin Dance. And now, or no, that's wrong. Sorry, that's just our next series, XSET versus Coffin Dance. But XSET will be dropping down to the lower final or lower bracket there. And well done by both of these teams. I feel like in this next series, Coffin Dance is going to have just a difficult series coming up for them, Zico.
Oh yeah, there's no question about it. Coffin Dance in that lower bracket, they've been heating up, and I don't know. I actually talking to Rezus a little bit during our last break, and he said we will try our best into wildcard. We have a plan B. Well, Mr. Rezus, I hope you have a plan C because you're going up against XSET.
Wait. Zika, I think it was you that said you didn't think XSET was gonna play Coffin Dance today.
I think that was a lot of people, to be honest.
Do you recall?
Can I
have a sticker for that one?
I predicted XSET to win this series.
I
give you a sticker if I'm wrong?
Does that work?
No,
that could be quite a few stickers, actually. Needs to be a conversion rate there, I think.
That's fair.
I don't know though. I can't believe dominant Wildcard Gaming were. I mean, this is the thing, right? We were kind of portraying this North America meta versus Europe meta, and these Holy Paladins they're a scary prospect. They stand on top of you. They do the most damage. They have Hammer of Justice that can sometimes cooldown rotate, so it's back up, and they're flipping it from target to target. I mean, they have a bunch of cool. This is a scary Wildcard Gaming because these guys, like they love to dampen, but just give them an inch and they'll take a mile when it comes as well. So I think XSET's they're gonna have a tough time in that lower bracket. I think most people will favor them, and I don't know. We're gonna have an absolutely amazing grand final in Europe either way. Like Wildcard Gaming, they have been so close to winning these things always, and they always get beaten in the final, and now they might just have it.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Words are clearly not being able to describe this, but it's going to be a really, really intense. The 3 teams that are left, I feel like, are just pretty close, especially with the performance we've seen today from the teams that are left. And it's going to be XSET versus Coffin Dance next, and the winner of that will be moving up to the grand finals to face off against Wildcard Game. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will see that series.
control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Kidney shot.
To defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, Snuts is in the top 3. Don't you ever put Snuts again!
Welcome back, everyone. We are going straight into the action as XSET versus Coffin. Winner of this series goes on to the grand face off against Wildcard Gaming.
That's a Mistweaver. That's not a Shaman. Very interesting here. So Lone Tar has just been flexing the Shaman throughout this entire tournament. Mistweaver, wondering what he was anticipating in a game 1. Definitely must have been a Wizard Cleave. He thought that this could be a good answer for Fire Ellie, but it's still Frost Mage, not Fire. So curious to see how this plays out. Is he ready for a team like XSET on his ult?
Well, I guess we're going to find out. I think if he played Shaman, actually, this would have been fine for them, but we're going to see the first push is happening, and Swapsy is actually getting knocked.
Void Elf? Is he Void Elf?
What? Yeah,
I swear he just Void knocked out a line and Void Elf back into midfield.
That was pretty sick by Swapsy. He was about to get dressed behind that pillar, and the Coffin then song was about to play, but Swapsy escapes, only using his Void Elf ratio right there. Tran in a fear. Target, Rezus takes a fat Chaos Bolt to the face. Lontar pre-cocoon Seduce, and Raikou is just ready to sheep. Potentially, he breaks the Seduce, and they're going after Lontar. I'm not sure actually about that move. I think they could have just extended CC chain with a poly and then swapped to Lontar, but they are going to break the chain, and everyone on confidence is looking fine.
Yeah, so far so good. The Void Elf definitely strong, especially if we see Rezus, Lone Tar, and Trend use the Spike Trinket. What doesn't appear they are using that, but I think that's kind of the thought process behind using that racial. And everyone's looking relatively stable. I mean, Swapsy, he's used his Infernal so far, but there hasn't been a huge hit of damage on Rezus or Trend. But as I say that, Lone Tar actually gets interrupted, and Rezus getting bursted down. Might have to be a little bit careful, not even using the Fortifying Brew, not using Diffuse Magic, just relying on his own self-healing, the Serpent Jade statue, the Renewing Mist, and it looks like Rezus should be okay, rolling out of line of sight as he's taking another huge hit. This is a great setup. The Seduce right now onto Lone Tar, and Rezus has just been completely isolated. Lone Tar does manage to use his Revival, but I feel like that Revival was kind of, I don't know, it felt like a waste. Rezus was completely safe behind the pillar, and that is an extremely long cooldown that Lone Tar no longer has access to.
Let's see if that does end up coming back to bite him here. Raikou getting bursted, Temporal Trades. In this Destro Frost Mage, a composition known for dragging these fights deep into dampening. Although I don't think they were anticipating a Mistweaver Monk from Lone Tar, so they're going to need to readjust their strategy, maybe get aggressive and on top of them for crowd control, but they're being pushed back quite heavily. Good recovery from Chaz throughout that onslaught from Coffin Dance. Nice Frost Nova there, hitting both Rezus and Trend. Spam Fears coming in from Swapsy as well. Raikou's main goal here to just slow Rezus and Trend, trying to avoid as much damage as possible. Lone Tar pushing up into midfield, paralyzed leg sweep, good combo. Swapsy intercepts with a double Shadow Fury, trying to stall, but Raikou's still getting hit hard. Trinket sacrifice from Chaz here. Although those Paladin cooldowns a lot less valuable for XSET, as the Ineffable Truth will be resetting them. So I do like Chaz just anticipating the damage there and making sure that Raikou doesn't need to use an Ice Block.
Yep, a very, very nice trade. You always want to be using those Paladin cooldowns before the Mage cooldowns. And that is, of course, because the Mage is not running Ineffable Truth that can just give your cooldowns back. So we're going to see Raikou dropping on Orb, trying to get some control here in the midfield. Blessing of Freedom. Ooh, nice Hammer of Justice there onto Rezus. Gets dispelled though. A lot of damage coming out here. Trent stuck in a fear. Rezus rolling to his target. Gets feared as well. Swaps is just having a field day here on that Warlock, on that Void Elf Warlock. And now we're going to see potential here for another setup. They're looking for it. Raikou's trying to drag the melees as far away from Lone Tar as possible, and that is so Lone Tar gets CC'd in the middle of the map. And look at Swapsy, he can use Fear out of the Hodge, drop his Infernals, start lobbing out the bolts, maybe go for a Re-Fear here as well with the Spell Reflection right there. The triple DR Fear, but Raikou is nowhere near to get those sheep, so he's going to be kiting around these melees. And I gotta say, Coffin, they're doing a pretty decent job so far. They have a mana lead. They haven't really used any cooldowns themselves, but I'm not sure if dampening actually favors their composition. I don't think it does.
I would agree with that. I feel like one of the nice things about Tren and Rezus and Lontar playing the Mistweaver Monk is they have a lot of self-sustain. So I mean, Rezus and Tren have a lot of leech healing, stuff like Expel Harm from Rezus can keep them alive, and then Lontar only has to throw in a little bit of healing. In the meantime, Raikou actually getting bursted down right now, but he will be able to hold on. And as I was saying, I feel like his dampening gets higher. All of a sudden, Lontar has to open up his tree a lot more. He's susceptible to being interrupted by Swapsy, by Raikou. Rezus and Tren can't self-sustain nearly as much, and I feel like as long as XSET can hold on to their defensive cooldowns, they can just put out consistent damage, and then in dampening, I feel like that's when they really will start securing a lead in this matchup.
Swap over to Lontar. XSET not afraid to go after the healer a little bit here, and I don't think Lontar is playing Conflict, so definitely a good option to target Lontar in this game. Rezus at the moment with no Gladius Medallion is looking juicy, though, as he rolls forward onto Raikou. Imprison over onto Chaz with Swapsy, just fears Tren off into the corner. Tren double fell rushing, gets feared again, not able to connect almost at all during that stun lock. Raikou blinks back into midfield, repositioning to the opposite side of Lontar, so Lontar has to move out into midfield to heal as you see Raikou blink again. They use Ring of Peace to try and knock Raikou closer. Lontar rolls out, he stuns Swapsy on his way, switching sides of the map. What's Raikou going to do? He's used both Shimmers at this point. He's kind of stuck on this side. Shadow Fury on Lontar, setting up for crowd control, not able to find the fear. Lontar sneaks out of line of sight. Leg sweep on Raikou. Potentially a big drop of damage here. Chaz gets ready. Divine Favor, Big Holy Light. Raikou bounces back into the fight. Blessing of Freedom. Raikou repositions. Gets intercepted by Tren with a double fell eruption there, but not enough damage. Rezus just got locked down in Fears and Hammer of Justice, and XSET are playing a great game, just going back and forth across the map and dragging this fight on. And anytime Lontar moves out into midfield like this, they get a fear on him. Later on in the game, potentially switch to him in a Hammer of Justice. Raikou again repositioning. Doesn't want to be on the same side of the map as Lontar. He wants to be as far away from Lontar as possible. Lontar has to move out into midfield, but he had his portal down there. He anticipated Raikou switching sides, but Raikou immediately uses him on a gateway to go to the other side. Lontar out in midfield, line of sight's the fear. Maybe wants to push in for a paralyze. Lontar's still sitting out in midfield. He pre-life cocoons, anticipating a fear. That was a nice read by Lontar. Rezus is going to take no damage, but they're just going to switch to Lontar. Infernal stun into Hodge. Beautiful punish here by XSET. Massive pressure. Isn't going to be enough. They strip off the shield. Oh man, massive heals. Lontar almost goes down. He tried to anticipate an attempt on Rezus there. XSET punish and go after Lontar instead. And now that XSET have kind of shown that they have that potential, Lontar needs to be more careful.
Yeah, Lontar definitely needs to be extremely careful because he is a target, and it can go wrong if you try to make a read like that and decide to swap. Well, you kind of want to save that life. Ooh, big damage here onto Raikou. Chaz immediately responds though with Sacrifice, and now they're going after Lontar here once again. No safeguard, no life cocoon. Good night. And that's exactly what we're talking about when you are playing against Mage Lock, especially as the healer. What tends to happen is, first, your melees are chasing, really far away. You run out to follow them. You get crowd controlled, you get crowd controlled some more, and then you get swapped to and die. But when Lontar does a preemptive life cocoon on his Windwalker, who also had his cooldowns, well, that's just a pretty free swap.
All right, that's going to be a game one victory for XSET for this series. Winner of this series goes on to the grand finals. Obviously, these teams are going to be pushing so hard for this win here, and here is the replay.
I mean, we can take a quick little look at it and see exactly what happens. You can see Lontar gets interrupted. They go for a big setup on Raikou. Luckily for Chaz, he had the Blessing of Protection, the Blessing of Sacrifice. Lontar gets swapped to, and that was just honestly a really, really clean setup. And I think that Sacrifice onto Raikou just allowed him to play offensive. They could take full advantage of that, and obviously Lontar was caught off guard. Unfortunately, with no life cocoon, there was really not too much he could do. But I think this just shows you the flexibility of XSET. In the previous matchup they just had against Wildcard Gaming, they were forced to run the Rogue Mage, the Windwalker Mage. But Swapsy waiting in the wings, he can come in and they can play this wizard setup at such a high level. I think this is going to be a really difficult matchup for Rezus, Tren, and Lontar to pull victory from.
Yeah, and it's just going to be going into this as well. XSET, you mentioned it already, Ven. They're such a flexible team. Their composition pool is huge, especially when you compare it to the other teams in the European region. And then you look at a team like Coffin, and really all they have is this one Demon Hunter Windwalker comp. We haven't really seen Joe Fernandez play at all this season, but considering all of this, they are one win away from the grand finals, and Coffin Dance, I just feel like is holding their own so well here. But like you said, Ben, it's going to be a difficult turnaround for Coffin Dance. Zico, going into game number 2, do we feel like XSET will continue to play Mage Lock? And if they do, what do we want to see Coffin Dance do?
This is what we want. We want that map right there. And we want XSET to lock in Mage Lock again. And then we want Coffin Dance. Actually, I want XSET to lock in maybe Mage Windwalker, Holy Pala. I think if they lock in Mage Lock, they're going to lose this game. But I want to see Coffin Dance lock in. Well, I think Coffin Dance usually beats Lock Mage with the Shaman. So, I mean, the first thing, I'm going to be honest here, Lontar is just one of the best Shamans, but I haven't really seen him as somebody who multi-classes a lot. Like, I've seen him, sometimes on Druid, sometimes on Mistweaver, and, he's all right, but this is, the lower bracket final for the entire year here. This is not the time to be alting. Coffin Dance is one of those teams that, through thick and thin, they played the same composition, they played their mains, and they made it this far. I want to see them keep doing that.
All right, XSET, Chaz on the Holy Paladin, Raikou on the Frost Mage, Swapsy sticking to that Warlock here on Dollar and Sewers. Zico, you said you wanted them not to play this. How do you feel about it?
I feel like, we've seen Coffin Dance play into Mage Lock before. We've seen them against, I think it was AWC and Diabolus, and they beat both times those Mage Locks. So I don't know if XSET's Mage Lock is just that much better that they're going to still be able to win, but I really feel like Coffin Dance has a legitimate chance here to win if they play just the regular comp with the Shaman Healer.
Okay, here on Dollar and Sewers, how does Mage Lock do on this map then?
I think it does okay. I think the main thing for XSET on this map, and this is something we see them do, is you just utilize the outside of the platform. So instead of playing on the very limited size platform, if you need to, you can pull off and kind of play on that grate and just run circles around the map, basically do laps and just keep dragging, keep running, forcing Coffin Dance to kind of extend. The one problem for them is I feel like Lontar is going to be in a position where he can kind of always be with his team. It's also going to be much easier for Rezus and Tren to kind of just move in and out of line of sight quickly and avoid damage, and also just immediately get back into the fight. So Coffin Dance obviously picking a great map. I think Lontar coming in on the Shaman was a really, really good idea as well. Experimenting with the Mistweaver Monk, it didn't work out that great, but can't really blame him for trying. However, like you kind of said, Zico, I just feel like this is the moment where you kind of just put it all on the line. I mean, this is their last chance for the entire year. They got to play what's best and just try to really rise to the occasion and outplay. And if they can do that, they're going to earn themselves, a spot in that finals.
Yeah, and if you guys are watching from home and you want to check out the gear that these guys are running, once again, awc.gcd.tv if you want to check that out, or there's quite a bit of information down below this video for you guys as well to enjoy. Stupities, what do we feel like with either of these teams really, but mostly XSET is what I'm asking about. Do we feel like there's anything special that they want to do here, or you want to see them do in terms of gear?
Just full versatility pretty much on everybody except Chaz, maybe a bit of versatility on Chaz, as Paladin can get tunneled down, especially with Frost Mage instead of Fire Mage. This map would be good for that. XSET are likely going to play on the bottom part of the map, so the outside, try and drag along the outside rail grade over and over and over and over. And Coffin Dance are going to try and use the boxes, obviously, on each side of the upper platform to line of sight. Coffin Dance, they've got a chance to win early with Trustagath trinkets, and then later in dampening, I think it starts to favor XSET more and more. Just the poke damage from the Frost Mage and the Rain of Fire from the Destruction Warlock just begins to overwhelm the Shaman, who eventually will have to start casting heals deeper into dampening. So XSET, it's all about surviving the Trustagath for 6 or 7 minutes, and then after that point, they start to get control.
All right, we'll see if they can pull it off here. Game number 2 on Dollar and Sewers. It's XSET versus Coffin Dance, 1-0.
All right, let's see if Coffin Dance are gonna be able to take this very important game number 2 here. If they lose this one, it's gonna be extremely hard to reverse sweep exit 3 times on their map choices. So Coffin Dance, they really got to get something going here. You know, see if they had any changes to their build. That in last game they were playing versatility all across the board, and it is something that they've been doing a lot against Mage Lock. But in that previous matchup, we saw a lot of pressure with those gushing wounds and that Lash of the Void. So let's see if you can see any procs come out. Right now, Raikou dropping the Frozen Orb, dropping the Blizzard, and you can see already the triangle formation here being put into effect here by XSET. One Wizard on the right side, another one on the left side, Healer in the back, and AoE, Rain of Fire, Cataclysm, Blizzard, Frozen Orb, all that good stuff. And now Infernal's being called in, triple stun, Hammer of Justice. Lontar is the target of choice here, but there's no Frozen Orb, they just reverse it. Or Infernals, they only force reverse. Now Swapsy is going to be the target of choice here. Big damage coming out. The Void Elf, Blink. Actually, no, you just Demonic Circles right there. So nice talent adaptation here from Swapsy. And once again, Coffin Dance, they did their kind of one-hit wonder. And now they're going to just kick back and chill for a second.
Wow, that Demonic Circle placement is actually really smart. I love that positioning, because basically what Swapsy can do is he can go to any side of this upper platform, jump off, and if Rezus and Tren chase him, then he can just port back up on the platform. It becomes really obnoxious, and you really get to utilize sort of the Z-axis on this map. So I like this decision by Swapsy, and for XSET, I mean, you can just tell by their talent choices, they're going to be happy. Anytime as the Mage Lock, you're in this position, especially the Frost Mage, where you can essentially just drop a Blizzard, drop a Frozen Orb, everyone's just kind of pinned back and can't really move in. I feel like XSET is kind of playing into their win condition, which is deep dampening right now. Swapsy, he's in a position where if he needs to, he can portal away. Reziv's going to be rolling over and putting on a little bit of pressure, but Freedom allows him to reposition. And so far, I'm kind of wondering what Coffin Dance is waiting for. I mean, it looks like they want to get a little bit of dampening going before they really commit on any target, but who is going to be the best target? I feel like a Destruction Warlock with the Demonic Circle, a Frost Mage backing him up is an extremely difficult target to take down, but we'll see. I mean, Coffin Dance, maybe an option for them. Definitely excited to find what do in this match.
I also don't know if they fought a Void Elf Destruction Warlock. Just that extra mobility when they think they've got the Warlock, and then just teleports across the map. So very interesting decision here from XSET in terms of their racial selection for the Destruction Warlock, getting a bit more mobility. However, Swapsy stunned up at the pillar, not able to access. Chaz repositions, picks him up in a hurry. Lone Target's counterspelled. Raikou drops a Blizzard, and this is what I mean by the poke damage. Cataclysm on one side, Blizzard on the other. Deeper into dampening, this AoE pressure onto Coffin Dance will start to stick. The Pack Spirit for the Shaman won't heal him back up. Expel Harm won't heal back the Windwalker, and neither will the Leash Healing of the Demon Hunter. So it is kind of up to Coffin Dance to get some momentum going here. They're chasing down Raikou, but Temporal Shield, such a short cooldown, powerful effect there, will immediately recover him. Lone Tar gets stunned up on the pillar. Rezus, the target, as well as Lone Tar out in the open. 2 Ice Lances, 3 Ice Lances. Lone Tar wraps around the corner. They're trying to push Swapsy back. They interrupt Shadow Fury. They're also just trying not to stand in Rain of Fire. They use Ring of Peace. Swapsy just portals right back to midfield. That was the Dark Soul. So I mean, I'm not sure what Swapsy was hoping to get done there. There was no stun lock, so Dark Soul doesn't get too much value. Raikou gets blasted down. Chaz is going to trade Sacrifice. Not a big deal. Normally a very long cooldown, but with Ineffable Truth, probably back in 20 seconds or so. So it's almost like an Iron Bark for the Holy Paladin. I don't think Chaz is really going to regret trading Sacrifice like that. Tren getting rotted down a bit here. Swapsy is just standing on top of the enemy team right now, really unafraid at the moment. Will he regret it is the question. Leg sweep, but it looks like Swapsy just portaled away from it. So a nice portal from Swapsy. They're forced to switch to Raikou. Infernal gets called in. Triple stun. Chaz rolls up. Hammers down. Lone Tar the target. 1 second left. Down to half. Recovers. Earthen Wall Totem preemptively activated, allowing him a huge bolstering of defense, taking basically no damage. Chaz gets wind sheared, but not any real consequence here. Avenging Wrath is up. His healing is quite high. Both teams stable in this position prior to dampening. No massive leads on either side. However, these interrupts, like the spell lock on Lontar here, if that happens later on in the game, or a Hammer and Justice is on cooldown and they can chain it off an interrupt, that's definitely game over for Coffin Dance. So Lontar needs to be ready. Imprison on Chaz. They're going after Swapsy. Swapsy just portals back into midfield. I love his demonic circle position there. He's kind of like BM, running on top of the enemy team. Like, here, hit me, I dare you. And then as soon as he's in any trouble, I'm out. I don't like this anymore. And it's making it really difficult for Coffin Dance to get anything going.
Yeah, and I don't know. You have on one end, the Warlock is the main target for you guys. Ooh, they might be able to take him down right here. If not, he's just going to be able to port. Swapsy actually casting here. He's out of his port range a little bit. Swapsy's still taking a decent amount of damage, but Chaz, ooh, Chaz actually getting stunned up there. Now finally going to be trading out a Divine Favor. Swapsy is going to teleport away, make a nice new soul well. You can tell he's getting comfortable right now. He's stretching in his seat. He knows what's going on. He's just going to drop combat right now to reset the Healthstone cooldown. And since he just mounted up, we know that he dropped combat right there. So Swapsy going to have another Healthstone. I'm not sure if he used it there, but I'm pretty sure he did. And yeah, we're going to be back into this beautiful box here where there's just raining ice and fire over Coffin Dance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Coffin Dance is gonna do. I feel like if they could just hold on to maybe let's think about it. I mean, there's not that much going on in the game right now, so we kind of just talk about, you know, what is Coffin Dance gonna do, and I feel like pushing on Chaz is gonna be smart. Chaz is literally just running on top of them, which is a massive disrespect, I would say, as a paladin that's running an F-Full Truth, running on top of a cleave, and I feel like Coffin Dance should be able to punish this. I mean, Chaz is going to be running, and he uses the gateway, but Rezus and Tren, there is an opportunity for them to continue the push. They're opting not to do it, but that kind of maneuver from Chaz is going to be really scary as the game goes later into dampening. We're at about 10% right now, but even just pushing off the pillar for a little bit, Tren, Rezus, Lontar, all just rotting down. That was the Astral Shift from Lontar. Luckily, Tren was able to hold on to his blur. Chaz just running in on top of them again. I mean, this is quite questionable. I feel like Coffin Dance, I mean, you almost feel bad if they're not able to punish that, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Swapsy's going to be portaling away as well. A Hex onto Raikou, and Coffin Dance forcing XSET back once again. An interrupt now onto Lontar, not allowing him to fully reset, but I just get the feeling if Coffin Dance can hold on to, you know, Blur, Darkness, Touch of Karma, Fortify, Diffuse Magic, Trinket Spirit Link, they might be able to make a power play on, try to take him down with a huge all-in as dampening is super high. Or, I mean, if Swapsy and Raikou are just going to be pushing in this deep, go safely after the DPS and really get some pressure rolling that way.
Swapsy down at half health, sacrifice again, trades for Chaz. Oh, stun lock on Tren. Beautiful combo of crowd control here by XSET. Can they power down Tren though? He activates Blur, he stuns them back, and he should stabilize here through the Frozen Orb, thanks to that Earthen Wall. They're actually just charging out of it onto Raikou. Raikou blinks away. Resistant Tren just hitting the closest caster, so Swapsy is closer to Lontar, so they attack him. As soon as both pull away, then they retreat back to the box, wait for a little bit deeper of dampening. It's just, I'm not certain that dampening is actually going to work out for them, especially with the mobility build that Swapsy is running. Not typically would a Warlock be able to actually get away from this composition, but with Void Elf and Demonic Circle and Gateway, I think that Swapsy can. He's stunned down, out of line of sight. They paralyze Chaz on his way in. Swapsy could use Demonic Circle if he needs to, but still refusing to, just standing on top of Coffin Dance right now. Bit BM, full hammer justice though with a fear. Beautiful cross crowd control here by XSET. They could just close it out. Trent's not careful. Dropping darkness, but he might get unlucky as a couple flurry hits go through the fence. Trent starts to recover as Lontar's out of crowd control. Huge damage from Raikou. Lontar has to respect it with Ascendance. Goes for a chain heal, trying to fake out the interrupts. He fakes out the spell lock of Swapsy. Nice fake cast by Lontar. Good recovery. Not getting caught off guard this deep into dampening. They've played such a patient game at this point, looking for any opportunity to punish. It would be very devastating for them to not be able to get even close to victory. They lock down Raikou and Chaz. They go after Swapsy. They blast him. He's out of range of his portal. He's still out of range, caught in a stun. The Bop not looking too solid. Finally able to escape to safety in midfield. Rezus is trying to chase him down. It looks like Lontar and Coffin Dance are ready to get aggressive. Lontar gets intercepted midfield, full polymorph, hammers down on Tren. Infernal on the trinket, beautiful timing by Swapsy. Almost Hammer of Justice on the follow-up. That Ineffable Truth gained a lot of value for Chaz there, but Blur looks like enough for Tren to survive here along with that Earthen Wall. Lone Tar ducking in, going for a Wind Shear, looking for a Hex, but no, actually just going to switch to Raikou as Swapsy gets to safety. Triple Shadow Fury. Swapsy loading up Immolates onto the entire team. And look, 30% dampening. If Coffin Dance go on this pillar, they get Blizzard and Rain of Fire like they are right now, this damage is going to start to stick.
So the strategy is wait for Swapsy to go behind the pillar, do a big push on him with a stun, force him to teleport. When he does, his port is on CD, chase him down. Unfortunately for them, they just gave XSET a free setup when that happened, and they weren't able to capitalize on anything, and trying to use Trinket Darkness. So I don't know, it's not looking too good here. And look at this setup. Lontar is Nova behind the pillar, and Tren is hodged in the middle of the map. So do you dispel the Nova, but then Tren is stuck in the hodge, or do you just sit the Nova and then you're basically in CC? Like, what do you do? It feels so oppressive to even look at what's going on to these players. Tren making his way there, trying to look at him moving his slow. He's literally Michael Jackson. He's moonwalking backwards when he's trying to move forward just to press that reverse magic. CC literally ended before he could even press it. And now Lontar is in a Hammer of Justice, but Tren is in that Earthen Wall totem, that Cone of Cold Slow. Finally gonna fade, and it's gonna allow Coffin Dance to reposition. But I mean, at this point, I don't know what they can do really. They're gonna need a big push on either Chaz or Swapsy late into the game, and I feel like if XSET has to mess up for that to happen. So I'm really not sure. Coffin Dance need to try to find. Oh, here we go. They're stacking up. This could be a big play here. Can they get something? They're going for Chaz here. Double Shadow Fury. Raikou's going with the polymorphs, and Tren immediately he has to use defensive metamorphosis.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, dampening is just getting so high. Lone Tower is burning through his mana, 40% dampening at this point of the game. Tren going to be trying to reconnect onto Raikou. Unfortunately, this poke damage is really starting to add up. The Blizzard, the Frozen Orb, when it drops down, the Ray of Frost. Swapsy, Chaz, and Raikou are looking exceptional in this match. They have basically every single defensive cooldown available. Coffin Dance, this is it. I mean, their tournament lives are on the line. They're down right now, 0-1. They have to win 3 if they want to actually advance out of the series and make it into the grand finals. But this game is not looking good, and at some point, they're going to have to make a push. But this is a very uncomfortable push for them. One Drestagath lands, but it does absolutely nothing. And Swapsy will just be portaling away, relying on the snares from Raikou. Once again, Rezus trying to make a power play, leg sweep out onto Swapsy, but still, there's just no damage, no crowd control on Chaz whatsoever. Raikou just freely casting out those Frostbolts, and eventually this damage will add up. It's just a matter of time when Double Infernal Sun comes in. Damage now on a Tren with an interrupt on the Lone Tar. He immediately uses the Ascendance. This is the push where they're just trading their defensive cooldowns, trying to make a play. Let's see if they can get anything here. Swapsy is just so mobile with this gateway, with this portal, with the Void Elf Racial, and it just seems like Coffin Dance was not expecting this.
And Raikou's just dishing out huge pressure, constantly keeping Coffin Dance on the back foot. They're going for it, all or nothing at 47% damage. They drop it, dressing up. I think Swapsy ported it. I don't think it was able to connect. He's still very low. If they can stay on target and crowd control Chaz, Chaz goes for a big Holy Light, not too big at 50% dampening. Pre-sacrifices the Imprison, overlaps it with the Unending Resolve. This is some massive defensive overlaps from XSET. If Coffin Dance can stay alive here, they drop the Darkness, but then they jump right out of it. A little bit surprising here from Tren as he's very low on health at this point. Spirit Link, the last line here. Chaz gets stunned up. He trinkets out. Do they have any follow-up? They paralyze the trinket. They're gunning down for the kill on Swapsy. Portal's back upstairs. Beautiful portal. Tren backflips back to try and get there. Rezus can't catch up. They swap to Raikou for a moment. Line of sighting Swapsy at the same time. Rezus charges in. He's got defensives. He's ready to go after the Warlock while Tren continues to force Raikou away. They duck out of the Frozen Orb and the Blizzard. Tren recovers behind the pillar. Rezus is building momentum up on Swapsy. And I mean, in that last little push, Coffin Dance got a lot, really putting themselves back in the game. Chaz gets Ring of Peace on his heel. If they've got any crowd control for him here, it could be a Divine Shield. They drop the Drestagath. Chaz, Swapsy portals back. They swap to Raikou. Raikou's still out of line of sight downstairs. Can they push forward for an Ice Block? Hammer of Justice on Tren. No Blur activated, but Rezus has Raikou on the back foot. He can't get any damage out. Tren easily survives the stun. Chaz gets interrupted. Things are finally looking good for Coffin Dance here. Raikou has to block. Chaz is imprisoned. Is
he going to Divine Shield on top of this? Swapsy gets swapped to. Raikou is still down to half. Lone Star in a fear. They reconnect on Raikou. Big drastic hit onto Raikou. Sacrifice trade for Chaz, but Trent still has momentum on Swapsy. It's go, go, go for Coffin Dance. This is the moment they've been waiting for. If they don't seize it right now, they'll never be able to. Look at the pressure across the board. Trent has to duck out of cover, though. He's got reverse. Just reverse the poly and go for the kill. Chaz is so low. Holy Avenger, Divine Favor. 1 second for that big heal. Gets purged on it, maybe? Avenging Wrath up. Chaz bombing a big heal. Swap over to Raikou. They need to crowd control Chaz during this Avenging Wrath. It's way too much healing. Lone Star gets stunned up. Trent has nothing. They need a Spirit Link, I think, at this point. They're trying to hold on to it, but I don't think they can afford to be greedy. Lone Star trinkets out Vitality Conduit and starts to recover, but XSET, that Avenging Wrath from Chaz, it's been such high value. He still has Divine Shield. Likely has to trade it here. I wouldn't even be surprised. Divine Shield, he's going to recover. And now look at the entirety of Coffin. That Spirit Link Totem does nothing. Chaz recovers, pulls the team back from the brink, and closes game 2.
That was looking really sketchy for a second on the side of XSET. Looked like Coffin Dance may have been able to turn that around in a tie, but XSET is now up 2-0 in this best of 5 series, and that kind of was like a swift death on the side of Coffin Dance, Super Tees.
I feel like they were just so close to winning, but Ineffable Truth was like, you know what, Chaz? We're going to help you out here. You're about to lose. Here's Avenging Wrath. There you go, buddy. And then Chaz like, thank you, Nazoth. Pops Avenging Wrath, pulls the whole team back up to full health, and Confidence like, oh no. And that's it for them. They had that little sliver of a moment. They couldn't find enough damage in that window, and now XSET moved to match point.
Yeah, hear anything about match results?
Well,
that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, both Swapsy and Raikou are able to put out a lot of damage. They're basically just AoEing, like Mythic Plus trash for most of the game when they're hiding behind the box like that. So it's a lot of padded damage. I don't know if we can take too much away from the overall damage meters, but you can see the kind of crowd control they're dealing with. Actually, Trent initiated a lot of crowd control as well. Those AoE crowd controls kind of pad the pad stuff like Shadow Fury, Chaos Nova, things like that. Dragon's Breath really add up those CC inflicted, but yeah, lots of crowd control going out for both these teams. Really scary moment for XSET, but I think Super T said it beautifully. I mean, Chaz just got so much value from his Avenging Wrath. He still had a Divine Shield, and Coffin Dance is only so long you can withstand that Mage Lock punishment. And at this point, with Spirit Link being down, Trend just, unfortunately, there's nothing more you could do with the Fear over on the Lone Star, and XSET just slowly secured that lead. But there was a point in that game where you kind of got the feeling that Coffin Dance might be able to win it, or they were actually advantaged at that point. So it wasn't looking too bad for them. XSET, though, they're going to be feeling very comfortable being up 2-0 in this matchup. They have a lot of big maps they can work with, but Coffin Dance likely going to try the same thing again and just hope it goes a little bit more in their favor.
Yeah, and now it's going to be Coffin Dance's map choice again here. XSET only need to win this next game if they want to move into the lower, or the grand finals, face off again once again against Wildcard Gaming, and they can just taste victory. It's so close for them, but Coffin Dance holding strong here, not ready to go home just yet. We're going to be going to Hook Point. XSET now will be choosing their composition pretty shortly here, and it sounds like you don't really want either of these teams to change their strategy Ven, but the Super T is really what is there left to do on the side of Coffin Dance. It seems like those first 2 games were played pretty well, and like kind of up to the standard that we're used to seeing Coffin Dance play at.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. It was actually XSET where I thought that they kind of made a mistake where they overlapped on ending resolve and a sacrifice. I thought they were going to lose because of that, but Ineffable Truth is pretty good, so Chaz got his cooldowns back. That there wasn't too much time to punish that. Whereas Coffin Dance, what happened, I explained at the start of the game, Deputy gets higher and higher, and then all that little poke damage that the Frost Mage is doing, Raikou is just like tickling everybody, but eventually, if you tickle someone for 15 minutes, it starts to hurt, and then it really sticks in at 60% healing reduction, and Lone Star can't really recover at that point, so everybody's just dying. It's just very slow and painful tickle death.
I don't know, but 15-minute tickles start to hurt. What kind of tickles, man, are you talking about? Like,
you never got tickled for 15 minutes? I feel like that would hurt after 15 minutes.
I feel like there's dampening with tickling. Eventually it just kind of wears off a bit. Yeah, there's a DR. That's a better way of putting it. Like you don't. Yeah. There definitely is a DR with tickling. You don't just have maximum feeling. Whatever.
DPS tickles.
Let's just.
This is a weird
Here we go.
conversation.
You know, I'm actually wondering how this map is going to work out. Did Chaz actually drink in the last map? I feel like he didn't, right? It's like I feel like Hook Point. Sometimes I feel like Hook Point has I like to call it the Goldilocks problem. Like, it's almost too small. The pillars are too small. You know, it's not the right size like Dalaran Sewers. So I feel like as a Frost Mage, it's really fun to Blizzard and Frozen Orb, 3 people stacking up behind a Hook Point pillar, just because it's really difficult to avoid the damage, and you are going to get poked. So Coffin Dance, I feel like they're actually going to have to play off the pillar in this match. I mean, if they can play off the pillar, it won't be too bad, but yeah.
Can we measure the boxes on Dalaran and then the pillars on Hook Point? Because I actually want to know what size they are. Like, is it actually smaller?
Measure in game.
I don't know.
Like
You get a
slash
ruler.
walk
You
and
could
see
get a
the
ruler
time.
and put it on your screen, and then
Measure it by knots in terms of how long it takes you to like slash walk across the pillar. Boom.
Measure it and how many gnomes you can stack around each like side.
There you go. That's
What's
a good
the
one.
gnomage on this pillar?
I think this one would fit probably 8 gnomes.
What?
8
What?
gnomes?
On the
Only
preview
8
right now?
gnomes? Only
one
8
side.
gnomes.
How many
Oh,
gnomes
one
is
side.
how
Like
many
the whole
gnomes
pillar.
is
Yeah,
Tolvaron?
32 gnomes is the whole
So
thing.
32 gnomes.
Oh my
I
god.
think so, yeah. I think you literally need a raid full of gnomes.
Which because you know they have some really tall hairstyles. Which is like a normal bald head gnome?
No,
Bald
no,
headed
no,
gnome?
I'm just counting
Not
the
laying
distance.
down.
I'm not counting the height.
Oh, I thought we were doing the width. Okay.
No.
I mean, still have to differentiate between the different hairstyles. Anyways, it's game number 3. XSET versus Coffin Dance. Winner of this series moves on to the grand finals.
You could tell XSET want their rematch, but Coffin Dance aren't going to go down without a fight. They were so close to victory in that last game, and they should be able to pull off, I think, at least one win here against XSET on Hook Point. Let's see if they can keep up their defense. Lone Star's playing a lot more aggressively. Windshear Hex on Raikou, triple crowd control. They're going right for Swapsy. Big dress hits here. Swapsy ports, Chaz trinket sacrifices, and yeah, Coffin Dance are unfazed despite being on match point against the reigning world champions. They go all out, but are they going to regret it? Rezus immediately feels the pain of that push, having to trade both Fortifying Brew and Touch of Karma. Good response by XSET.
I'm pretty sure we're seeing Coffin Dance go back to the good old gushing slappers, and we can see Swapsy is feeling the pain. Touch of Death is active. Chaz, it's time to press the bop, buddy. And there it is. He's going to use the wings, actually, and the Vitality Conduit. He's going to save the bop. Iranka just blocked there to land a full sheep. Rezus Vitality using the magic right there. Chaz looking for the Hammer of Justice, secures it. Rezus playing Relentless. Another sheep onto Lontar. Didn't have a fear. Last sheep coming out. Trent trades the darkness here. And Rezus has 0 cooldowns left in his entire spellbook. And he's still taking so much damage. Flying Serpent kicks to Lontar. Gets the Trinket Link. And now he's going back to Swapsy. Swapsy immediately takes the portal out of there. Lontar still hasn't left CC since Raikou blocked about a minute ago, and now finally he's playing his character. And Coffin Dance, I think it's time to line of sight for at least 2 minutes until like you have something in your spellbook again.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's what they kind of need to do. Just play it safe. Lone Star actually getting interrupted. Raikou with some good poke damage. They're actually going after Raikou. If they could get the second ice block, that would be big, but I'm going to be honest, I don't have much faith that they're going to be able to do that. We shall see. I mean, Raikou is playing a ton of versatility in this matchup. Goodbye. Okay, well, I was wrong. That was definitely a down goes moment, and Raikou gets absolutely destroyed. I don't think Coffin Dance was really, or I don't think XSET was really prepared for that.
Headshot, that'll do it.
Yeah,
That was
absolutely.
so great. All right, well, Coffin Dance being able to shut it down, and how short was that? Like 2 minutes? Not even?
Yeah, I mean, you can either wait at the pillar 2 minutes and get your cooldowns back, or you can just go and dress Raikou, I guess, from 80%.
All right, well,
When
Coffin
in
Dance winning
doubt.
game number 3 here, Sid.
Both teams, getting a blessing from N'Zoth and Nyalotha here. In game 3, Coffin Dance gets some massive crits on their Dress to Gas, seemingly out of nowhere. Erase Raikou. I feel like that Confidence finally are kind of realizing, like, early game, they need to be the aggressors. Like, deeper in damage, they're just going to get poked down, rotted down. They have to play aggressive, take some risks. And right here, 3, 2, doop. Chaz is just like, wait, what? Like,
there's just smoke on the ground and Raiku's corpse.
I'm pretty sure Raikou temporal shield too. They literally, like, their decision making there was, okay, Raiku's full health, he uses temporal shield, kill him anyways. Like, what? I can't believe that worked. That must have been double crits. And also, Tren was playing Reaping Flames as a major, so popping that Reaping Flame Drestigath macro at the same time. They probably did a pull timer / pull 3, 2, 1 to have all that damage land. And I mean, you can pull out a win that way, and that's the kind of risk we need to see Coffin Dance take if they want to sort of come back in this series and actually pull out a win. And it's definitely possible, but it's not going to be easy on the big maps.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be XSET's map choice here, and is that even going to be that strategy that we saw, that moment, that setup that we saw from Hook Point? Is that going to be something they could even do on a larger map, Subtius?
I mean, I think they can. They've won. I feel like they've won with aggression against Mage Lock. Every time they lose to Mage Lock is when they try and turtle too much. So like, this is the one instance where I think they're making the correct choice. The nice part in this Wizard Cleave composition is I think Trent can actually get away with not playing Conflict and Strife, because it's not the Ellie Shaman where they get triple stuns and Trent's alone and needs Conflict in the stun. Usually someone else is not in crowd control and can kind of help him. So, and it's not nearly as threatening, I think, with Frost Mage than Elemental Shaman. So Trent going for more offense made a lot of sense. And we see that with him changing his build. Same thing with Rezus. So now if I'm Raikou, I'm wondering if they're even considering changing to Mistweaver Fire Ellie. Because we saw the previous series with Wildcard go so heavily in favor with that composition. So they could make that choice if they wanted to. Swapsy obviously is great at Ellie. You get Raikou in on fire. Chaz just flips over to Mistweaver. Chaz plays every healer in the game. I have no doubt that he'd be able to handle it. I kind of would like them to do that here. It would totally throw Coffin. They've probably all thinking like Mage Lock. We know how to beat Mage Lock. Mage Lock strategy. And the next set's like, nope. But never mind. They're not going to. They're just going to stay. I think Coffin Dance might. I feel like they're going to at least take us to a game 5 if they keep playing like this and the builds like this.
What do you think, Zico Ven? Is this going to go to a game 5?
I want to see, you know what I want to see? I want to see Rezus do something we don't see no Windwalkers do, which is take off Conflict and Strife as your major and put on Reaping Flames and just literally do the pull timer, double Reaping, double dressed, Jungle Cleave style, coming in from Coffin Dance. And I think they can go after Raikou, they can go after Swapsy with that, and try to just do something unexpected in this matchup. Because I feel like if we see it kind of play out, same old, I think Coffin Dance is going to be a little bit too predictable for XSET. I'm sure they've played this matchup so many times, so I would like to see them spice it up a little bit. Rezus, I think it's super unlikely it happens. If he did play Breath of the Dying as his major, I would be super stoked to see that. But yeah, I think just these big bursts, unexpected one-shots coming in from Coffin Dance, and just hope that it works that they're going to end up winning this game, because on the large map there's so much room to move around, and I think if they play it too slow, XSET will just slowly but surely pull out a lead and then a victory in this match.
Yeah, and this is Mage Lock on Tolvaran Arena, something we're very used to seeing here this season. Coffin Dance certainly coming into the series as the underdog, but they are certainly holding their own here in this tournament so far. XSET now kind of in an advantageous spot for them, Zico. I mean, I just feel like this is going to be a super difficult game on the side of Coffin Dance. What advantages does this bring to that Mage Lock composition? Why is this something that we see so often?
Just a really solid map. You got the Frost Mage. Like, I think one of the biggest things is that Coffin Dance, they don't, aside maybe from Ride the Wind, they don't really have like a slow removal. So the Frost Mage is just gonna have a great time, and they also don't have double dispel. So if you're getting pressure, Frost Mage is not really a great target for the most part. He's just gonna be able to sheep the DPS, slow them down, and then when they're trying to retreat, he's gonna keep them very slow, and that's gonna allow Swapsy to do what he needs to do. And it's basically a brick wall, If you're standing behind a pillar for too long, you're gonna lose. If you go out in the open, you're gonna get cross crowd control, most likely lose as well. And the way you win if you're Coffin Dance is doing what we saw in the last game, which is connect to a target, get a decent amount of uptime, and then double dressed and Preyton is off. But it's extremely tough to do on this map because of all the distance.
Gonna be hard for sure, but Coffin Dance has surprised us before. XSET going into this 2-1. They only need to win this next game if they want to move back into that grand finals position and rematch against Wildcard Gaming. It's XSET versus Coffin Dance, 2-1 on Silverrun Arena.
All right, here we go. XSET, they really want that rematch here. Coffin Dance, switch gears, go offense, and put a point on the board, but on Tolvaron Arena, the most advantageous map to Wizards, will they be able to have enough offense to push on through and find a kill? Swapsy setting up in midfield with Demonic Gateway and Demonic Circle so he can push forward with his team and then escape to safety if he needs to. Blizzard on the right side of the pillar here. Raikou just getting Frostbolts for free on Lone Tar, although Pack Spirit should heal Lone Tar up to that damage pretty easily. Not going to be going down to those Frostmage Tickle attacks too early on. Raikou stunned up. Coffin Dance, they're making a move here. Swapsy intercepts. Raikou blinks to safety. Frozen Orb pins them. Now they're trying to retreat back, but Trend got left behind a bit there. Fell Rush, Vengeful Retreat. Coffin Dance back to the pillar, waiting for that Frozen Orb to fade, likely before making another push, waiting for those stun diminishing return. Swapsy pincering on the right. Raikou moving down the left. Chaz moves up. Hammer of Justice. They spell steal off the Ghost Wolf. They're looking to push Lone Tar over. How much damage do they have? Chaos Bolt in on the right. Raikou's Blizzard pinning the entire team on the corner here. Rezus and Trend, they're forced to push out onto Raikou. They need crowd control on Chaz, but look at the positioning. Chaz is so far away. Trend's moving so slow. Look at him RP walking, basically. He's trying to get back to the pillars. There's no way they're going to reconnect, and they're just getting blasted.
Excuse you, Sid. It's called moonwalking from now on, okay? And we're going to see...
What? It's not moonwalking. It's RP.
I wasn't paying attention last game. All right, well, Swapsy in a stun. He gets a Ring of Peace behind the pillar. Gets kicked. He's actually taking a decent amount of damage here. Sacrifice coming out from Chaz. Chaz is just throwing out Sacrifice on 70% HP now. He's like, nah, we're not having no accidents here with the dressed. Swapsy's gonna resummon his little Fell Hunter, and once again, we're going back to the triple triangle wizard formation. You can see Lone Tar and Rezus and Tran just moving around the pillar. Anytime Swapsy pokes in, they're gonna go and do a setup onto him. Nice imprisonment. There's no sack here. This could be a big setup. Touch of Death is active. Chaz trinketing out. Blessing of Protection will trade. So Coffin Dance now once again gonna go back behind the pillar. If something comes in, they're gonna pounce on it. If nothing comes in, they're gonna dodge all the poke damage. Wait for their next, imprisonment. Wait for that next big damage push they have, and then they're gonna go in with that. And now, Raikou blinks back. Rezus blinks back as well. All right.
All right. There it is. And once again, behind the pillar, we're about 2.5 minutes away from dampening kicking in. And Rezus, unfortunately, will not be playing the Reaping Flames Major. Super sad to see that, but let's see if they have the damage takedown Swapsy right now. There is a Paralyze onto Chaz. He gets a Hammer of Justice on the Lone Tar. Who are they actually going after? Little bit of damage on Lone Tar, but it looks like they're just going to polymorph him up. And Rezus and Trent immediately going to be hiding. Swapsy loads up one Chaos Bolt into an Infernal. They're trying to just one-shot Lone Tar into a Hammer of Justice. Big flurry combo coming in from Raikou. The Astral Shift should be enough for him to survive. That was a nice setup coming in from XSET. Kind of just capitalizing on anyone from Coffin Dance that's out of position. And that's one of the nice things about Mage Lock is everyone is a good target for you. You can go after the Demon Hunter, you can go after the Windwalker, you can go after the Shaman. So all three members of Coffin Dance defensively and according to their position, they have to be very safe. Now you can see they're actually making a push here onto Raikou. He's going to be careful. One Drastic Avalanche, two Drastic Avalanche. Raikou playing a little bit greedy. Sacrifice and Temporal Shield comes in, but I mean, if those had been crits, we might have been seeing a repeat of game number 3. So definitely have to be very scared of those big one-shots with the Drastic Ath Trinket. So XSET, they managed to survive one, but they have to keep doing that. They have to keep surviving as this game goes on.
I mean, they're going to need like 40% dampening at least here for those poke frozen orbs to start having their damage stick. The Windwalker, Shaman, Demon Hunter just so easily recovers through poke damage that they're going to need some deep dampening. Swapsy tries to snipe a Shadow Fury. The entirety of Coffin Dance dodge it. They push out onto Raikou. Lone Tar's in position maybe to land a Windshare. Windshare swaps instead. Rezus rolls over to the Warlock. Double stun. Nice punish here by Tren, but Raikou just polymorphing up targets, trying to stall out the push here. Now a stun onto Rezus, punishing the Dispel. Big power play here. Lone Tar drops down that earthen wall, protecting Rezus in the stun. Swapsy Demonic Gateways. Rezus swaps over to Raikou. I love the swaps from Coffin. It's always attacking the closest wizard, and then when they push both Raikou and Swapsy away, they retreat back to the pillar. I think if they can keep executing on this strategy, it's going to be a winning one for sure. Raikou in on the right, Swapsy in on the left behind the pillar here. Frozen Orb Blizzard, they jump onto Swapsy out of the Frozen Orb, immediately pouncing. Chaz has Avenging Wrath, so unlikely to get too much damage onto and XSET, unfortunately. Lone Tar trying to recover behind the pillar here. Not open up his spell school because Counterspell and Spell Lock are currently available, so getting interrupted could be devastating. Chaz just getting lights, grace stacks with these holy lights. Rezu's taking quite a beating here. Oh, nice punish there on that fear. Triple crowd control, but Rezu's not taking too much damage. Polymorph now onto Lone Tar. Reverse is available. Trent needs to get to Lone Tar to land it, though. He's rooted right now. He can't get in range. Fortunately, the Polymorph ends prematurely. Now they jump onto Raikou with the Fell Eruption. I-Beam. Nice combo. Paralyze on Chaz. Can they purge off the Divine Favor? Lone Tar not looking for it. Looks like Trent and Lone Tar were able to finally purge it off, but Raikou's already blinked to safety. They likely should go after Swapsy here. Swapsy's on the pillar. They're leaving him open right now. Chaz gets Windshared. Confidence are getting cheeky, trying to maybe clutch out a Dressagath, but they're not able to stay on target. Now Lone Tar gets swapped to. I love the Shaman swaps from XSET. Every time they cross out in the midfield, punishing Lone Tar and switching to him is a great play. Now dampening at 5%, and the thing is, this is just only going to get worse and worse for Coffin Dance.
Yep, Coffin Dance definitely standing on their last legs in the series here. If they lose, they are going to be eliminated from the competition. This is a lower bracket match. They are on match point, and they are facing one of the European Titans, reigning BlizzCon champion, in a counter matchup on the worst map in the pool. Look at Chaz sitting down for a drink, just chilling. Lone Tar actually as well trying to sit down for a drink, but Raikou snipes him with that Pet Nova, and now they're going after Raikou here. Let's see what they can get done. Imprisonment comes out, stuns are coming out, dressed potentially. Nope, trinket from Chaz. No sacrifice yet though. Raikou's gonna gate here to safety. He gets paralyzed here onto Chaz, onto that Divine Favor. He gets purged off here, and Trent actually, whoa, big hit there onto Rezus. He uses the Karma and immediately ports out, predicting that the Blessing of Protection is going to be used. Lone Tar pre-Ghost Wolves the swap here, which is going to allow him to live, because that Ghost Wolf is going to be healing him, of course. And now we got Rezus on one side, Lone Tar on the other side, and Tren basically soaking up the damage in the middle here with his blur, and they need to get back to the same side. They do. Rezus is low though, and Lone Tar's in a sheep. Tren doesn't have blur anymore. He gets the reverse magic, and now Lone Tar could be an exposed target if they get another. Yeah.
Hammer into hammer into hammer.
Yep.
Oh, that's a lot of hammers. Lone Tar manages to hold on. He's actually playing the Safeguard trinket, so kind of realizing maybe he just gets one shot by these setups. Chaz really getting a little bit lucky there, getting the double stun onto Lone Tar. They're able to get a lot of pressure. And we'll see. I mean, Rezus, once again, he gets interrupted. He almost has a diffused magic and his Touch of Karma rotating back up. That's going to give him an opportunity, but 16% dampening. As dampening gets higher and higher, it becomes more and more difficult for Coffin Dance to really get anything rolling. Let's see. I mean, do they have the Dressagath trinkets available? Can they actually get on target? Just look at Rezus. He just snared. He's just rooted. He finally is able to Swapsy. Let's see what he can get done. Maybe Swapsy just gates away, and he does. Commits all of his mobility, and now with Swapsy gating away, you're just kind of pinned, and that is the big problem when you play against Swapsy, who can kind of root you with his Conflag, and you have Raikou snaring you up. You are limited on your mobility, but they're going for it. A little bit low right now, but they're going for a big hit here onto Swapsy. He manages to get away with his Void Elf Racial. Fear now over onto Rezu. And the mobility isn't over yet, but neither is the damage. When Dressagath lands and Lone Tar in the middle of the map, he gets caught into a polymorph. It gets reversed there by Tren. Hammer of Justice now into Lone Tar. They make a swap over onto Chaz. Just big sacrifice damage going out onto him. So both teams exchanging blows, but Coffin Dance, if they stay in the open for too long, it becomes really risky. And I think Lone Tar kind of realizing he's going to get hit hard, retreats back to the pillar.
Yeah, those tickle attacks from Raikou, they're starting to get painful here at 23% dampening. Lontar can't just recover with only the Ghost Wolf. The self-sustainability of the Windwalker is starting to wane as well. It's going to get tougher and tougher here for Coffin. They need to try and close this game out soon. They're pushing for it right here and now, but Avenging Wrath is up. Do they have crowd control for it? Divine Favor, is there a purge? No, there isn't. Immediate recovery. Lontar's out in midfield getting blasted. Drops the Earthen Wall, drops the Astral Shift. He's trying to tank damage for his teammates so they can stay on target. Lontar going all out here. Raikou can't force him away just yet. The Earthen Wall subsides. They purge off the Ghost Wolf. Lontar has to respect that and trinket. Huge hit by Raikou. Lontar might get soloed by Raikou here on match point. Ducking around the corner, his entire team crowd-controlled fears. Polymorphs, they're unable to get any sort of connection here on Tolvaron Arena. This might be a checkmate position. They punish, they land the poly. Trend needs the reverse. He ducks in. He doesn't go for the reverse? Why is he not going for the reverse? Trying to hold it maybe for later. Karma trades here. No bop. Windshear onto Chaz. Raikou the target. Where those Dressed Gas? Swapsy the target. Where are those Dressed Gas? Swapsy's down to half. They land a double crit. It could be KO. Metamorphosis. Trend's ramping up. There's one dressed. They bop it. Chaz immediately saw that coming. That they purge the bop off. Is there a follow-up? They paralyze. Rezus is still falling behind. Infernal Stun. Is there Hammer? Hammer of Justice. Infernals. Huge pressure. Frozen Orb. They purge off the Ghost Wolf. Raikou is tearing into both Rezus and Lontar and Trend right now, just having an absolute field day. How is Lontar going to recover from this? Is he going to trade the Spirit Link? I mean, you need to do something. It's match point 10% hell. They're not going to Spirit Link? Now a full Polymorph? No reverse magic? Rezus on 10%, ports back to the pillar. Ray of Frost fully channeled by Raikou. Chaz moves in for the hammers down. KO. XSET close it out for a rematch in the grand finals.
Wow, what an incredible matchup. XSET coming out on top there, 3-1. Coffin put up an incredible fight in all of those games in that last series. XSET, though, going to be moving on to the grand finals to face off once again against Wildcard Gaming in just a second here. But let's talk about that matchup in that last game here. Coffin, I mean, they're really just an incredibly strong team on that Demon Hunter Windwalker composition, Supatees, but that was just going to be a difficult game from the beginning.
That was going to be their hardest game ever in a tournament. They're fighting the reigning BlizzCon champions. I mean, yeah, you're going to be in a tough spot. And Lontar tried to pre-Earthen Wall this setup. Maybe Rezus would have been better off just staying in the Earthen Wall at this point in the game, but I really think just Spirit Link rather than Diffuse Magic was the answer there. Spirit Link later into Dampening isn't too good because your entire team's just dead, so he could have broken his own poly, gotten out, but I mean, in that split second right there, you've played out this long slog of games into Wizards. Like, eventually, something's got to give, so they played their hearts out here. They put on a show. I don't think anyone was really expecting them to make it as far as they did, so I feel like they should be pretty happy with themselves to put on such a showing here.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we always talk about when we see this team, especially considering how well they've done, like you're saying, Supatees, for only really having that one composition that we've seen. They've just done incredibly well. They should for sure be proud of themselves, and I hope to see them continue as a team together in the future. So well done to Coffin Dance, but XSET will be the victor of that series. Now they're going to be moving on to the grand finals, facing off once again against Wildcard. Just, I don't know. You know, these teams have been 1 and 2 basically all season, and here we are with them in the European regional finals facing off against each other one last time, Zico.
Yeah, it is the story of these teams. It's El Clasico here in Europe. It's been that way for a long time, and what better way to end the European circuit than to have Wildcard Gaming versus XSET. Rematch of the BlizzCon finals that went all the way to Game 7 in another best of 7. And judging by the upper bracket final, could be Windwalker Mage Mirrors. I don't know. Could be pretty fun.
Yeah. I mean, it's like,
that eyebrow raise from Ben. Oh my god, I'm getting eyebrow envy. I want like eyebrows like that. You can do so much. Like, you can do.
You want facial expressions like him?
Yeah, I need better eyebrows. Like, my eyebrows are balding. Look at me.
I can recommend you some good eyebrow pencils if you want during the break, Supatees.
we normally have them, but I don't have them at home. So normally I would get mine.
True. Do they fill in your eyebrows?
Yeah.
The makeup artist? Ah, man. Yeah.
I missed that.
One of the things we missed since we're not at a LAN is no makeup artist to fill in Super T's eyebrows. But anyways, when
pick my
we are
hair.
going to go to a break, when we come back, we are going to go to that grand final series of the European region. We will have our European victor for the AWC of this season. It's going to be Wildcard Gaming versus XSET coming up next. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are in our final series of the day. That is the grand finals. At the end of this series, we will know who our European finalist champions are going to be. It's XSET versus Wildcard Gaming. Before we get into talking about that series, we do have one final question from you guys following WoW Esports on Twitter using that hashtag AskAWC. And that question is, why is Ruins of Lordaeron a common map 5 choice? Is it just to make Supatees happy?
Do I have
Any
to answer
guesses?
that first?
I'll start with you,
Yes.
Supatees. That seems fair.
Usually it depends on the matchup, but it's like a map that heavily favors one strategy because there's not many places to line of sight or hide. So if you're a composition that needs to secure crowd control and close the game out, it's one of the best map picks for that strategy. So whenever teams are in that position and they want that much of an advantage, it's why they tend to go to the Runes of Lordaeron, or maybe it is just to make me happy a little bit on the inside for them. I feel like one time somebody actually did tell me that after the game. Like, we didn't think Runes was good, but we actually did pick it just because we wanted you to say it. I swear one time a team said that to me. Who was it? I feel like it might have been Enlight. I feel like.
This year?
Yeah, some point this year. It was much earlier on, I think. See if they
Are you
DM'd
trying to
me
find
it.
the actual message?
Yeah. I don't know
Okay,
if I'll find it.
while you look for it, Zico, Ven, do you have anything to add?
I like. No, go ahead. You go first. Pretty sure you're muted anyway, so.
Oh my god!
Come
you
on,
don't even have an
man.
excuse that time because you weren't the first person to
Wait,
be asked
is he
the question.
actually?
He is
Yeah,
muted.
He was
Oh my
trying. He was trying to get away with it
gosh.
too. He was trying to pull a fast one and try to act like he didn't say anything.
Come
You
on,
see
man.
that?
Go ahead.
Why you throw me
Go
under the
ahead,
bus like
Ben.
that, man? Come on, man. You gotta play along here, man. Come on.
You would have done the same thing to me. You would have done the same thing.
Stop blinking.
That's true. You
for
did
a
just put your
second,
buddy
man.
under the desk, man. Oh man. All right,
You-
Ben.
Okay, well,
You
I
can go.
like to believe Ruins of Lordaeron is a place where you just go to like duke it out. You know what I mean? Like, it's an action-packed map. So when it's 2-2, I like to believe that both teams are just laying it on the line and they just go into Ruins of Lordaeron, which is kind of like an absolute slugfest. I mean, that's kind of I don't think that's actually what happens, but in my mind, that's what I like to think. So that's why I think it gets picked so much for that last game.
All right, Zico, can we hear you now?
Test, chickadee check. I think we're good. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with Sid and Van, but ultimately, I do think more often than not, when a team goes for Ruins Map 5, it is to please Supatees. I think they don't care about the money. They don't care about the prestige of winning. They want to hear Supatees say it, and win or loss, that's a win for everybody.
We actually haven't got to say
Okay.
it yet today.
You haven't.
You think it's happening?
Do you
Game
want to say it
7?
now? It'd be appropriate since you could just answer.
No. We haven't got a Game 5
With-
Runes. Have we? I don't think so. Not today.
No.
Not today, no.
Nope.
Today, for sure.
This
we
is a
haven't.
Game 7 Runes. This is a Game 7 Runes. That's my prophecy. This is a Game 7 Runes of Lordaeron.
All right, for all of the stickers, I'll let you.
I would actually like
What's
to do predictions for this one.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm curious. So, am I leading? I don't want to go first.
Yeah, you.
Aya,
the
what's your prediction?
proposal. What's my prediction?
Yeah, for this one, I'm gonna ask you.
Game 7. Wild card.
Okay.
Okay,
Let the record show.
let the record show. Zico.
It's a tough one to call.
Yeah.
I think. This is
I
hard.
got my pen ready.
You're just ready. This is hard. Sid, do you have an answer already? Like,
Well, I
ready
mean,
to go?
Yeah.
or-
I have two answers. One answer is like Game 7 Runes of Lordaeron because that's what I want because I want to say it. But then my other answer is like 4-2 Wildcard Gaming.
I was thinking
Man.
4-2 as well.
I think
I don't know if
4-1
it's-
wild card.
4-2 is my real answer.
You all-
but
wait, you
4-3
all think
Runes is my
Wildcard?
I want.
I
Yeah.
think Wildcard's gonna win.
So if I go with XSET, do I have double the odds here, or what's up?
No.
What? Well, why then? I'm going with Wildcard.
Wait, what was
4-2.
your guess, Ben? What was your guess on the score? 4-2?
4-1 for Wildcard. All of us really think
4-1.
Wildcard's gonna win.
I do 4-2.
I think I
Nah.
just want them to win because they were so close last year.
I think XSET wins 4-3.
Okay.
Repeat of the BlizzCon finals. Game 7. Let me think here. I could see a Ruins final game, actually. I could see that.
You can't have two answers, though. Which one are you going with? Go deep in thought. While Zico works this out in his brain here, let's get some guesses for chat too. How many the prediction for this
Can we do
series as
game
well.
1 blind picks? Like, I think it's going to be Mage Lock Paladin Frost for XSET, and it's going to be Mage Windwalker Paladin for Wildcard. It's my blind pick.
All right, Ben, Zico,
don't
what
think
do we
so.
feel like we're gonna see?
No?
I think
RMP.
I really think I don't know. I really think that the Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin should beat RMP, but maybe I'm crazy. So I would say it's either going to be a mirror Windwalker Mage Paladin, or they're going to go with RMP just because they're more comfortable in that matchup and they want to try to like outplay. So those are my two predictions. So I have a double prediction. One of those two options.
You get half a sticker if you win with two predictions.
I think you get a hard commit here, man. I think you do get a hard commit here in this situation. There's no room for two predictions. If I can make two predictions, then I'm going to predict XSET wins and Wildcard wins.
Yeah, easy.
Gosh.
I was right. I wasn't right. No, Zipai's Ellie. Oh, so I was so
Was
close.
Was anyone right?
No.
No one was right.
Yeah.
It's
Man,
We're all
all right, we'll have
fired.
to see if our
We're all fired. No one was
all
right.
fired.
I actually
well, it's
can't believe this.
game number 1, Wildcard Gaming versus XSET in the grand finals.
Wildcard
I'm
predicted
surprised.
this. Wildcard predicted that XSET would Mage Lock, I think, and that's why they went Fire Ellie to win the Wizard Mirror. So I feel like Wildcard Gaming got the blind pick advantage here. They've already got crowd control on Chaz. They're going after Swapsy, half his health gone in a polymorph, but not enough to follow it up. Swapsy should begin to recover here momentarily thanks to Chaz's help. Maro's out in midfield. He's casting Greater Pyroblast, but is he really going to get that? He gets one Greater Pyroblast on the Swapsy. He doesn't Nether Ward it. Big heal comes in from Chaz, though, once again recovering, and they need to get Maro out of midfield right now. I'm really surprised that they're just letting Maro sit out here like this. He polymorphs Chaz, they hex Raikou, they isolate Swapsy, they strip off the Nether Ward, try to follow it with some burst damage from Zipai here. Big Earthshock crack, but the crowd control's over. Chaz should be able to pick his team back up here. They're still going for it. Lightning Lasso, Machine return, not enough damage to be found. Avenging Wrath fading for Looney here. Big hit on Maro right as it ends. Divine Favor clutched out by Looney. And he recovers. Both sides trading blows. Really need to see some pressure on Maro, though. I don't like that Maro is able to just stand on top of Chaz like this.
Oh, Maro actually gets feared on his Dragon's Breath right there. He gets Infernal stunned on his Sheep. Nicely done there by Swapsy. Looney now in a polymorph from Raikou. Raikou is in a polymorph. Maro dropping the Ring of Frost. Trying to snipe Chaz here. And Chaz doing a good job here. Pre-Vitality Conduit before he gets Sheep. But Swapsy still taking a lot of damage. Looney's pushing in. Hammer of Justice is secured. And it is overlapped, unfortunately, with DR Sheep. They don't have the Dragon's Breath here. Maro does get Mortal Coil right there, and Swapsy is going to recover from that big Divine Favor. Now Chaz pushing in for crowd control, Maro taking a lot of damage, and Looney using his human racial there, going for the Divine Favor heal, gets it off. Maro's going to be topped off, going for some Greater Pyros, but not running any haste means he's not going to have a great time getting off those G-Pies.
I'm actually wondering, I'm going to take a quick look at Maro's build here. He's running full versatility. I wonder if he's playing short combustion. He actually is not, so a bit surprising there. But he will be just going for the regular Greater Pyroblast build. And we'll see what they can actually end up getting done with this. And so far, I wouldn't say either team has a clear advantage. I mean, everyone really has a defensive cooldown still. Mana's looking good for both sides. A slight lead for Wildcard Gaming. Finally, a big hit here on the Swapsy. And I would say, as this game goes on, I think Swapsy is going to be pretty vulnerable in the matchup. They're continuing this push, though. I mean, Swapsy's still low. Fear's coming out from Swapsy. They're just trying to do everything they can to slow down the damage of Wildcard Gaming. And it looks like they will be able to hold on. Interrupt on Maro. Raikou trying to get some counter pressure here with a big flurry onto Maro, but not able to force him back just yet. Greater Power Blast being channeled out by Maro once again. and unfortunately it does get denied. Good stops there by Raikou.
Well, Maro blinks in, looking for a polymorph on Chaz. Trying to fake out the interrupts, lands the full polymorph. Combustion pop by Maro. Big power play here on the Swapsy. Is he going to be able to survive? Polymorph attempt number 2 for follow-up. Is there any more? Doesn't look like there's more crowd control. Looney's now into polymorph. Maro the target. Blazing Barrier activates, soaks a flurry hit, and a nice lance combo from Raikou, but Looney's still locked down in crowd control. Zeepai can't help either. 3 versus 1 for one more second. Maro stalls with double Dragon's Breath. Now looking to turn the tables with greater Pyroblast. Feared away. Chaz trying to reposition. Doesn't like Looney right on top of his face there, so is going to cross midfield here. Now, is Maro going to be able to... He actually blinks in aggressively. Swapsy tries to reflect it, but Raikou actually interrupts it, so maybe a miscommunication between Raikou and Swapsy there. Lightning Lasso now out of line of sight by Zeepai. Raikou repositions and polymorphs it. Nice shutdown. Maro gets blasted twice by Swapsy. Chaz looks like he's in the position. Both Paladins in position. Chaz gets caught in a polymorph. Looney's out and free. Swapsy the target, but he's pretty in a good position right now, and Zeepai can't even hit him. He's just going after Raikou. Maro feared out into the distance. Chaz is moving forward. Who are they going to go after? Maybe a swap to a Holy Paladin? Infernal stun around the pillar. Hammers down, swap over to Looney. Beautiful play here. That's a Divine Shield. If they do that again, it could be curtains for Wildcard Gaming in Game 1.
That was a really nice swap there, punishing Looney's aggressive position, but what? It says 60 seconds. Oh, okay, he's got an ineffable truth. Okay, there we go. I was like, what? What kind of build is Looney running right now? But he is gonna get a few procs there. He's gonna have his wings coming back up in about 25 seconds. Swapsy's taking a lot of damage here. When it just comes to this straight up Wizard War, it looks like Wildcard are the ones who have the lead. Zeepai on that Elisham doing so much disruption, doing so much burst damage here. And Chaz and Looney are both pretty much tied on like 95% mana, so not really gonna be a talking point just yet. Maro getting Hammer of Justice here, very, very far behind enemy lines. He's going to go ahead and blink towards his healer so he can get a couple of heals without risking Looney's positioning. But Looney does get caught up in a fear. Maro getting sheeped here. I'm not sure about that sheep. I feel like Maro was the target of choice right there, but they are going to sheep him up and they are going to stabilize here. And on the side of XSET, I do think they want to kind of try to play the long game and then find big CC chains. If they can find another swap like the one they had onto Looney, that could be big, but I do think Looney is gonna have bubble up very, very shortly again, like one more proc, and he should be basically having his bubble back off cooldown. Maro popping Combust, gets spell stolen and dispelled, and now a lot of damage on the Swapsy, but Maro's getting sheeped up, and Chaz is gonna come out of that Ring of Frost and be able to keep his team alive, and now potential here for a push onto Looney once again. Let's see if they can execute on this.
Ooh, let's see. Frozen Orb drops down. Full Icicles ready to go. Looney forces every man for himself to get out of line of sight. Now Swapsy taking a big hit. This is his Dark Soul stun over onto Chaz. Do they have the damage to actually take down Swapsy? He's going to be using his Reflect, that Nether Ward, to avoid some damage. And it looks like that gives Chaz just enough time to keep him alive. But some hits coming in. Maro looking for a greater Power Blast. Can he find it? Gets interrupted at the last second. Good denial there by Raikou. The double shimmer into full polymorph now onto Looney. And now it's going to be Maro, who is isolated in the middle of the map, just spamming out polymorphs, gets one onto Chaz. Looney still in crowd control. Both these mages getting lots of crowd control out, but unfortunately there's just no damage to back it up. Raikou might take a little bit of a hit here, but being full versatility Frost Mage, going to be relatively durable at this point of the game. And we are already at 12% dampening. Almost 7 minutes have already elapsed, and a big swap once again on Looney. Both these teams not giving an inch here in the grand finals.
Oh, Swapsy the target now getting reversed on. Big pressure. How are they going to respond? They don't want to underreact. Chaz is still locked down in crowd control. Swapsy's interrupted on 10%. Chaz barely gets the sacrifice, breaking himself out of the polymorph and stabilizing Swapsy, but they could swap to Chaz. Both teams have shown that they want it. Whoa! Chaz, a huge amount of damage. Chaz, with a huge amount of healing, equally so, recovers from that sticky situation. Maro the target now for XSET, just constantly back and forth between these teams, and due to their diverse composition options, Game 1 could be the most important game of the entire series. Looney, Mortal Cold, Hammer of Justice. Does he have a way to escape this? Divine Protection soaks up a couple hits, but Chaos Bolt connects. Looney wraps around the corner with Vitality Conduit. Looks like he is going to be able to survive. Triple Shadow Fury, though. Any crowd control found here onto Chaz. Maro blinks in, gets the polymorph. Swapsy Nether Wards. Zeepai's trying to purge it off. Finds the purge. They polymorph Zeepai. Breaks prematurely. They can't get follow-up. They go for Hammer of Justice instead. Swapsy line of sighting here. Trying to just go after Looney by himself. I mean, 2 Chaos Bolts on the Looney there for free. Looney tries to line of sight, but he gets caught.
Is he going to go down in this thunderstorm from Zeepai, protecting Looney for a moment? Zeepai gets feared away. Looney repositions, realizing he needs to stall to that Divine Shield. Thankfully, Ineffable Truth and Nazoth is on his side, now only about 34 seconds away from getting that powerful cooldown. He needs to not overstay his welcome here, as now Ineffable Truth has faded, so 1:39. They go swap to Mara in midfield. Raikou takes a huge hit from Zeepai. 21% dampening and stacking. This is when things start to really pick up. Zeepai polymorphed, Looney in a fear. Nice crowd control by XSET. They've isolated Morrow. Mortal Coil for follow-up. Temporal for Morrow. Is it going to be enough? Avenging Wrath in the backline from Looney. Big heal. Huge connect there from Looney. Chaz gets counterspelled. Do they have any follow-up? Morrow's feared, looking for Polly. He gets spell locked on it. Nice shutdown from Swapsy. Looking for Greater Pyro now instead. No Nether Ward. Greater Pyro in the sky. Morrow blinks in for Polly. Chaz line of sights hit. Will Morrow find a polymorph? Looks for it again. Gets feared on it. Chaz line of sights. Greater Pyro attempt number 2. He's going to get another Greater Pyro on a Swapsy. Big hit of damage. Chaz gets counterspelled. That could be a KO in game 1. Unending Resolve on 30%. Morrow blinks in for polymorph. He finds it. Swapsy is still critically low, but he's blasting away at Morrow, trying to punish the push here. Is he going to get punished? Infernals get called in by Swapsy. He's playing a risky gamble. Chaz has to Divine Shield and sacrifice on 10%. That was a high-value push by Wildcard Gaming, and now they have XSET in a checkmate position.
Yeah, and Looney has his bubble back as well, so the target of choice has his cooldowns, and in the opposite end of the spectrum, Chaz has 0 cooldowns right now for this poly. Full sheep secured by Morrow. Swapsy, he has the Nether Ward, but no unending resolve. He's going for the fears. Can he get it? He does stop the Greater Pyroblast there on Morrow with that fear, and now lobbing out some Chaos Bolts here. Looney in a DR sheep. Raikou trying to get some control over the match here, but right now it's just all about Wildcard Gaming. They have all the momentum, they have all the burst. Looney's pushing in, he has Hammer of Justice ready. He's looking for Chaz. Can he find it though? He's looking, he gets it. Do they have the crowd control? Morrow's going for the sheep. He gets feared on it, nicely done there by Swapsy, but he still secures the full sheep, and there's no imp. Vitality Conduit slips through the cracks. They need more crowd control, and they should be able to secure the win here. Can they get anything more? Dragon's Breath comes out, Vitality Conduit runs out, and sacrifice trades. Swapsy survives.
Yeah, so far so good here for Wildcard Gaming. They appear to be in the driver's seat of this match. I mean, XSET, it looks like their best target is going after Looney, but it hasn't been working out so well. And once again, another counterspell sneaks in by Morrow. Swapsy in some trouble here. Looney, can he get the Hammer of Justice? He needs to get crowd control on Chaz, but he's getting feared away. Great denial there by Swapsy. Zeepai charging in. And once again, it's going to be a lightning lasso. They're actually making a swap over onto Chaz. Can they get anything going? Morrow with the double Dragon's Breath, looking for a Greater Pyroblast as well. Wildcard Gaming, once again, they're looking good, but Zeepai getting targeted down, going to be using this pillar, trying to avoid as much damage as he possibly can. Heals coming in. Looney gets interrupted! Nicely done there by Raikou, and Zeepai forced to use the Astral Shift that was overlapped with the Vitality Conduit, but really good plays coming in from all 6 players in this match. Really back and forth at this point. 40% dampening already.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here. XSET, they're starting to get their footing. They've isolated Zeepai. How is Looney going to respond? 2 seconds left on the polymorph. Is there follow-up? There is. A full fear. Where's the Tremor? Zeepai can't. He's mortal coiled. He's getting bursted on 10%. The Tremor comes in clutch. Looney doesn't panic. He trusts Zeepai. They trade. Now they're looking to counter push. Really put it to Swapsy. Chaz is in a poly. Lightning Lasso. Good combo of crowd control here. Raikou can't really help. They got the full value. Another polymorph. Swapsy still in midfield. Gets cracked by an Earth Shock. He fears Zeepai away. Morrow's all by himself. He's not going to solo him. Sacrifice trades. They could swap. To Looney. No, still going after Zeepai. He's still out in the open. Looney has the Divine Shield. Doesn't have sacrifice. He can't make a big trade there. Avenging Wrath instead. And right now, I mean, XSET have put themselves back in the game. They've got Divine Shield on Chaz. They've got Unending Resolve on Swapsy, 2 Ice Blocks. And they've been really stressing Zeepai out in these last couple of minutes. Dampening just continues to get higher. Morrow's trying to carry the team by polymorphing Chaz. Chaz's Divine Shield's out. He doesn't want to risk falling behind. They're trying to get aggressive. Swapsy pet swaps over to an imp to dispel polymorph and get his team aggressive and close this one out. They know they've got Wildcard Gaming on the ropes here. Comet Storm called in. Zeepai's desperate. He's trying to fake out interrupt, but Chaz gets stunned up. Maybe it's Swapsy who may have overextended. Caught in a stun lock. Ring of Frost. Where's the Singe magic? They're not getting the Singe, and Swapsy's just going to go down. Wildcard Gaming, despite being on the back foot, pull it off in game 1.
Beautiful. Beautiful plays coming in there by Morrow, especially.
Yep.
I mean, there was just so much pressure on Zeepai, but the problem is when you go after Zeepai like that, Morrow sets his team up with beautiful Greater Power Blast. He gets 2 in a row, Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, I believe. It was out of a Dragon's Breath, and basically set up that kill entirely on his own. And I really feel like at that point in the game, Swapsy, I mean, we're going to see it in the replay, but he had some time to use that Unending Resolve. I think he was really slow to that, and that might have actually kept him alive. But Wildcard Gaming with a beautiful read in the blind pick.
Yeah, I'm going to see here 1 Greater Pyro, and then Morrow blinks to the side here, gets the second one onto Swapsy. They get the Hammer of Justice into the Ring of Frost right there, and that is all they need. Swapsy here creating a Soul Well. Definitely could have been the Unending Resolve instead. I feel like that would have been the play there.
All right, well, that's going to be a game number 1 victory for Wildcard Gaming. Pretty well fought on both sides. Super intense match, going to 48% dampening. And I don't know, we were kind of making predictions about it before this game started here. Now that we've seen one matchup with these two teams, do we feel like this now can go to game 7, or do you think, or do you guys want to stick with your, I'm not letting you change your predictions, but do you guys think your predictions are going to be right? Or are we going to game 7?
4-2 Wildcard. I'm standing by that.
Okay. All right. Ven Supertees?
I said 4-2, right?
I guess my question is, like, how evenly matched was that first game?
I mean, that's close. I mean, going after Zeepai, there's a few close calls. I would say that Wildcard Gaming definitely kind of read that situation, and they picked a good comp. I was actually really surprised that they managed to switch off the Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin. I mean, just shows what level of experts they are, because I think in the blind pick, like, I think for Wildcard Gaming in their next game, when they're locking in a blind composition, I do think they should lock in the Windwalker Mage Paladin. That's what I expect from them. And then Raikou, Swapsy, and Chaz, they can try with the Mage Lock Paladin into that matchup and see how it does, but I don't think Wildcard Gaming is like completely out of it or anything like that. I think they have a fair shot, but I do worry for them if they decide to go with the Fire Mage Ellie. They go Fire Mage Ellie Paladin in the blind pick. I think XSET is going to have some solid answers for that.
All right, Zico, Supertees, what do you think we're going to see in terms of changes going into game number 2 from either team?
Kind of depends on the map.
Yeah, it depends on the map. It depends on what Wildcard locks in. I feel like this is not something that Wildcard is going to lock in blind, because I think XSET has a couple of things that can beat the Fire Mage Ellie. So I kind of agree with, I think it was Van that said it in the start, that this is kind of the matchup that Wildcard wanted. They wanted to go against Mage Lock, so they locked in the Fire Mage and the Ellie. Now, I think we're seeing Windwalker Mage from Wildcard with the Holy Paladin. That's going to be their blind. And from XSET, could be anything. It could be Mage Lock Paladin into Windwalker Mage Paladin. I could see that happening.
Okay. Tiger's Peak.
Oh, that doesn't help any in terms of what they're going to lock.
That was going to be my follow-up question.
I feel like Windwalker Mage...
Windwalker Mage Paladin, final answer, sticker.
I feel like they're going to
Okay.
lose if they do Windwalker Mage Pally into Frost Esther. I swear they're going to lose if they do it, but I could see them
I don't
doing
think so.
it.
I don't think so either. I think this is an easy Windwalker Mage Pally lock, and it's an easy star sticker.
Yeah. Yeah. Sticker on the line for Zico and I. Super G's no sticker because he's not going to...
Wait, what? I'm curious. If they lock Mage Windwalker Paladin and XSET locks Mage Frost Mage Destro Holy Pally, XSET's going to win. That's my lock.
Well,
I'm the opposite. I think XSET will win that matchup. If they play it as well as like Cloud9 does in North America, I think XSET will actually win.
Well, we
that
both
matchup.
know they're not going to play it as well as Cloud9.
I think they are. I think they are.
You think XSET's Mage Lock is as good as Cloud9's Mage Lock?
So far, I feel like it's pretty close. Like close enough that I think it's enough to win.
Isn't it weird that this is actually the finals? Like this is the finals. This is the last time we're going to see these two teams compete this year.
Yeah.
Like this is actually crazy.
It's weird because I'm so used to this being like in a LAN environment. I keep forgetting that this isn't like, you know, that these teams are fighting for the championships right now. Like and we're just But yeah, no, I'm agreeing with your point, Ben. It's weird. This might be the last time that we see Mage Lock in a series, hopefully.
Definitely not the last. This is
I don't
definitely
think it's
not
the
the last time
you're
we
gonna
see Mage Lock.
see.
We're gonna
I
see.
don't think it's the last.
We're gonna see some Mage Lock tomorrow. I would say is pretty pretty certain.
You're right. All right. Yes, you're right. We have a full day of games tomorrow
But
as well. But I'm
it's
just
just-
hoping this composition dies with BFA.
It's so insane that these two teams have been going back and forth throughout all of Battle for Azeroth, and now finally the score will be settled. One of these teams will come out, sort of a clear victor. And I mean, it's been a long road for both of them, qualifying to the circuit and then playing in the round robin. These are the two teams that sort of rose to the top, and it's no surprise seeing them in the grand finals. And now they're going to be playing out for a ton of prize money, as well as the title of sort of, I believe the title's the European Champions of Battle for Azeroth, something like that. We'll have to get the proper title from, I need clarification on that, and we'll make sure to tell you. But yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, XSET, there's just so much on the line for them. They really have to make a good pick, and I feel like for XSET, they have a few different options here. I mean, if they really feel like the Windwalker Mage Paladin should beat the Mistweaver, then they should run that. But the fact that they're taking so long to lock in makes me feel like maybe they're going to be going for a different option.
I think they're going to go Windwalker Mage Paladin because that's the matchup that they lost when.
Yeah, I know.
They're going Mage Windwalker Paladin. They're not going to go Mage Lock.
What if they don't? What if they don't go?
They might go Mage Lock.
What?
Oh my god!
Where did this come from?
All right, XSET locking in the Windwalker. DK Swapsy on a Frost DK. Chaz on that Mistweaver. Let's talk about this, guys.
Rip those star stickers off.
What?
They weren't
I
even
said
on
Windwalker Mage for Wildcard, and that's what they're playing.
Moonwalker Mage
You want to
Pally.
send stickers.
It's a
Oh.
Mistweaver.
I love.
So then
Yeah, we
talk about.
we
the
definitely get the
Go ahead,
stickers.
go
You
ahead.
don't. Yeah. So
What?
this composition, I don't know if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't know if I like XSET's composition. Like, I don't. Like, we've seen them run this. This is what we've seen from XSET in the past. They run this composition. They run spite trinkets, and then they stagger spites. But I just feel like if we see, I don't know. I feel like Wildcard Gaming with double Monk, they're gonna have 2 Tigers lost for Morrow on his Fire Mage to get away. They could potentially even ride the wind if they want. They have double Ring apiece to deal with sort of this cleave setup. I don't know if XSET really picked the best matchup, but I mean, this is a very experienced team. They practice a lot. Obviously, there's a reason why they picked this composition. I just don't know if it's gonna play out against a team like Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, and look at that stat below us as well. XSET has played 20 different compositions. I know back when I was working behind the camera, and I was collecting stats for the team, this is the team that really gave me the most trouble because my page for them was just so long. They continuously, even within series, would just switch up their composition so much. So maybe there's something that they know that we don't. How do we feel like on the side of XSET with this composition that they just locked in? Do we feel like it's going to go on at Tiger's Peak? Is this a map that's going to be advantageous with this composition that they just locked in, Zico?
I think the map is kind of neutral, but generally speaking, as a melee cleave, you do like the smaller maps. So I think the map is not going to have too much impact. It's going to maybe slightly favor Wildcard even, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if I dislike what XSET is running. Like, when I look at it on paper, I dislike it, but I feel like this has got to be, one of their little cards that they've held hidden for this moment, potentially.
I feel like there's been a time in the history of BFA where Windwalker Fire Mage was the counter comp to Windwalker DK and the counter comp to Cleaves.
Yeah.
Like, straight up, that used to be a thing. So I don't know what their line of play is for this. Like I said, I'm sure you guys remember as well when they ran spites with this composition, and because of Heartstop, Aura, and Delirium, you really limit a mage's ability to shimmer. So you just keep him in Chains of Ice, you use one spite, grip him into it, make him kind of freak out and get over corrupted, and then when he does finally shimmer, you just throw another spite on top of him. And the idea, instead of stacking all 3 spites, is you just have him in one spite the entire game. But I don't think that will actually work, and that's the only time we've really seen them run this composition was with that strategy. So really, really curious. Look at XSET, 20 different compositions throughout this circuit. You can see the Rogue Mage Paladin, the Rogue Mage Priest, as well as the Mage Lock. I mean, they run so many compositions, but it's no surprise to see the mages play quite often.
How many out of the 20 compositions is just an iteration of Rogue Mage and Mage Lock? It's like Fire Mage Asa, Frost Mage Asa, Frost Mage Destro Mistweaver, Frost Mage Destro Pally. Probably over half.
No Shaman. That's a Shaman's not involved in the equation. It's just Mistweaver, Paladin, and Discipline Priest.
Yeah,
I feel
pretty
like
wide.
we haven't seen Chaz run Druid in a really long time either.
I was just.
Really
Have we seen a single Resto Druid in a long
Dude,
time?
Druids
I don't think I've seen Druid, period.
I logged on and I tried to play my Druid on the ladder, try and give my, throw my hat in the ring, old washed up Guardian players, Resto.
Aww.
I found a Ret Paladin to play with and a Warrior. Yeah, Resto Druid's something else right now. It's not.
How did it go?
Let's not talk about it anymore.
Yeah, like the
He's
three
having,
worst
like, flashbacks.
the classes in one
Yeah,
comp.
Warrior Ret Resto Druid. We won some games. I don't know.
You know how you can tell that a healer is like falling behind a little bit? If Cubsy abandons it. Like, I feel like Cubsy was the last person to stop playing Druid for Mistweaver, and he was the last Mistweaver to stop playing Mistweaver for Paladin. And now he's just Paladin every game, and he hasn't looked back since. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, we're seeing quite a variety. I would say the only healer we're really not seeing is Druid. Lots of teams using Shaman, Mistweaver, Paladin, Priest.
Don't worry,
Or
Shadow
Priest. Holy Priest, excuse me.
Yeah, Holy Priest.
I guess we saw Drainer play it earlier this year.
I think Shadowlands Holy Priest and Resto Druid. At least
Because
Envious
he's
will
using
come
a
back on
controller.
Holy Priest.
Mhm.
Next
I was playing with
expansion.
him the other day, actually.
Yeah,
Was he
next
playing Holy
expansion.
Priest?
It's the return of Envious.
He was. He was
All right, well,
indeed.
That is Wildcard Gaming's composition. Both of these teams here have really a wide range of comps, so it's always interesting. I feel like to try and sort of guess what these two teams are going to be playing when they're pitted against each other. I feel like it's just all over the place. As we're seeing here, we're seeing XSET lock in that Windwalker DK, which is clearly unexpected amongst you guys, the casters here, and I don't know what else really is there to say. What do we think their win condition is here? What is their target? What do we think their strategy is for this next game, Super Tees?
Well, I mean, normally the Frost DK Windwalker is like a counter Mistweaver cleave, so you'd run it into another team that's running Mistweaver double melee, and you just stack them all up and you kill all of them at the same time, and it's just a super free win situation. But into Mage Windwalker Mistweaver, they can all reasonably get away from any sort of triple setup with the Blinding Sleet. I think it's going to be really difficult to get them to stand on top of each other. I almost think we can expect Blizzo to almost run at Chaz even if he needs to split up, so they're never standing on top of each other and they're never getting triple stuns or triple lockdown. I feel like this is going to be really hard for XSET to actually execute on what they want to. I see what they're trying to do, but I don't think this is the matchup to do it in.
All right, well, game is ready. Players are ready to go here in game number 2. It's Wildcard Gaming up 1-0 versus XSET in the grand finals.
All right, let's do it. Game number 2. Here we go. And I think one of the problems I have with Frost Death Knights right now, and one of the big changes is Heartstop Aura and Delirium no longer affect the Gladiator's Medallion. So for Wildcard Gaming, what's going to be really, really important for them is that they are rotating their trinkets. If Looney gets gripped on top of Morrow, they get double blinded and they're going for a big one-shot, Morrow has to trinket. The next time, Looney has to trinket. And I think as long as they repeat that, then they should be A-okay in this match to survive.
All right, well, right now, a huge amount of damage is going on into both Chaz and Waz right now. Blizzo is 1v2ing Chaz and Waz right now, while Morrow's is casting Greater Pyro. 80 yards with swaps. This is a really peculiar situation for this matchup, but I like that Blizzo is just running at Chaz. This way he's not stacked up, and what do you do with Swapsy? Are you going to Death Grip Blizzo? I mean, Blizzo's even line of sighting Swapsy, or do you Death Grip Looney? They can both play max range single target damage on the mage is going to be pretty limited from the Frost Death Knights. So with the positioning right now from Wildcard Gaming, they grip in Blizzo, but right when they grip him, Morrow blinks, so they're not stacked. That was beautiful timing by Morrow. Double paralyze onto the monks. They're trying to set up, but again, single target damage, not going to be a forte for the Frost DK. That entire assault going to be shut down, and I wonder how long Chaz can deal with Blizzo running at him like this.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, Blizzo literally just mounted up here, trying to chase Chaz. He gets leg swept on his dismount. Morrow is gonna be in a little bit of trouble now. Chaz moving in here, potentially looking for some crowd control. Blizzo gets changed, and Chaz is still trying to run around. Oh, he gets leg swept. Here we go. Big push here, potentially onto Chaz. He gets a nice defensive grip into double blind here. Swapsy and Waz now setting up a go. And the chill streak is bouncing. Looney is going to immediately trade out the life cocoon, and so did Chaz in that exchange. So both teams trading evenly here in the opening stages. Grapple weapon here onto Swapsy. Waz going to activate that Tiger's Lust to get out of the Nova. And Morrow, his job is essentially spam poly Chaz, spam poly Waz, spam poly Swapsy, Dragon's Breath, maybe if Fist of Fury is being casted. And then whenever Chaz is getting stunned, try to connect with like a meteor and just instant damage. And so for Morrow, it's just try to survive, poly the melees. And for Blizzo, well, what Blizzo's doing right now is mounting up and trying to get the Chaz is actually what he should be doing in this matchup. Believe it or not, if he attacks any of the DPS, he is going to get erased by cleave damage.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Morrow, he was actually anticipating this fight strategy I was talking about, so he is running a really low corruption. He's running 10 corruption in this match, so not going to be able to have as much versatility as normal, but also not going to be susceptible to those spites. But unfortunately, Waz and Swapsy aren't even running them, so losing the mind game in that regard just a little bit. XSET just going for that consistent damage. Wildcard Gaming, they're not looking too bad in this matchup. I mean, right now, they're ahead on mana. Morrow's been really struggling to get out any kind of damage. His job is just to live as long as possible in this match. And Chaz is basically just going to have a Windwalker Monk chasing him down, trying to set up for Morrow to combust, and combustion is now available. So 20 seconds left on Meteor for Morrow. Are they just going to go for it? Chaz gets interrupted. Fortifying Brew immediately, and now big damage onto Morrow. Looney potentially sitting down for a drink, but no, there's no time for that. Big Drestigath lands, and they proc the Cauterize. And that is not what you want to see as Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, Looney was trying to line of sight Death Grip. He didn't want to get pulled in. And then XSET are like, okay, Looney, you're not going to heal. Drestigath, Cauterize. So that was a nice punish by XSET here. Blizzo still going after Chaz. I really like what Chaz is doing. Whenever he's afraid of being interrupted by Blizzo, he'll activate a defensive cooldown and then tank the interrupt, knowing the defensive cooldown will keep him alive during the interrupt timing. But this is a nice play once again by XSET. Crowd control Looney, and Morrow has to ice block. Now down Cauterize and down ice block. Wildcard Gaming need to change something because this is not working for them, and I'm curious if Swapsy's running full Gushing Wounds. Yeah, he is. So that Gushing Wounds kind of makes up for the lack of single target damage the Frost Death Knight normally would bring, so that's a nice kind of little adaptation on his part. He's also running Dark Simulacrum, so if he steals any polymorphs here, he could land a full 8-second polymorph. That's more than enough time to kill Morrow. Curious to see if he is able to snag any of those.
At Morrow, defensive Dragon's Breath, but that means that, you get a sheep here onto a Chaz. They're going after Swapsy. They have a grapple weapon, though. Otherwise, he's just going to Death Strike himself back to full. Doesn't look like they have it, and now they're setting up onto Chaz, but Blizzard gets paralyzed. Combustion gets pulled out, and Chaz took a grand total of about 1% damage there. And now Morrow is in kind of trouble here as Waz and Swapsy are looking to set up their next push. Can they find a grip onto somebody? They want to set up a double blinding sleet. Waz has his leg sweep ready, so he definitely wants to press it. And there it is, double leg sweep coming out. And there's the Fist of Fury, the Chill Streak, the Crackling Jade Lightning, all of that good stuff coming out from XSET. But still, not really forcing out too much here. And you can see Looney is just chilling in the back, being able to brush that off. And now Blizzo looking to make his way once again over to Chaz. I feel like the only time that they're going to connect is when Blizzo paralyzes Chaz into a leg sweep. And he gets paralyzed. Did Swapsy steal the paralyze right there? That wasn't Waz paralyzed.
Oh, I think you can steal paralyze.
Chaz's?
Isn't it physical?
It was Chaz's. I think Chaz did it.
True. Oh, yeah, true.
I don't think you can steal physical spells. That would be cool if you
Like
could,
what?
but I don't know if it's possible. Mara right now getting hit with a big burst of damage once again, looking for a Ring of Frost. Looney sets him up with a double leg sweep, but Maro just unable to connect to his target. Blizzo gets a leg sweep. Maro now throwing in a meteor, but there's no combustion, unfortunately for him. Chaz looking like he will be okay. Mana looking pretty decent as well. I feel like at some point in the match, I'm going to look. I think Blizzo actually might be running. He's not running Tiger Eye Brew, so going after Swapsy later on in the match doesn't appear to be something that they really want to do, but there is Maledicts available, so I feel like Blizzo playing the Maledict kind of shows that maybe they do want to surprise Swapsy later on in the match. If dampening gets high enough, the Death Knight definitely becomes a target when that Death Strike healing is limited, but they're going to have to last that long. And so far, I mean, it's not looking great. I mean, Maro, no Cauterize, there's no Ice Block. Swapsy and Waz, they both have their Drustagath trinkets available. I think they're going to be able to put out a big bunch of burst, and Maro needs to be very careful that those polymorphs aren't getting stolen. Swapsy has managed to take a few in this match, but at this point, Wildcard Gaming, they really can't afford to have Looney get polymorphed.
Oh, Chaz pre-walls the stun. Double blinding sleet. This is beautiful for Swapsy. Is he going to get the big chill streak bounce? Calling in Syndragosa. Blizzo immediately trinkets and gets out of there, realizing that was a big threat. Maro still no Cauterize, no Ice Block. About a minute. Looney needs to stall for that as much as possible. Doing a great job so far. Ring of Peace on Maro, blocking those Storm Earth and Fire images from connecting. They're really trying their hardest to get through it. Blizzo swaps over for a moment, but he's still going after Chaz. Beautiful triple stun punish. Combustion pop. That could be it for Chaz here. Life Cocoon on 10%. Swapsy's getting cleaved down. Waz is getting cleaved down. Chaz trying to pull himself back up here. He's actually rolling right on top, trying to get Blizzo into the fight. So I think they've realized like they need Blizzo stacked up. So Chaz is going to have to take the gamble of standing on top of the mage to make sure that Blizzo is in range of Chill Streak. This is a risky play, but I understand why they feel like they need to do it before Cauterize comes off cooldown. So Swapsy can really maximize his damage. They could get a grip triple in the near future, but they also walk into triple dragons for a triple Ring of Frost. Looney's rolling in. Oh, leg sweep, interception by Blizzo. Chaz ported it. Any pressure. Swapsy's just getting hit by Maro. I don't think Maro's going to be able to solo Swapsy or Waz, though. It's just all about setting up on Chaz and the stun. Chaz is trying to bring Blizzo back into the fight. Paralyzed Looney. They're going for the double dress drop. 10 seconds away from Cauterize. XSET looked to battle back in game 2, but not enough damage to do so. Looney picks Maro back up, and guess what? Cauterize is up in 2 seconds. That was the moment for XSET. And that moment is slipping away.
Let's see what they can get done now, because all of a sudden it's a pressure onto Swapsy. Here we go. 22% dampening. Is that going to be enough, though? Chaz comes out of the crowd control. Should be able to stabilize Swapsy in that situation. Maro, 20 seconds on his Ice Cube. He gets DR leg sweep there, so... well, that's going to be those 20 seconds. He's going to have that available by the next time he is off stun DR, barring some miracle dressed play. I don't think Mara's going to go down. He has his Cauterize to rely on as well. Looney just channeling out Soothing Mist in the back line, keeping his team nice and healthy. Chaz gets polyed, but Blizzo pops his Orc Racial and just kicks it. I'm not sure if that was the move right there, but he's going to go ahead now and go for Swapsy. You can tell Maro wants to go for Swapsy. Blizzo wants to go for Chaz. And now they're stacked up. Fist of Fury coming in. The chill streak is bouncing, but Blizzo does roll away to stop those bounces. And it is going to do a decent amount of damage here. It's going to attack Spoonie's Mind a little bit. Maro now pulling out the combustion here onto Swapsy. No crowd control onto Chaz. He's just stacking on top of his team, being so annoying with that positioning. Swapsy's still taking a decent amount of damage, though. Dampening is kicking in. He doesn't have much Versa at all. Maro gets the Life Cocoon. Chaz is in a full sheep. Can they get the grapple weapon? They do. Leg sweep coming out. Chaz now in a leg sweep. Big damage coming in onto Swapsy. He had to trade a lot of defense there. Still might die here. Takes a big chunk of damage right there to the touch of death from Blizzo. And so far, it is anybody's game here, but it's Maro on the back foot here as he trinkets out of that stun and activates his temp shield.
Yeah, Looney's burning through his mana really quickly. 31% dampening. Wants to go for a drink. Is he going to be able to do it? Ring of Frost comes in from Maro, but there's no temporal shield. Looney needs this mana, though. It might even be worth trading out the Ice Block from Maro. He's going to roll back after getting just a small sip, putting his team back in the fight. Swapsy, very vulnerable, but he does have the Icebound Fortitude. AMS is going to be rotating back up, and as this game goes on, I mean, XSET, they're not looking too bad. Blizzo forced to trade out his Touch of Karma. Morrow actually gets an interrupt onto Chaz, but Swapsy is looking like he's going to continue the assault on Morrow. Waz and Swapsy just terminating at Morrow this entire game, just running him down, avoiding his damage, doing as much damage as they can to him. And this could easily be the cauterize for Morrow as he gets lower. Looney really doesn't have too much mana left to work with. He gets down to 10%, but the Ring of Peace comes in to avoid a little bit of damage to Double Blinding Sheet. There is no trinket available for Morrow. That means it's going to have to be Blizzo's trinket. If they get the double stun, Life Cocoon connects from Looney. They trades out the Fortifying Brew. This is the touch of death from Waz. They are really trying to push the pace here in this match. And I feel like Wildcard Gaming, they're slowly running out of time.
They definitely are. Look at this momentum. Looney has almost no mana. They stun up Chaz. They stun up Swapsy. They're trying to get a deep dampening kill on the Death Knight, but momentum is heavily in favor of XSET. They pop Combustion. Anti-Magic Shield easily trades. They're really putting the pressure on Morrow here. Blizzo's trying to support, but he's stacked up and getting cleaved down. Looney can't afford mana to heal 2 targets this deep into dampening. They need to get a kill on Swapsy soon. That counterspell might just be enough to do it. Counterspell on Chaz. Where's the damage? They don't have it. They grip Blizzo in double leg sweep, double chill streak, double fist. Morrow has to block. Blizzo has to fort brew. Looney is basically working with nothing at this point. His entire team in utter shambles as he tries to recover them. 41% dampening, more than enough cooldowns available for XSET. Really, their only opportunity is to interrupt Chaz and KO him. Morrow on the ropes here. Dragon's Breath defensively. Ring of Frost position. Polymorph spam coming out. Looney trying to heal efficiently in the back line here. No ice block to rely on. Blizzo gets gripped off Chaz. Ring of Peace denies Blizzo from reconnecting. He wraps around the opposite side trying to connect, but Chains of Ice hits him. He's so slow. He paralyzes. Morrow gets hit hard by that dress. He's on the run, burning down from the cauterize in game number 2. Looney has Life Cocoon. Is he going to trade it? Trades it on 1% remaining health. They cut through Life Cocoon at 45% dampening, and I think they're just going to overpower Morrow at this point. Looney can only use Soothing Mist. Morrow blinks back. He polymorphs Waz. Wildcard Gaming are all desperation at this point to try and make a miracle happen out of thin air, but Waz is looking to close out any opportunity, reconnecting onto Morrow. And how is he still alive? How is he still alive? No, he's not. XSET take it in game 2, tying this final up 1-1.
All right, Wildcard Gaming XSET now tied up here in this best of 7 series. This is the grand finals for the European region, and XSET just put themselves 1 game closer to winning this series against Wildcard. But it's 1-1. These teams are going to have a hard series no matter what happens here in this 3rd game here. Now it's going to be Wildcard Gaming's map choice here. How do we feel now that we've seen a game with XSET on the Windwalker DK? Do we like that composition choice, Nico?
Yes, I think that their composition, it worked out well. They had multiple win conditions. They could win with, a random one-shot. They could win on mana. I like what they were doing. They had a good game plan, and they executed on it.
All right, now it's going to be Wildcard Gaming's map choice pretty soon here. We can probably see the replay. Here are the match results. We've got Waz Swapsy up the top there. Is there anything interesting to note about this, Ben?
Well, I mean, I think just looking at Blizzo and Morrow's overall damage, you could tell they were really limited in this match. I mean, Blizzo, he was going after Chaz, but constantly has Chains of Ice on him. Morrow is constantly just being interrupted by Swapsy and Waz, making it really difficult for him to get out significant damage and crowd control. So, I mean, that's the main takeaway in this match, was just how much more damage Waz and Swapsy were able to put out, and it's really just the nature of their composition, and that's why Looney had to heal so much more in this match as well, which means he doesn't have as much mana, and that's what ended up closing out the game. So XSET with a really good pick. It just seemed like Blizzo and Morrow weren't really able to get too much rolling onto Swapsy, even in deep dampening, which is something I thought might be able to happen, but it didn't appear that was the case, and it was just from start to finish, momentum just felt like it was in favor of XSET, but I don't think this is a composition they're going to be able to blind pick. So this is going to be a really interesting series for many different reasons. I feel like both these teams at this point, with how much they've practiced, how much they've prepared, how many different classes they can play, we could be seeing a different matchup in every single one of these games. Like, quite literally, we could be seeing in the blind pick someone lock in something and then just a random composition as a counter comp. And I think, I don't know, maybe my 4-1 prediction isn't going to play out. It just seems like they're almost destined to go to a Game 7 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 2 games in this series already, and it just looked super close here on both sides. And is this going to be... Do we feel like this is going to be one of those series subteams where it's just going to go, like, back and forth between the 2 teams on wins?
Yeah, I mean, because they can counter each other so hard. So if Waz and Swapsy lock in this composition blind, then I think Moonkin and Ellie might even come out from Maro and Zipa instead. Because that was their answer to a lot of the melee cleaves throughout the year. So you get a completely different matchup, and stacking at Mukinelli is even harder to do. Although this looked a lot more impressive of a matchup than I first anticipated. I thought it would be really difficult for Swapsy and Waz to get pressure, but because Swapsy went that full gushing build, basically he can sacrifice all that versatility, because if you attack Swapsy, he wants that to happen, because then you're stacked up and he can do max damage. But then if you don't attack him and he's running Gushing, Looney's just going to run out of mana. He can't heal through a Gushing Moon Frost Decay for that long of a game. So it's actually really smart as a Frost Death Knight to specifically build for offense, because your greatest weakness is people running away from you. But if you make yourself such a juicy target that they have to hit you, you get to win no matter what. You're just going to eradicate them toe-to-toe, or they run away and you can overwhelm them with Gushing. So it was a nice build from Swapsy.
All right, looks like Wildcard has locked in Hook Point here. Now XSET's going to be locking in their composition. Ven seems to think they're not going to be going with that Windwalker DK again. Zico, do you have any idea as to how they were going to respond to this map choice?
I don't understand. Why did they lock in the Mistweaver Windwalker DK? I feel like, Windwalker Monk. I feel like if they had Freedom that last game, it would have been big for Wildcard, but we're going to see a Rogue Mage Priest. It was because what?
It seems like a lot of these teams, like the pattern for a lot of these teams is you play Mistweaver into Mage Lock. Like, you play Mistweaver into Mage Lock, so I think the thought process was, hey, we're going to be met with a Frost Mage, Warlock, so let's just pick our best option into that. That isn't the Elemental Shaman Fire Mage, so I think that's why they went with the Mistweaver Monk. But obviously, XSET had a different plan in store for them.
I don't know. I feel like the palette is really well rounded, so I don't know. I think we're gonna see the palette now. I would rather have seen palette.
Yeah. Okay.
Me too.
For sure. I mean, sure. It's easy to say now that we saw the matchup, but even without knowing the matchup, I think having a Paladin is always like a nice win condition, because Paladin can just go in, and CC everything on his own, and get a few procs, and you're gonna be chilling.
All right, Wildcard Gaming, about 50 seconds left to pick their composition here going into this next game. This is best of 7. These teams have so much pressure on them for the European finals. This is the grand finals. Wildcard Gaming now needs to pick their composition. Do we see them adjusting at all from that last game, Super Tees, or are they going to continue to run that same comp, do you think?
I think they're worried about locking. I think they're worried about locking in a Holy Paladin, because they picked Hook Point, and then XSET are like, okay, well, if you play Holy Paladin, we're playing Rogue Mage, we'll kill your Holy Paladin on Hook Point. So what else would they play? Because Windwalker Mage Paladin, I think, is their best option, but this would be the only map really where I think it might backfire. So they're thinking it through, and they're gonna go with it.
There it is.
So it's gonna be the real test for Looney on that Paladin in this particular matchup, though. XSET reigning world champions from last year, looking to defend their title, tied up 1-1.
Well, you could just stop being so greedy, you know, like maybe run a few Bursa amps, like, I don't know, like a little safeguard.
You want Looney not to be greedy, man. Like, what is that?
No, I love how greedy Looney is, don't get me wrong.
His identity is
maybe
greedy.
Be a little bit less greedy. That is very true.
All right, well,
Usually
what do we want
to see
from Wildcard head into XSET, Ben?
Well, I mean, this is a matchup we've seen play out. Both sides have won. XSET, we saw when they lost, it was actually Chaz that fell. So they got Pain Suppression out of the way, they got Every Man for Himself out of the way, and then they just blew him up in a stun lock combo 100-0. On the flip side of things, when XSET won, it was going after Looney on that Paladin. He ended up using Blessing and Protection on a blind. He was on Forbearance with Relentless and just got caught in a kidney shot and died. So both these healers susceptible to being swapped to. I just think they need to kind of plan accordingly. For Chaz, he needs to play greedy with his Pain Suppression, as well as his Every Man for Himself. And for Looney, he needs to make sure that he's running some sort of defense. I mean, if it's not going to be a few versatility amps, like maybe some sort of safety trinket, like a Battle Master, a Safeguard, something like that, so he can survive those big all-ins. Because I feel like Wildcard Gaming, as long as they can live the one-shots, like their composition, I feel like it should work out pretty well into the Rogue Mage Priest, but XSET with this comp can make anything happen. I mean, there's just one of the best Rogue Mage Priests in the entire world. They've proven it over and over again, and this is a really strong composition with a lot of flexibility, which makes it really difficult to play into.
Is this then the best healer that XSET could have ran with Rogue Mage into this matchup, do you think, Ben?
The Priest, I think so. I mean, they could go with the Paladin, but I feel like it plays kind of into the strength of the Windwalker Monk a little bit more. So like if XSET decided to go with the Paladin, then it's essentially a mirror match except Windwalker versus Rogue, and I feel like that's a mirror match the Rogue loses. So you want that extra offense coming in from the Priest. You get the offensive Dispel, you get additional damage as well, and I think it's a little bit more, it helps the Rogue out a little bit more in this match, so that's why I do like them going with the Priest.
All right, and we know the history of these two teams as well, Wildcard Gaming and XSET. They've had quite a number of pretty damp games throughout this season. Zigo, do we think this is going to be another one, or do we think this is going to be shut down earlier from either side here?
Well, I think there's going to be the water might be a little bit cold. You might dip your feet in there and then decide, you know what, today is not a nice day to be at the beach. I think, maybe 5-10%. Over 20%, I don't see it happening.
I like to ask you the dampening questions because you always come up with some neat analogies for dampening it. It's pretty great. But we can take a look also at Blizzo, one of the most valuable members on Wildcard here. We always talk about some of the best warriors in the world. Blizzo is always mentioned, but we've seeing him absolutely shine on Windwalker Monk as well this season here. Blizzo, what do we think about him as a player here, CPTs?
I mean, he's just phenomenal. I feel like last year I said this is the greatest warrior in the world. Unfortunately, no matter how great he is at warrior right now, warrior is what's holding Blizzo back from when he's going to play it. So he's had to swap over to Windwalker, and he was able to do it effortlessly, really. So Waz as well, great multi-classer, having kind of be the melee specialist, rogue, warrior, and Windwalker. Obviously dominating with the assassination rogue, but when his team needs him, he is able to swap over to the Windwalker as well. As this meta has evolved, rogues have fallen off quite heavily, so both teams having that adaptability on their melee specialist is why they're the best teams in Europe.
Absolutely. Now the best teams in Europe are facing off against each other in the grand finals, 1-1, Wildcard Gaming versus XSET in game number 3.
Oh, and we have an explosive start here already being set up. Looney is in a kidney. There you go. Big damage coming out from Raikou with that combustion. He goes for the resheep, but I think my boy Looney, he's not greeting it. I'm pretty sure he's wearing less ineffables here because he didn't really take much damage whatsoever in that kidney, and he actually sat through it too. So the only explanation for that would be a lot of Versa. And we're going to see Raikou now getting reversed on here. Blizzo looking to get some damage. Looney's in a polymorph pre-vitality conduit. And it looks like everyone on Wildcard is going to be completely safe here. And now it is their turn to get aggressive here. What are they going to do? Morrow blinks in. Dragon's Breath goes for the sheep onto Chas, but he gets feared on it. Chas repositions. Raikou now polymorphing Morrow up. Kidney onto Looney. Nice Ring of Peace by Blizzo. He's going to keep Looney kind of safe here in that situation. And also it helps, of course, getting that Divine Protection back from that ineffable troop. I'm pretty sure he just got another ineffable, by the way, so that one is going to be back up very, very shortly. And for a Paladin, Divine Protection, it's that cooldown with 23 seconds left in the top left. And it's basically like a bark skin for a druid. It's just an ability you can use in stuns that reduces damage taken. Waz going to be the target of choice now, but so far, no team really having a big edge. As I say that, they get a massive punch here onto Waz. He drops to 1% right there, almost evasions the dress. Battle Master coming out, uses the Shadow Meld ratio, uses everything in the entire spellbook to survive that. And finally, they force out the Blessing of Protection from Looney here. Now, finally, a lot of pressure from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good push there, and I think going after Waz with how offensively his character is geared is a really intelligent decision. I mean, right now he's getting blasted once again, trades out Cloak of Shadows, he trades out Feint, he trades out Evasion, and he is still not out of it yet. And Chaz still in crowd control. Waz is going to have to be very careful. He's got no Vanish, he's got no Night Elf Racial, the Shadow Men, or Shadow Meld, and at this point, I mean, XSET, they can't be feeling too confident just chasing Looney behind the pillar. And I think this is something that we could see Wildcard Gaming kind of exploit in this match. They are going to be going after Morrow. Maledict lands from Waz. Full Fear now onto Looney into a Ring of Frost. Do they have the damage to actually take Morrow down? They need a little bit more burst damage. Polymorph lands once again into a DR blind. Waz, he uses the diminishing return blind, and they still don't get the Cauterize. That's super unfortunate for XSET, and they're going to be disappointed with that result.
Waz literally has Gushing Wounds on every single piece that you could possibly have Gushing Wounds on. XSET are committing all in here with this Rogue Mage Priest in terms of offense. They go after Looney once again. Divine Protection may not be enough. Divine Shield, where's the Master Spell? Master Spell clutches it out. Ring of Peace. Oh no, he blinks onto the side. Looney gets mind controlled right back to Waz. Waz, death from above. Big connect here. Looney, Divine Favor's available. He goes for it. Is he gonna get spell stolen? No. Flash of Lights bombing in. Waz stunned up. Very close call for Looney there. Those Gushing Wounds almost paying their weight in victory here in game number 3. Chaz polymorphed. Waz is in trouble. He pre-feints the damage, but no versatility on his character. He's going to be quite fragile. Drops a smoke bomb in desperation. They get Vitality Conduit. Now they switch over to Looney. Looney breaks out of the crowd control, pops Avenging Wrath, and looks to pull himself back into the fight. Pain Suppression. No! Shadow Step kick! Nice play from Waz, gunning in here for the kill. It's not enough, though. He saved the Voodoo Totem. Looney activates his Trinket while he's kicked, tops himself off despite being interrupted. Nice play by Looney. Now Chaz and a polymorph. Waz in trouble. Looney's moving into position to follow up with more crowd control, maybe? Doesn't look like he's going to go for it. Waz is recovering as soon as Chaz gets in line of sight. Rapture powered shields. Blizzo rolls over. Trying to interrupt a heal maybe there. Interrupt not available. Looney trying to reposition. Needs to be out of line of sight of Waz. Shadow Step Kidney Shot. Likely going to be threatening here. Combustion's coming up in 8 seconds. So 5 seconds here. If Waz gets a clean swap to Looney and they time it with Combustion, that could be deadly. Morrow, though, stunned up. They're going after Morrow instead. Chaz repositioning to the pillar here, trying to get aggressive. Mind control on to Morrow. This is setting up for a swap. Looney charges in. Is Waz going to Shadow Step over? No. Morrow blinks back, looking for crowd control. Gets interrupted by Raikou with the Dragon's Breath. Nice teamwork. Looney in a polymorph. Where's Waz going to go with his kidney shot? Chaz is moving up. He's got Psychic Scream, gets intercepted into a polymorph. Nice interception, beautiful power play there by Morrow, but Morrow gets counter-engaged on by Waz. Back and forth between these Titans.
What a beautiful poly there. Morrow polying the Trinket of Chaz there, that human racial to break out of the stun, out of that leg sweep. And now Chaz getting a nice double fear here. Looney is all by himself. Divine Protection is already active. Waz, he is disarmed. I don't think Waz is actually going to commit a kidney shot just yet. He's going to wait a little bit longer, and I think it's going to be very, very painful for Looney because he's not going to have Divine Protection. Waz takes a big dress to the face right there, and now Waz wants to go. Looney, though, he has Divine Protection again. Waz thinks he won't have it, but he's getting baited super hard right now by N'Zoth, and there it is, the big surprise for Waz. Look at that. There's a Divine Protection just saving Looney by the skin of his teeth. Once again, Looney can say thank you to N'Zoth here as he lives on to fight. And now Waz in a leg sweep. What are you going to do here? Nice powered barrier coming down from Chaz here, trying to keep his team in the fight. But Looney is going to have Bubble. He's going to have Sacrifice. He's going to have Divine Protection. He has basically everything. And it's looking like Chaz has run out of mana. XSET are running out of time. And Wildcard Gaming are looking like they are pulling ahead in this match.
Yeah, this is a crucial match here for XSET. If they can win this, then they would win the swing match, putting them in favor on Game 7. But Morrow, he has to hold on a little bit longer. Looney gets out of crowd control. Do they have any healing? The beautiful mind control. Looney charges over to put an end to that with the Hammer of Justice onto Chaz into a full Ring of Frost. And now it's going to be Raikou taking a huge hit of damage. Do they have any more? Dragon's Breath onto Blizzo, diffusing a little bit of his damage. Full Blinding Light comes in from Looney. Raikou trying to hold on just a little bit longer with his Temporal Shield that procs. And he doesn't have to use the Cauterize or the Ice Block. This is big for XSET. They managed to hold on, but like you said, you get the feeling Raikou still getting bursted down. There's a Cauterize, and that was overlapped with the Vitality Conduit coming in from Chaz as well, keeping him alive. And now we're going to have to see XSET go after a new target. It doesn't feel like these swaps to Looney are really working. Looney has beautiful positioning. Blizzo's going after Waz a lot more in this matchup when he's just chasing Looney down. And I mean, XSET, it's not looking too bad for them, but they are running out of time. And without that cauterize, Raiku's definitely going to be feeling scared.
Oh, beautiful swap over to Morrow here, isolating him, but oh, that grapple weapon, Waz not able to get any damage out. Nice defense by Blizzo. Waz now getting crowd controlled. Blizzo goes after Raikou. Looney charging in, hammers down. Raikou the target, only ice block remaining here. Can they get crowd control on Chaz? They can't, they get shut down. Looney in a blind now. Morrow pre-temporals, anticipating the hit. Raikou gets blasted back. Kidney shot on Mar, smoke bomb play. Huge power play by Raikou with the combustion. They need to get a cauterize with this. They're not finding it. Morrow blinks to the midfield. Looney recovers with Avenging Wrath. Massive mana advantage to Wildcard Gaming here on hook point. Looney has survived swap after swap. The onslaught of Waz not phasing Looney whatsoever, but he does have Vendetta in his arsenal right now. Where is he going to commit it? Chaz caught in crowd control, double leg sweep, beautiful punish by Blizzo. Raikou still the target. Blessing of Freedom on the Frost Nova. Blizzo gets kidney shot on the Freedom. Waz Shadow Steps kicks the poly, but stacks up for a double blinding light. Blizzo pushes in, trying to go for the ice block here. Drops the Drestigath. Pain suppression trades for Chaz. Chaz is working with very limited resources right now. Raiku's valuing that ice block over everything. I'm not sure Chaz has the mana to recover. Pops Vitality Conduit. Chaz is moving in on top of Looney, looking as if he wants to go for a Psychic Scream. Mind Control cast on Morrow. Mind Control just being spammed out. Ring of Peace interrupts Mind Control. Waz stacked up on Chaz for a double Dragon's Breath. Blizzo going after Raikou. Morrow blasting away. Waz is in stealth, sneaking up on Looney. Silences Looney. He's going to go after him? I mean, he's got Divine Protection, Divine Shield. There's no way, right? I guess it's 3 versus 1. They're going to try and take Looney out, but he's not taking any damage. He must have pre-Voodoo Totem or something on that kid, and he literally takes 0 damage. Now Avenging Wrath is up. There's no way you're killing a Paladin through that. Looney charges in, hammers down onto Chaz. Who's the target? Looks like Waz. He pre-Death from Above, tries to hit the leg sweep, but doesn't hit it. Blizzo is patient, waiting in the wings. Huge damage. Cloak of Shadows on 10%, but recovering. Chaz is doing God's work right now. I mean, he's been healing with nothing. A full Gushing Wounds rogue. He has to heal with 0 mana. Another power play onto Looney's life here. Divine Shield. Mass Dispel instantly. They didn't get the Divine Shield. Really? They're not going to get the Divine Shield there. That was a big commitment. Looney denies it once again, and Waz is in trouble.
Ooh, Waz, what are you going to do? Blinding light onto Chaz. Blizz on one side. He shadow steps to Looney to get away. But Drestigath sends her regard. And Waz is going to get erased. But honestly, I thought that was going to be an insta-master spell on Looney's bubble into a KO. The fact that he didn't even use it, I don't know. Looney swapped exactly 3 Ineffables for Versa. He swapped 3 amps. He's like, 3 is enough.
All right, well, it's going to be game number 3 victory for Wildcard Gaming. Now it's 2-1. This is a best of 7 series, so they don't win quite yet. If they win this next game here, they have to do 4-1. And whose prediction was 4-1? Was it?
That was mine.
You, Ben? That was you? Okay. In favor of Wildcard?
Yep.
All right, well, we're closer to Ven potentially winning some stickers here. Match results on the screen. Any takeaways from this?
If it had mana regenerated, that's what I want to see between Chaz and Looney.
Yeah.
So, like, as the priest, like, how many powered solaces was Chaz getting off? How often was Looney healing into a beacon target? I feel like those types of things actually matter a lot in this matchup when mana was a problem for both healers. I don't know if it's possible. I guess mana restored, but a lot of that is also passive. So I'd much rather know, like, beacon uptime or solace casts.
Do we feel like there was one healer over the other that was struggling a little bit more with mana in that last game?
I mean, the priest is gonna. The priest is always struggling with mana, and then a holy paladin with like triple divine revelations, just granting mana back for free. Looney is literally just bathing in mana. He's got like 10 different things giving him mana at all times. His trinkets are just fanning him, like, "Here's your mana back, Looney."
Feeding him grapes.
Chaz is just scraping the scraps of mana off the floor of the basement.
Aww. Yeah, it's a good visual. All right, well, Wildcard Gaming up 2-1 against XSET here, and it's going to be XSET's map choice now. You guys were kind of saying that, I don't remember who said it, but there might be a different composition for every game in the series here on the side of XSET. Are we going to see them switch off RMP here, Zico, or are they going to try a stab at that one again?
I think they're going to lock in RMP blind. And now, I think Wildcard are going to look in Windwalker, Mage, Pally, Blind. And I think XSET are going to look in Mage, Lock, Paladin. And then if XSET wins that, they're going to lock in Rogue Mage in the following game.
You agree, Ven?
Yep. That's exactly what I would say. I think the Mistweaver experiment was an absolute disaster. I don't think Morrow wants to enjoy getting trained by, a Frost Death Knight and a Windwalker for the better part of 15 minutes while just not being able to really do too much. So I think he's done with that. And if he is going to get trained, he'd much rather have a Paladin on his team, giving him Blessing of Freedom and helping out with Blinding Lights and Hammer of Justice. And even though maybe it's not as safe of a blind pick overall, even though I think it is, I think this one's easy for Wildcard Gaming. Just Windwalker, Mage, Paladin. I would actually like to see Wildcard Gaming literally play that composition for the rest of the tournament. Like, I think if they play it well, they can beat every single thing that XSET can throw at them. But we'll definitely see. XSET, I mean, this is a team, they have a lot of different options as well. I think the fact that they locked in the Frost Mage, Destro Paladin means that's the matchup that they want. Like, they won't expect Wildcard Gaming to running a Wizard setup on the Grand. They want to play against the Windwalker Mage Paladin as Frost Destro Paladin. So that's why I think that's the matchup we're going to see, and we can see how it plays out. And if Wildcard Gaming wins, then they're going to be in a really commanding spot, because then as XSET, what do you do? Like, your best bet at that spot is to just mirror match, but I don't know if that's something they really feel that confident in.
Yeah, we are going to be going to Ashamane's Fall here. Quite a different number of predictions coming from all of you guys in terms of what either of these teams is going to lock in here. And it's just, so far, I mean, we've talked about it before, just how close these two teams are. They've been neck and neck basically for quite some time here. It's kind of, we kind of see ourselves in this position a lot here. It's Wildcard Gaming and XSET in the finals, and now here we are with these two teams in the grand finals in this best of 7 series. Wildcard Gaming going with Holy Paladin, Fire Mage, Ellie Shaman, and now XSET's going to be locking in their composition. Now, what do we think we're going to see XSET respond with?
There is an answer here. Maybe Windwalker Mage, Pally from XSET, or
Windwalker Mistweaver. Windwalker
I think we could
Mistweaver,
see Rogue Mage Priest as well, potentially.
on this map.
Yeah.
I think it's Windwalker Mistweaver Fire Mage from XSET.
Could be.
I think it's... this is my prediction, okay? I'm getting a vision, I'm gonna cosplay Zico right now. I think it's gonna be Windwalker, Fire Mage, Priest. That's what they're gonna run. That's my prediction.
What? Priest?
That's my prediction.
Why do you like Priest so much right now?
It's my prediction, Sid.
What's your prediction, Sid?
I said Windwalker Mistweaver Fire Mage.
Okay.
Well, my prediction is Rogue Mage Priest, okay?
We're all literally something different, okay.
Yeah.
One of us has to be right?
Yeah,
At least
one of us has to be right?
There will be
Can you
a
put a
sticker
sticker on this?
handed out today. Yeah. Of course. I have a lot left. We gotta get. I mean, there's no way we're getting through
Okay, you
this.
can give me a zebra.
Okay. Did I miss one, by the way? I have one for Zico and one for Ben, and that's literally all I have right now.
Oh,
That sounds about right.
How did Ben get one?
What do you mean? I got one the same time you did.
I don't know. I mean,
more
you should.
stickers than me.
Neither
this
of you
isn't
should have stickers because you both muted your mic today.
Oh yeah,
I
good
did not
point.
mute
I'm
my
right.
mic
I get a
today.
sticker. Give me a sticker, and they were both muted. Take away their stickers.
Wait. I was not muted today. I have not been muted today. That is...
No, it's
that's
okay.
an-
Zico, take away
I thought you
Zico's
were-
sticker.
oh, no,
I want a
that was
zebra. I already
Adrian.
called the zebra before this point. Take away
Okay,
Zico's
all right,
sticker.
you have your sticker.
Take
you
away
have your
Zico's
sticker.
sticker.
Congratulations. And
Well-
you're all tied up now. Good job. All right, well, we can see XSET's composition. Mistweaver, Windwalker, Fire Mage is going to be versus Wildcard Gaming's Holy Paladin, LA Shaman, and Fire Mage on Ashamane's Fall. We can see both of the compositions from both of these teams. Ashamane's Fall is the map. Do we know, now that we're seeing everything on the board here, is there a team that's looking more favored in this next game?
Still hard. I mean, being a Windwalker
Yeah.
on Tolvaron against Wizards is never simple or easy. So Wildcard Gaming could still win, but I think the Mistweaver pick kind of gives them a lot of just raw throughput and more instant crowd control. So they can set up with double paralyze, double leg sweep. So I think they'll be getting pretty good uptime onto the Fire Mage of Wildcard Gaming. And the Mistweaver on this map can drink really easily if mana ends up ever being a problem. So in my mind, it's a bit of a safer healer for this matchup in particular.
All right, Ven and Zico, do you guys like that choice? You were the ones that predicted Priest, right? Zico, I think, was.
No, that was Van.
Yeah, I think it was
His,
Zico. I
vision.
think it was Zico that predicted.
I don't know,
Priest.
bro. I think you need to level up your cloak, bro, because your visions, they're not cutting it right
Listen,
now.
I'm not used to this.
You haven't
Ven and
gotten a
Zico
single-
throwing each other under the bus today. It's kind of a little weird.
It is a little weird, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's doing it, but it is
You
what
did
it
it.
is.
You did it
He's gonna tell me-
earlier.
What?
You're gonna tell me that all my visions are wrong. I haven't seen your predictions be, spot on today. Just saying.
Before
So,
this series, I was the only one with a sticker. Just saying, okay?
we got
But
our
you
stickers. I want
seemed
to let you know.
extremely adamant on getting removed, by the way, Ben, when you threw me under the bus, telling everyone I was muted when I was trying to let it fly, bro.
Ben's the imposter.
Ben just roasts you, calls you out. Zico covered himself, and Ben's like, "No, Zico, you're
He's
not
like, he
getting
was
away
muted.
with it."
Do not be fooled, chat. Zico was muted.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I did KSM last weekend and I muted myself.
Am I the only one who's gonna have 100%
my clean record is
unmute
now
rate?
tarnished.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna be the only
think-
one.
I think you are.
Is it impressive? Let me ask a question though. Is it impressive that you don't mute when you never mute yourself?
I never mute myself.
what I mean?
That's the
Yeah.
trick. You just never mute yourself.
Yeah.
I
still can't believe.
Go ahead, Ben.
I was gonna say, I mean, Wildcard Gaming and XSET. This is actually turning out to be quite an interesting series. Am I right about this? Actually, I guess no. This is the first repeat, but we haven't seen a single repeat matchup in this series yet, right? It's been both teams running different compositions every single round so far, up until game number 4. I really think that's going to continue as well. Like, maybe not. Maybe we'll in the blind pick we're going to see RMP, but this should be an interesting matchup. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Wildcard Gaming is opting to go with this composition.
Oh, well, we'll have to see if it works out here. It's Wildcard Gaming versus XSET on Ashmane's Fall at 2-1.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. How are XSET going to play it out? Are they going to go aggressive on the mage? Going after Zipai right now. He's just closest to the pillar. I think Waz and Raikou want to make their way to Morrow. Morrow casting Greater Pyro. Waz Ring of Peace into Ring of Peace. Trampoline cleave there for a moment. And now Waz immediately is like, all right, I'm going to run away, replace my portal, so I always can escape. Nice presence of mind from Waz there. Not overextending as Morrow is baiting him out into the far corner of the map. Chaz repositions. Good reposition here. Waz ports back. Looney's in a poly though, so Waz has to charge right back on target. Now he might have a hard time connecting. Looney pre-vitalities, but they stack up for a double leg sweep. Waz looks to punish. How much damage can he get out here? Chaz gets wind sheared. Oh no, Waz gets clothesline. Big hit onto Waz. What's he going to trade? Fort Brew? Is Fort Brew going to be enough? Looks like it's going to be enough. But, I mean, that is not a cozy position to be in for Waz. Wildcard Gaming are looking very threatening here in Game 4.
Yeah, but they only used the Fort Brew, though. They didn't panic too hard there, so still in a pretty okay position here, but still, this is an important match here. XSET's gotta be winning this game, and if not, they're gonna be in a really tough position to win the series. So on to Waz, they get the Dragon's Breath on the Chaz, Morrow secures the Polymorph, Combust gets ripped out, Raikou kleps it immediately, you barely even see it, and Chaz now still in crowd control. Waz running into the Ring of Frost, looking for maybe a touch of karma here. He's thinking about it. No, he's just gonna get back on target, and Chaz rolling around all over the map here, trying to get into Looney's face to potentially secure some crowd control, and there it is. Leg sweep coming out. Looney trinkets it with his human racial, blinds up Chaz. Raikou snipes him with a poly. Morrow on the back foot here. What can they get done? Zipai drops the grounding totem for the resheep, gets the lightning last wild onto Waz. Greater Pyroblast comes through, and Morrow actually blinks the Ring of Peace right there, but Raikou snipes him on that Greater Pyro with a counterspell. I would say so far, Wildcard Gaming are owning.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking too bad for them. I mean, this is XSET's counter pick. This is their map pick. So really important that they win this one. And if they don't, I feel like Wildcard Gaming, they're going to be looking good. Was taking a huge hit of damage once again. A full polymorph secured here onto Looney. He's going to be using the sacrifice onto Morrow, and that's going to slow down the entire offense of XSET in this matchup. Morrow looking for a greater Power Blast, unable to find it. Spear Hand Strike lands. Now full Hex onto Raikou, the polymorph on Chaz, 3v1 situation once again. Raikou denies the Lightning Lasso with a Dragon's Breath. Great crowd control and stoppage by Raikou, but once again taking a huge Earthshock. They actually proc him. What just happened? Raikou was sitting so pretty. I mean, he did such a good job. Temporal Shield was up as well, but they managed to sneak in the burst. They get cauterized, and now Raikou once again not going to be feeling too secure in this match.
Zipai, you know, he's just the zap god, you know? Never know when you're going to fall over from a couple of quick earth shocks. Looney chasing down Chaz. Raikou intercepts him and punishes it. Nice punish by Raikou, but Waz gets intercepted by Zipai in a Lightning Lasso. He can't connect any damage out. Ring of Peace. Oh, Morrow blinks the leg sweep. Nice play by Morrow, and he catches Chaz in a poly. Such high-level play. Waz goes after Zipai instead. A little bit of a swap here. Looney in position, though, ready for it. Chaz still in polymorph. Waz likely the target. Are they trying to go after Chaz? Looney and Zipai are moving in. Raikou has to be the target, right? Looney's hammers down. 3 versus 1. Raikou denies. Temporal's active. Soaking the hits, but the crowd control is endless with a blinding light onto Chaz. Waz trying to stabilize Raikou with a couple of Vivifies and stay with his teammate. Buys time. Chaz out of crowd control. Both sides stabilize. Waz moves out into midfield. Now, has he remembered to relay his port here? Because he's getting dragged pretty far away from Chaz at this point. He's in wizard territory. One greater pyro into a lightning lasso. That's trouble. Chaz rolls in, paralyzes Morrow on the follow-up pyro. Stopping some burst there for a moment, but he looks for another. Chaz stuns him on it. Chaz rolls up onto Looney, who's going to get crowd control first. Looney and Chaz just kind of playing footsie there, not going for any crowd control at all. Zipai pulls away. He's right on top of Raikou and Chaz. Who are they going to go after here? Chaz gets wind sheared. Looney charges in. Blinding light. Raikou definitely the target. Where's the lightning lasso? Raikou blinks away. Temporal. They could purge that temporal and reconnect, but Mara just can't get there. Blinking in. There's the swap on it. Chaz. Is he going to survive the stun lock here? Big lightning bolts with Stormkeeper. Not enough. Chaz heals himself back up to full immediately. Although I do like that Wildcard Gaming are willing to mix it up here and test the waters as far as targets.
Yeah, and actually Raikou insta-killed the grounding totem there to CS that lasso. Zipai and a lot of other shamans, they just drop the grounding and just do a lasso with that grounding buff up to avoid the CS. But it's a fire mage, just target it, fire blast it while you're casting another spell even, and go for counter spell. So nicely done there by Raikou, but Raikou right now is taking a massive hit of damage. Doesn't have cauterize, needs to be careful. Chaz trading out the life cocoon right away there, and I do think it's a smart choice. You can't really greed it when the mage doesn't have cauterize. Try to go for a Metallic Conduit or something. We're gonna see Morrow now actually gonna get interrupted there. Waz now rolling over to Zipai. You can see entirety of XSET just going back to the pillar here, trying to regroup and refocus here for a second. They know they don't have cauterize. They haven't really forced any cooldowns on the opposite side, and there's no point really forcing anything right now. Just take a breather. Waz gonna get lightning lassoed. Raikou shuts it down. Raikou gets sheeped. Morrow looking for the greater pyroblasts here. See if he can find one. He finds one onto Raikou there, I do believe. Oh, nice poly there by Morrow. Double blinks for it. Raikou in a lot of trouble here in that Hammer of Justice. Activates the Temporal Shield. Chaz breaks out. Waz stops the re-CC. And now Morrow is the one on the back foot. He just used 2 blinks to get that play, and it resulted in nothing, which means that Morrow is going to be a target dummy until they have enough damage to force Waz away from him, which doesn't look like the case right now. Waz finally gonna get CC'd here. Caught up in the Frost Nova. Zipai is getting sheeped here. Raiku's looking for crowd control into Looney potentially. Zipai shuts it down with the lasso. And now Morrow as well, just trying to build up wizard damage here. And I like the strategy that they're doing now on XSET. They just have Raikou and Chaz kind of staying back, pumping damage, and then Waz just being the soaker. Windwalkers just have really short cooldowns on their defensives. Diffuse Magic, 90 seconds. Karma, 90 seconds. Fort Brew as well, very low cooldown. So Windwalker can just kind of soak up. And it reminds me a little bit of how Space Station Gaming plays that Ellie Windwalker, with just having the Ellie and the healer in the back, and the Windwalker just soaking up the damage.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. At this point, Looney gets caught into a Dragon's Breath. Polymorph on both healers initiated right now, but it might be Waz who has to trade. Able to heal himself up a little bit using Transcendence to get out of line of sight. Full Hammer of Justice now onto Chaz. Is there any more crowd control? Waz rolls out into the open. Gets the interrupt onto Z5, but a big combustion. Waz immediately forced to use that Touch of Karma and gets Blessing and Protection by Looney. So an offensive Blessing and Protection. Waz getting lower. He's got to run. He gets Life Cocoon from Chaz. Really scary moment there for XSET. And I mean, these setups coming in from Wildcard Gaming are absolutely devastating. Wildcard Gaming also winning on mana at this point in the game. XSET has to try to get something going. This is a really important match once again. If they can win this match, this is a swing match to put Game 7 in their favor. Can they do it? That really is the question. Actually, they just need to tie it up. And I don't know if they're going to be able to. I mean, Waz right now gets hit by a huge burst of damage once again, and going after Zeepai leaves Maro open to get Polymorphs, to get greater Power Blasts. And if enough of those sneak through, Waz is going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to go after Looney maybe here. He's caught in a leg sweep, not able to swap any pressure. Waz still going after Zeepai. Ring of Peace on Chaz. Waz, what are you going to do? He just stuns up Zeepai and goes for it. This is risky. He Fort Brews, dampening at 20%. Fort Brew looks tough enough as he ports back to the pillar, but Chaz is still crowd controlled. Raikou is trying to solo Zeepai. I don't think he's going to be able to. Chaz out of crowd control. Vitality Conduit recovers Zeepai. Waz holds out, but no defuse for 20. No karma for 15. A little bit of a window here if there's any crowd control opportunities for Wildcard Gaming. Looney bombs in a big heal. Stormkeeper's up. Zeepai's trying to get some pressure out, but he is being pushed back. The swap to Zeepai seems it's working so far. Lightning Lasso on Waz. No crowd control on Chaz. Chaz heals Waz quite easily. Raikou gets caught in Poly. Mara Poly's the Dispel. Looking to maybe blink on top of Chaz here. Greater Pyro gets polymorphed. Dispelled. Raikou polymorph again. Gets wind sheared. Chaz rolls up on Looney. Who's going to get crowd control first is the question here between these teams. Dampening is quite high, and the next crowd control could be devastating. They're both just holding strong in this position. Blink in by Maro. Polymorph lands on Chaz. Raikou's the target. He pre-temporals. They have to go after Waz, I think, instead. Big Earth Shield, Lightning Lasso on Waz. They're killing two targets at the same time. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there on the side of Wildcard Gaming. Chaz going to recover, but mana not looking amazing in this position. And despite this being their counter pick, I would say that Wildcard Gaming looks solid.
Yeah, and we can see Maro actually taking a little bit of damage here. Polymorphs up. Waz on the Dispel gets another sheep. Temporal Shield as well is active. Should be enough to keep Maro alive here. And Raikou and Chaz once again in a pretty defensive positioning, just staying back, basically trying to stack up that combustion. Maro now getting stunned up. Waz immediately getting lightning lassoed by Zeepai. Raikou finally blinks in to stop it. And now Raikou is a little bit exposed. He does have one more blink if he wants to get back. Misses his Dragon's Breath there on the Greater Pyroblast. Chaz sitting down for a drink right now. And Zeepai knows it. I don't think Zeepai's going to let this happen. And Looney now trying to sit down for a drink at the same time. And I think Looney actually will be able to get some. No, Chaz rolls across and stops him as well. So both of these healers kind of even on mana, but I would say it's going to be in Looney's favor the longer this game goes on. And right now, Maro just trying to get some pressure here onto Waz, but Waz is just being so annoying on that Windwalker. Still has plenty of defense to just stay out in the open and basically be a meat shield for his team. I would say it's still anybody's game, but if this game keeps going like this, I think XSET might lose this one on mana.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, let's see. Maro, he does get topped off. Looney right now, he does have the Avenging Wrath, and that's going to empower his healing. And unfortunately, the Waz, I mean, he is right now putting a little bit of damage out on Maro, but really struggling to kind of find that solo pressure at this point in the match. Big combustion coming in from Raikou, but you got to feel for Raikou in this situation. He has to deal with Grounding Totem, Kleptomania, Purge from Maro, Purge from Zeepai, and getting value on that combustion it's next to impossible. So just got to kind of take it when you can get it. Go for a Meteor, go for a Power Blast, because inevitably it will be dispelled. Right now, still good pressure for Wildcard Gaming. Maro on the back foot a little bit, but you get the feeling it's going to be Raikou that goes into the first Ice Block. The Life Cocoon trades from Chaz to keep him in the fight, keep him aggressive in the match. And Maro used some Shimmers there, used some of his mobility to push for that Life Cocoon, and now a little bit stuck in the midfield, just spamming out Polymorphs onto Waz. That's going to be resetting the pressure a little bit. And Maro looks for a greater Power Blast. Can he find it? Who's he going after? Meteor lands onto Raikou. And at this point in the game, we have Sacrifice from Looney, and that is looking to just keep Maro healthy, avoid crowd control at 42% dampening. I mean, just raw damage is going to start really adding up.
I mean, oh, it's happening right now. Raikou, is this going to be a cauterize?
Chaz breaks out. They're trying to counter assault Morrow. Looney gets caught in a poly. This is their one and only opportunity, really, but Vitality Conduit activates before the polymorph. Morrow heals to full. Raikou is falling behind. Everybody is starting to die on the side of XSET. If they lose this, they're going to really stand probably no chance in the series at that point. I don't know how they're going to pull it off. There's so much defense they have to go through. Raikou's just hovering on 1%. Cauterize triggers. Chaz gets counterspelled. There's no way you're not blocking. Ice block on top of Cauterize. Chaz has no mana. They could even switch to Chaz. Waz is trying to help, but now he's hexed up. He's getting blasted down. Wildcard Gaming are in full control. They're pushing for a triple kill. Waz needs to trade something. He's got everything. He karmas. No bot for the karma, it looks like, so he should start to maybe pull back your life cocoon, but where does Chaz put it? 3 players in trouble, no mana, 1 cooldown. Where are you gonna juggle this one, Chaz? This is quite an act. He's gonna have to pull off a 48% dampening. Raikou's interrupted. Fort Brew Cocoon on 10%, buying XSET every single second possible in this game, but every second that passes is another that I think victory is slipping out of their fingers. Looney recovers. Chaz and Polly, double leg sweep. XSET try to counter push, but there's just no damage to be found during the crowd control. Chaz and Apolly, Raikou isolated. Where's the follow-up? Double blinding light. It's 3 versus 1, and Raikou, I think you're done. Zeepai rolls up, full Maelstrom bar, Earthshock cracks in, Raikou blinks back with Temp. He's doing everything that he can. Chaz rolls over with Soothing Mist. I mean, what are they really playing for? Looney still has 30% dampening. They got to get through Cauterize Ice Block. They got to get through Astral Shift. They're banking everything on a miracle. Lightning Lasso on Waz. Zeepai tearing in right now. Huge damage. Fort Brew from Waz on 10%. They're trying to gun down Zeepai. It's all or nothing for Waz at this point. He's staying on target. Looney activates Sacrifice. 53% dampening and counting at this point. Waz rolls back to the pillar. Raikou blinks in as well. They're all on top of Looney right now. Triple Dragon's Breath. Trying to stall. Hex Poly. 3 versus 1 again on Raikou. Is he really going to make it out of this one alive? He actually is. I think he's actually going to make it out of another 3v1. Chaz is still stunned up. It might be Wazzy pre-diffuse magic on the Lightning Lasso, staying in the fight for just a few more moments. He's got Revival. When did Chaz get that tiny bit of mana? He must have got a claw on an elemental or something. Looney and a polymorph. I can't believe it. Maybe they can do it. Maybe they can do it.
Bop onto Zeepai. Zeepai taking a lot of damage here. Waz doesn't have his karma right now, but after that bop, he's going to be able to activate it. He's just waiting, and there it is. Full touch of karma here, active onto Waz. Stormclepter being charged out here by Zeepai. Morrow's charging up the Greater Pyroblast. Waz, how are you going to survive? He paralyzes the Greater Pyroblast. Morrow blinks in, gets Dragon's Breath on his setup. Waz gets Hammer of Justice, trinkets out of it, goes behind the pillar. Chaz in a polymorph, he gets counterspelled and taken down. Wildcard Gaming have XSET on match point.
This is absolutely insane.
Absolutely insane indeed, Ven. Only one more win for Wildcard Gaming is needed to win the Grand Finals, the European Grand Finals, and Wildcard Gaming will be the champions of this region. And this just right now is not looking good for XSET, Ven.
It definitely isn't. I mean, XSET, they're in a really difficult position right now. Wildcard Gaming is just 1 away from finally doing it, becoming the champions. And, I mean, that's got to be a good feeling for them. For XSET, they got to go back to the drawing board. I mean, what map do we need to go to? What composition do they need to go with? I don't know. I was really surprised that Looney, Morrow, and Zeepai, they locked in the Elemental Shaman, Fire Mage, Paladin. And I feel like they've just been kind of keeping XSET guessing throughout this entire series. They've been kind of one step ahead, and Wildcard Gaming is definitely playing this final out fantastically, I must say.
I couldn't agree more. And here we see the final seconds of the game. And I mean, at this point, Chaz, Waz as karma, but that's about it. They crack the karma with the Stormkeeper. They get the Hammer of Justice onto Waz right there, and he does a trinket, go around the corner, but it's not going to be enough. They had plenty of more crowd control, just in a very commanding position there in general, just due to that mana. And this is kind of what I was thinking about as well earlier, like right, when they locked in the game that Wildcard actually lost, when they locked in the Mistweaver. I feel like even there, if they didn't lose to the melee clear, they could have just lost to, you know, a Holy Power comp by just losing on mana. So I don't like I feel like the Mistweaver shenanigans that these teams are doing to kind of counter Wizards, it's actually not working as well as they think, because the Mistweaver just ends up going before the other healer.
What would you rather see them do then, Zico?
Pally. Every
Okay,
time.
well, XSET here on the back foot. They need to win this next game if they want to stay in this series against Wildcard Gaming here. Ven touched on a little bit. Really, the question is, what is their next move? Where do they go from here? Do they try and pull off an edge here in terms of map pick? You know, we've talked about it in this series quite a bit. The XSET has such a wide pool of compositions that they could choose to play here against Wildcard Gaming, but really, it's just hard to determine which is the best move, Supertees.
If they pick a big map, they know they're going into Fire Ellie. So, do you want to get that matchup? What do you want to get in that matchup? I thought that's what they wanted to get with this Windwalker Mage. So, why does Rogue Mage Paladin not just farm Mage Ellie? So I think you go small map, but then they're going to blind lock Windwalker Mage, and then you have to mirror. So do you want to mirror? Or would you rather a big map and try a different comp into Fire Mage Ellie? That's your only choice right now. You either pick small map, have an answer for Windwalker Mage Paladin, or you pick a big map, have an answer for Fire Mage Ellie Pally. Knowing XSET, they probably want big map rather than a mirror. Oh, Runes of Lordaeron. It's match point!
No, wow.
Snaps for Supertees. All right. Okay.
Not game 7 though.
Yeah,
Yep.
not game 7.
Close
but
enough. What do you mean? It's
Whoa.
close enough.
Supertees needs
It's
to
game
win for
5,
needs Wildcard Gaming to win if we continue this fitting final resting place. It'd be a great way to end the European region here. Wildcard Gaming locking in Fire Mage Ellie with the Holy Paladin on Ruins of Lordaeron. That was XSET's map choice. Now, what do we think XSET's going to play, Zico?
Give me a second. I can feel something. I can feel a disturbance in the force.
Please. Stop.
I see a ray of sunshine. It's a priest.
This.
It's a rogue. And it's a mage. Poggers in the chat.
I think they're going to lose if they pick that. But I kind of see them picking it, but I think they're going to lose if they pick it.
I don't know if it's a rogue or if it's a Windwalker. I'm just seeing something yellow in the vision right now. Could be.
Why is the
I
Windwalker
definitely-
yellow?
Because the energy bar.
True. Okay. We'll give it to you. Ven, what do you
They
think
both have
about
energy
that?
bar that's yellow.
So I don't know. I mean, for XSET, they don't want to go with Mage Lock. They don't want to go with the Cleave setup. They could maybe go with, I don't think Windwalker Mage is the answer. I actually think Rogue is better than Windwalker in this particular matchup. The problem with Windwalker Monk in what we saw in the last game is a Fire Mage just destroys your burst. Fire Mages are super good into Windwalker Monks. You Dragon's Breath Fist of Fury, you Nova the images, and you basically counter all of their damage. So it is going to be the Rogue Mage Priest. And I am kind of with Supertees on this one. I feel like XSET, they can win this matchup, but I just get the feeling with how Wildcard Gaming is playing that this might be it. I mean, it's Ruins of Lordaeron. It would set up perfectly for Supertees, but Wildcard Gaming, they are looking extremely good in this series. XSET, they gotta battle it back. Their backs are against the wall. If they want to win, they cannot lose a single match. They have to win 3 in a row at this point, and that is going to be extremely difficult, but they have to do it. They have to rise to the occasion.
Okay. Well, we'll see if Supertees gets to say the thing here on Ruins of Lordaeron. Wildcard Gaming versus XSET. Wildcard Gaming only needs to win this next game if they are to be crowned the European Championships of the BFA AWC circuit. XSET really feeling the pressure right now. It sounds like you guys generally think this may not be the best composition choice here for XSET on Ruins of Lordaeron, but I don't know. I feel like they've just been having a difficult series so far, Ven. Is this kind of not used to where we're seeing XSET when they go up against Wildcard Gaming?
I don't know if I would.
Yeah.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I feel like Wildcard Gaming, plenty of times throughout these two teams' history, they've had the upper hand. Like, they have. It's just so weird. Like, sometimes we see these teams where it goes to a game 7. Sometimes we see XSET absolutely destroy Wildcard Gaming, and sometimes we see Wildcard Gaming absolutely destroy XSET. But it just seems like right now, Wildcard Gaming, this is their meta. This is Maro on the Fire Mage, Blizzo on the Windwalker Monk, Zeepai on the Elemental Shaman, and things are looking good for Wildcard Gaming. But XSET, of course, with the Rogue Mage Priest, they still have quite a shot here. But this is it. I mean, if they lose this, they're done for, and Wildcard Gaming's will be the champion.
All right, guys, let's get some hype in the chat. 1 second, Zico, I gotta hype it up. It's could potentially be the last game, Wildcard Gaming versus XSET on Match Point. Go ahead, Zico.
I think the Rogue Mage could be a good matchup here, but we're going to see a lot of aggression here, and it is game number 5 here. We got Wildcard Gaming against XSET. XSET on Match Point, Super Tees.
Yeah, Runes of Lorder on Match Point. It would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. Was already very close to the grave there with the Grim Reaper knocking, trading his Guyer's Medallion. He's pushing into enemy territory. He's overextending. Is he going to regret it? He's not following completely into the room. He blinds Looney. He goes for the play on a Zeepai. Riker tries to back him up, but Chaz is in a poly. Waz is on the run. It's still Match Point. He's on 30% health, running for the hills, trying to recover back there with Chaz. And I don't think XSET were prepared for this much of a defense from Wildcard Gaming. They're trying to push out again, but Zeepai repositions. Now they're going after Maro. Then he comes out of the poly into another poly. Mind control on Zeepai. 3v1 on Maro. He tempts shields. Poly chain is over. Zeepai's free casting. Hex on Raikou. No way to remove that. Looney's charging in with free rain. Hammers down. He pre-life grips the Hammer of Justice, pulling Waz back to safety at the pillar. But how safe is the pillar? He actually has to cloak. He pre-cloaks the lightning lasso. Did he actually pre-cloak it? Earthshock connects. He kidneys Zeepai right afterwards. Chaz is still in crowd control. It's Match Point! Is they actually going to pull this off? Wildcard Gaming, they're so close!
Oh, can they hold on for a little bit longer? Waz gets the Vitality Conduit, goes out with the cheap shot onto Maro. We got the sheep onto Looney. This is a big push here. Do they have the damage? Raikou gets hexed. Zeepai shuts down the setup in its tracks. And now he looks to aggress here. He's looking for his old-time friend, Mr. Waz. No trinkets for the lasso. Full sheep secured. Looney's there with the hammer. He doesn't have a hammer ready, actually. Waz actually manages to escape there. Uses his cloak actually on CD already as well. So Waz, not really many cooldowns here to work with. Should have his trinket up for that next lightning lasso potentially, but still, that was a scary moment here for XSET, and now they're looking to punish Zeepai. And I do like that they're going after the Ellie Shaman more so than the Mage. I think go for Maro if he pushes in, but as soon as Maro pulls back, I think Zeepai is the target that you want to use these setups on. Maro right now playing extremely aggressive. Looney's pushing in. Hammer of Justice secured. Maro's going for the Ring of Frost. He's going to connect. Waz is already on the run. No Cloak of Shadows. He has the trinket for the lasso. Zeepai is looking for it. Waz trying to tank it with the feint up. He does, and I think he's going to try to sit it. Could be a greedy choice. He trinkets out late, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. He gets one shot.
Wildcard Gaming! They did it! 4-1 over XSET! It's been such a long road for them, but they managed to pull it off. Beautifully done by Wildcard Gaming. I mean, just from start to finish of this year, really proving why. I mean, they are the champions of Europe. Fantastic job by them. And that last game was absolutely dominant in favor of Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, they shut that down so quickly. They didn't even make it to dampening under, I think, 2 minutes. Wildcard Gaming sending XSET home, crowning themselves the European champions of the BFA AWC, and well done to them. Both of these teams have been fighting so hard up against each other in those top 2 spots, but Wildcard Gaming will be the victor in the end.
I both love and hate Wildcard Gaming at the same time right now, because they let me do the thing, but they also gave Ven a sticker. Like, I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh no. You know what? You gotta say your thing. You gotta say your thing. You don't get to complain. You said the thing.
Fine.
You're the winner today. Well, Wildcard Gaming is the winner today, and well done by them. Just what an incredible season for these guys. I mean, I feel like with this team, you can talk about the replay real quick, and then I want to touch on something.
Yeah. So here, look at Waz. He line of sighting Zeepai. And then he waits for his feint, activates the feint, tries to tank the lightning lasso with the feint. He's like, yeah, I'm fine, I got feint. Blinding light comes out, he's like, oh, wait, I'm not fine. Smoke bomb, trinket, everything, dead. And that, my friend, is what we call the greed. That was an easy trinket right there. unfortunately, you know, these players, they try to min-max, and that's what makes them so good. But sometimes, Nizov gives you a blind, and you make lemonade.
They certainly did today. Well done by Wildcard Gaming. What I was going to say is, like, I feel like sometimes with the people that end up being crown champions at the end of the season, they kind of started out maybe a little bit rocky, weren't quite there at that level throughout the whole season. But Wildcard Gaming is one of those teams that I feel like has been in that top spot all season. They've just been consistently up there, playing so well to the best of their abilities. And I don't really feel like there was ever any time period where we ever doubted Wildcard Gaming and their abilities as individuals and as a team, Ben.
I mean, I would say the only time Wildcard Gaming looked bad was when they played XSET in the round robin. They got smashed by them. That was the only time. But obviously they prepared and they adapted because they're looking like a completely different team against XSET. But Wildcard Gaming, not just this year, I mean, as long as the squad has been together, they've been a top contender. They've been one of those teams that every other team is trying to beat because you just know they're going to be solid. They're going to run the best compositions and they're going to play all those compositions at an extremely high level. And it's beautiful to see. And I'm really happy that they finally did earn that championship title because I think they're one of those teams that absolutely deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of these teams in the top four, it's been really an incredible honor to see these guys play. I feel like we've had some amazing gameplay today, some amazing teams, really well-deserved all around. And then, of course, Wildcard Gaming will be the European champion today. How do you feel like over the course of this season, Zico, Wildcard as a team has performed?
Honestly, Wildcard dominated the cups, and they came second in the round robin. I would say the only really convincing series that they got kind of dumpstered in was like Ben mentioned, you know, the RMP series against the XSET. But today they showed up, they beat them in the upper bracket final, and they beat them again here in the grand final. So I feel like for Wildcard, in the last year, they were kind of the team that was slightly behind XSET, but right now they're slightly above XSET. And not only Wildcard and XSET, I mean, we got to talk about all of these teams. You know, Coffin Dance. Who would have predicted at the start of the year Joe Fernandez would sit on the bench on a team that makes top three, that plays one comp, and that comp is a melee clip with Tren and Rezus, like a Demon Hunter, Windwalker, Shaman. I don't think anyone could have predicted that. And of course, Diabolus as well. They started out with an awful year. They looked awful the entire year, but then in the round robin, they started actually looking good.
Tell us what you really think.
I mean, I think they're a team that they should be up here, right? I mean, look at their roster. Their roster is stacked. They got great players. They got good comps. So you expect them to be in the top four. But in the start of the year, you wouldn't expect them to make it because they had a shaky start, you know?
Yeah, no, Coffin Dance, those guys have just done so incredibly well, like you guys have been saying. It's so cool to see a team that has such a unique composition that really no one else is playing, especially to that ability, get so far. So all four of these teams, XSET, Diabolus, Wildcard, and Coffin Dance, should really be proud of how far they've come here. And looking at today's games here, is this sort of where we would have, if you could have just sort of like drawn out the bracket here, Supatis, is this how you would have said it?
It's pretty close. Yeah, I feel like the Diabolus Confidence series is the only one I think would have been closer in my own like fantasy draw of this bracket. And maybe this final again, 4-2 rather than 4-1, but it played out pretty much close to how I would have expected, yeah.
Yep, well done to all of these teams. I feel like these four teams too were just honestly like pretty evenly matched. I mean, they all fought so hard. It's been so cool to see all four of these teams sort of develop as well. I mean, you know, Coffin Dance, we talked about them, how they started off in the beginning of the season, but I feel like all of them have really just had sort of a journey if we look at them throughout BFA as teams, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no question about it. I mean, if you look at a team like Coffin Dance and you look at a team like Diabolus, I think the one thing they're missing I mean, they really rose to the occasion. Mostly Diabolus playing Mage Lock and mostly Coffin playing the Windwalker Demon Hunter. But I'd say the one thing that they're missing is a little bit of flexibility. So I would say for Diabolus, they need someone that's going to pick up some melee classes if they want to, continue this roster moving forward into Shadowlands. And then for the team of Coffin Dance, they need someone that's going to play a caster, because I don't think you can only play melee cleaves or you can only play caster cleaves. I think you do need that flexibility, and I think that's why we consistently see teams like XSET and Wildcard Gaming rise to the top, because not only are they phenomenal players, but they also have a lot of different comp options, and I think that is it's something that's really important. So I'd like to see these rosters stick together. Just want to see some of them pick up some different classes as well, just to really round out their rosters.
Yeah, and of course, with new expansions comes completely different metas, so hopefully those will favor some of those teams that maybe got hurt a little bit by the meta here in BFA, moving into Shadowlands. Maybe we'll see them do just a little bit better. Super T's, what do you think? Do you think that we're going to see at least XSET and Wildcard stick together as a team?
I don't know why you wouldn't at this point. I feel like they've been playing, so I'm curious to see if we get any retirement tweets, though. I don't know. Do you think anyone would retire?
Those ones make me so sad. I hope not.
I'm trying to, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, like, we're all getting kind of old. Like, I'm thinking about how old I am. I'm thinking how old everybody is. I'm like, now I'm kind of worried. Like, I'm scrolling Twitter. Like, is someone going to be like, GG's,
right now, like,
I'm
looking
retiring?
for them?
Like, that's
Colo,
what I'm worried about. Wait, who?
What's Zico?
I said Colo, probably.
Oh, he retires every 3 months, though.
He's back to playing. He's been playing lately with you, Ben, right?
I play with him every once in a while.
Colo.
Yeah. All right.
Hopefully
well,
we're
that's
gonna
going to wrap.
I was just gonna say, hopefully we
Go ahead. Sorry, Zico.
I was gonna say, hopefully we see Colo competing next year in the NA tournament, and tomorrow we have the NA tournament, the NA Finals.
Yes, we do. So that's going to wrap up the European season for this year. Well done to all 4 of those teams. Congratulations once again by Wildcard. What an incredible season, incredible run that they had for today. Well done to those guys. They are the European champions. And just as a quick shout out for the upcoming event, we have the classic Fall Conquest. European qualifiers start October 3rd and 4th. NA qualifiers October 10th and 11th. And the EU Finals October 7th and NA Finals October 18th. So definitely tune into that. That should be super exciting. You can follow us on WoW Esports if you want some updates to that. If you want to keep track of everything that's going on in terms of WoW Esports. Again, that's WoW Esports on Twitter. So thank you to everyone that tuned in. Thank you to all of the European players that competed today. And thank you to chat as well for watching us. And it's just been such an amazing season on the European side. And I'm excited for more North American games tomorrow. So click the subscribe button and you can be notified when we go live. We're going to be here the same time, same place, youtube.com/Warcraft, 10 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you guys tomorrow.